And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Start recording, please. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a 30% cut. Streamlabs link is in the description. Mods, if you can spam it in the chat a whole bunch of times. So if you super chat $100 YouTube, you know they take 30. If you donate 100 through Streamlabs, they only take 3. Just basically a payment processing fee. Donations and super chats $9.99 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $49.99 and up will be read/answered. And this is via Streamlabs only. We have $99 and up triggers instant TTS. That's text to speech. A little robot voice will read out your message nearly instantly. Please see the description for the other triggers and full details of all of that. You'll note that there are some other triggers that you can also trigger, but for the sake of brevity, we're gonna not include those in this spoken intro. Please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. Yep, that's a thing. Also, iOS now allows you to gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor, guys. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Mods, if you can spam in the chat. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Amazon Prime, you link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way every single month to support the show. Alondra, thank for the tier 1. Guru TV, thank for the tier 1. Appreciate it. And we'll check back in here a little later on in the show and try to shout out everybody. Also, guys, we have merchandise, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. We got cool sweatshirt, t-shirts, all that fun stuff. My personal favorite is the salute t-shirt there at the bottom. Okay, follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. That's where if you want to be on the show, where you message us. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit. Yeah, it's not there, but yeah. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 clips channels, links in the description. Do you not have it?
No, it's not.
It got, okay. In any case, we have 3 clips channels. I will finally reveal what the 7 on my lapel means if we get our main clips channel to 1 million subscribers. We're about 300K away, so go subscribe. Without further ado, we're gonna have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and where you're from. Go ahead.
My name's Grace. I'm 29. I do social media and I do comedy as well. And I'm from Los Angeles.
You do comedy?
Yes, I do.
What?
You might see some today, actually.
I suspect we will. Do you do stand-up comedy? You do skits?
I do stand-up. I've been like...
A little closer to the mic, please.
I do stand-up. I've been dabbling in skits lately, too.
Okay.
Like anything comedy, I'm pretty much into.
Is that like TikTok stuff or?
Yeah, I do be funny on TikTok, but I would say my main like comedy expression is doing stand-up.
Okay.
You do be funny on TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I don't laugh, I'm going to be very mad by the end of this. Okay.
Yes, you have to make him laugh.
You need to make me laugh.
Laughing before this.
He's laughing on the inside.
But that was off of the record.
Off the record laughing.
Off the record.
Okay.
Starting now.
He may or
You need to
may
make
not
me laugh.
have been laughing before this.
And you said you do social media. Do you do any adult content or
yes,
is it?
I do OnlyFans.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
My name is Ria. I'm 21 years old. I'm originally from the Philippines, but I've been in LA for about 11 years now. And I work as a recovery counselor for a psychiatric facility, and I'm also an office assistant for a clothing brand.
Okay, gotcha. What got you into the working at the, you said it was a recovery facility. What got you into that?
Well, I personally used to struggle with my mental health, and if it weren't for certain people, I wouldn't be where I am today, so I kind of just wanted to give back to my community.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
What, if you don't mind us asking, what was there anything in specific, or
Like,
is it like crisis intervention type stuff, or more like low-key type mental health services, or
it's a residential facility, so it's basically a voluntary psych ward.
voluntary psych ward?
Yeah, like there's no like 5150 holds. Like if you're having a mental health crisis, you can turn yourself into the ER and you
Okay.
can get referred to my facility.
So you could voluntarily go there directly, or do you have to go to the ER first and then they would refer you, or?
Yeah, you have to go to the ER first. You need a referral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Lexi. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I model online and also in real life. Yes.
Okay. What do you mean you model online?
OnlyFans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. OnlyFans
Yeah.
model. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. What about you?
Hi, my name is Case. I am 19. I'm from San Diego, and I'm a student at UC Santa Barbara. My major is psychological and brain sciences.
Ooh, fancy. Okay. Very cool. What about you?
My name's Armani. I am 18, and I'm from a small town like outside of Sacramento, down that way. And then I'm a student at the community college,
CC, Santa
Yeah.
Barbara City College. Okay.
the community college, and I'm a nursing major.
Nursing major. And you two are friends, correct?
Yeah, we're roommates.
Yeah.
Oh, you're housemates, but you go to CC and she goes to UCSB.
Yeah, I
Okay.
commute like about 10 minutes.
Did you guys know each other from back home, or
No.
Actually, I met her through one of my hometown
Tinder?
friends.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's actually my Tinder date,
Yeah.
guys. I'm just kidding.
Christian mingle, farmers
Yeah.
only.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But-
All the above.
I basically met her through one of my hometown like besties.
Yeah.
She was her roommate in the dorms.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And sorry, did you say what you're studying at Santa Barbara City College?
Yeah, nursing.
Nursing. That's right. That's right. Cool. Welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name is Gia Chacon. I'm 26 years old. I am from Orange County, California, and I'm the founder of For the Martyrs, which is a nonprofit organization advocating for victims of Christian persecution.
Advocating for victims of Christian What is Christian persecution?
So it's the persecution of Christians solely because of their beliefs.
Oh, so would
Yeah.
this is predominantly people who are overseas, I imagine, like in other countries?
Definitely. Yeah, actually. So some statistics, 1/3 of the world faces religious oppression, and an overwhelming 80% of the oppressed are Christians. So we're talking about Christians in the Middle East. I'm sure everybody knew what was happening, or at least watched the news at some point when ISIS was campaigning a war on Christians in the Middle East, and we saw an 80% decrease in the Christian population in just one generation. So that's just an example of some of cases of persecution of Christians.
Is that because they fled the area or because they were killed?
It's both, but
Both,
there was
okay.
a genocide of Christians both in Iraq and Syria, and actually right now there's a genocide of Christians happening in Nigeria, believe it or not. In just 1 year, we had over 2,500 Christians that were killed because of their beliefs.
Damn. What's going on? Is there anything like in South America going on, or is it pretty chill there?
Actually, yeah, believe it or not.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, so
Everywhere?
Not everywhere, but first of all, communism is on the rise in South America, and
Sure.
under communist governments, religious people suffer. So any people of faith are suffering under a communist government. It's the same in China. But right now in Nicaragua, actually, they're imprisoning priests and pastors for refusing to shut down their churches. And Mexico, which is not quite South America, but in Mexico, priests are being killed because of the cartel. So we're seeing like an increase of priests being murdered because they're a threat to the power of the cartel. So it's really a global issue, and it continues to increase every year.
Oh, shit. Yo, Adam Barnett, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Did you have something, or?
Nope.
Oh, you're just finger gunning. And so do you like, you go into these countries and you try to get them out, or how, like, what are you guys?
So we do a couple
advocating,
things.
or?
Yeah. So first of all, we try to meet the immediate needs of Christians who are suffering. So we've done on the ground work in Jordan with the Iraqi and Syrian refugees. In 2020, when there was the major war that happened between Azerbaijan and Armenia, we brought crisis relief to internally displaced Christians. I was in Iraq in 2022. I brought humanitarian aid to internally displaced Christians in Erbil. So a lot of work in the Middle East.
Got it. Okay. Madison, what about you?
My name is Madison. I'm 18 years old. I'm currently a student at Santa Barbara City College studying econ and accounting. I work for the Whatever podcast. I'm a host at a bar, and yeah, that's all.
Okay, cool.
My name is Matt, or Stay Safe TV online. I'm a Twitch streamer and YouTuber, and I'm also the owner of the business Power Gum, which is a caffeinated chewing gum.
Yes, and by the way, welcome back, Matt. Back by popular demand. I think Matt was on Dating Talk number 79, and we saw you guys in the comments. And,
That was a wild one.
That was a wild show, and a lot of people were like, "Bro, you gotta bring Matt back." And it was unfortunate too because there was a little situation in that episode. So unfortunately, we didn't get to cover as many topics as we would have liked to during that show. But Matt is back. So
No situations today. No
crazy
crazy situations
situations.
today. Okay?
No
Keep
crazy
it tame.
situations. Yeah, but Matt's a friend of the podcast. He's come all the way from Washington to be here. Awesome guy, great guy. Chad, by the way, he's a Chad female no Morlock in World of Warcraft. You can catch him streaming twitch.tv /StaySafeTV, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he streams World of Warcraft, some other stuff. He's about to embark on the hardcore servers here pretty soon.
They're coming out soon.
They're coming out
Yeah.
soon. Just
Yeah.
a quick note on Power Gum. Last time Matt was here, he graciously left the team some boxes of Power Gum. So we've been nomming on it, and we're happy to do a little promo. You can use code whatever at power-gum.com to get 10% off. Basically, it's a caffeinated gum. It's 50 milligrams of caffeine, right?
Yep.
There's a bunch of vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin B. It's super convenient, fits in your pocket. So, I mean, I'd say just, stop wasting your money on Starbucks. They dump a bunch of sugar in that crap. And I'm not even a coffee drinker.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been having I don't really drink energy drinks, don't drink coffee. I've been having 1 or 2 of these a day just as like a little pick me up,
Yeah.
And it's definitely been super helpful with like work and energy levels. So, yeah, and I don't know if you wanted to tell us a little more
Yeah, it's
about
convenient.
it.
Really, I mean, I go to the gym every day. I have been playing video games all day, every day for the last 5 years as a Twitch streamer, and I tried all the caffeine products, all the drinks, the powders, the pills, and I'm like, all of these suck. They're all terrible, so I figured I'd try to make something new. And so I made Power Gum, which is just a caffeinated chewing gum, but it's really, really, really good. We've been in business for about 2 years. We've sold just about, well, I think as of like a week ago, we've sold 10,000 boxes of Power Gum over the last 2 years. We ship internationally. Over 50% of people that buy one box of Power Gum, they come back and buy a second box.
Wow.
That's a better returning customer rate.
That is a testament.
That's a better returning customer rate than like a crack dealer, okay? It's good. Not that this is as bad. Listen, okay, maybe that's the wrong way to put it, but people like it, okay? The point is it's a good product. So if you buy it, I think you'll like it. Use code whatever, 10% off. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. And
there you go.
I was going to say one other thing about it, but it slipped my mind.
You got to get gum, and if you can chew it, you can do it.
Boom.
That's what I say.
If you can chew it, you can do it.
There you go.
In any case, so we are going to go around the table and get everyone's current relationship status. So,
Brian, before you do that, it won't let me show the Superchats. So if I click show.
Oh, wait. That's weird. Sorry, guys, we're having a little technical issue. However, I'll go address that really quick. So we're going to go around the table. What's your current relationship status? So are you single, friends with benefits, talking stage, situationship, relationship? If you are single, how long have you been single? And also, what's just your longest relationship you've ever had? And let's start with you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm single right now. I would say I'm like an ex-serial monogamist. I was in like multiple serious relationships back to back. The longest one was 4 years, and 2 of them were in different countries.
So they were long distance.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
About 4 years.
Where were those guys living?
Actually, no, I'm lying. 3 years. England.
Uh-huh.
I dated a guy who was in the military, and he was English. And then I dated a Parisian man too.
Was it hard doing long distance?
It was difficult, but I feel like there was like a lot of good things about it. Like, it was actually probably one of the best relationships I ever had. Like, we cherished our moments together more. We got to know each other way more. And like, when we would see each other, we would do stuff because we hadn't get to see each other in a while.
How often?
So distance made you closer?
Yeah, but it can get hard. Like, in the end, I think that's why we split up, because you can only do that for so long. It starts to feel like a chore, like texting every day.
How often would you guys like see each other throughout your relationship?
So because he was in the military, he had specific times off. So like, I would spend about a month there at Christmas. We would go back and forth. He would see me and then I would see him. So it was like very planned out because he had specific time off. So it'd be like 2 weeks and then 2 weeks. The longest would be about a month.
Oh.
And you guys were monogamous when you were apart?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're single, correct?
Yes,
well.
I am.
Okay.
Wait, yeah. What about the well?
Yeah. She was about to say something.
So towards the end, I was like, we were having problems, and I was like, we should be in an open relationship.
You suggested that.
Yes.
Okay.
I also had like a friend who was like very into that, so I think she kind of like planted the seed in my head a little bit. So I told him that, and he was like, no, for months. And then finally he was like, okay, we can try it. And he ended up being with someone else, and I didn't.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
But I was like,
yeah.
I couldn't be that mad.
So how long have you been single?
About 2 years.
2 years, okay. And you said your longest relationship was what?
4 years.
4 years, okay. Gotcha.
I've had like other like 2-year, 3-year relationships too, though.
Okay. What about you?
I'm single. I have been single for a day, and my longest relationship was a year and a half.
Wait, you've been single for one day?
Yeah. Like, I don't know who runs the Instagram account, but when I responded to the questions, I had only been single for like 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. Holy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, so, okay, and how long was the relationship that just ended?
Like 2 months.
Okay,
Yeah.
2 months. And was that your longest relationship, or?
No, my longest relationship's a year and a half.
Who ended it?
1 year.
I did. Yeah.
The
Just
longest relationship or the most recent relationship?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a heartbreaker then.
I wouldn't say that.
So 1 day ago, by the way, how long were you dating said person? Man, woman?
The person I just broke up with?
Yeah.
We were dating for about 2 months.
Okay.
I mean, we were official for a month, but seeing each other for 2 months total.
Okay. Man, woman? Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you dump said person?
Several reasons. We kind of just had different expectations from each other in a relationship. Like, the more our relationship progressed, I just realized that we weren't too compatible. I'm scared to say too much because he watches this, so hey, yeah.
Do you want to wave to him into this camera and just be like, hey?
Hi.
Is he upset about the breakup, or?
Yeah, he's very. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe a little
he's
bit.
He's moved on. He's
yeah,
good.
maybe.
He's good.
I think so. Maybe.
Okay. We should have had him come on, and then you guys could have worked it out or
That would have been funny.
figured out all the. Okay. What about you? What's your situation?
I am single. I've been in one relationship my whole life, and that was it lasted 2 years.
Okay,
And that was between I was 17 to 19. So now it's been like 5 years I've been single.
5 years single. Okay. I mean, in that 5 year period, what would you say is like the longest period of time that you've been seeing somebody? Maybe you haven't had a boyfriend, but maybe there was a 3-month fling or something.
Yeah, I've had a few like situationships, but they've never progressed. I'm actually somewhat in one right now, but
In the situationship.
yeah, I mean, I feel like it's important to get to know someone before you date them. So that's kind of where that's at right now. So yeah, we're just, getting to know each other.
Is there just one situationship?
Yeah, I'm always exclusive. I'm never gonna like talk to more than one person at a time. And if, for any reason, like I would let the other person know, like, that's what I'm doing.
Is the guy that you're seeing, is he exclusive to you right now?
Yes, as far as I know, yeah. And you know, he does seem very honest with me, so I do appreciate that. So I think we're honest with each other.
Is it really a situationship? I mean, you're both exclusive to each other. You've been seeing each other for what, 2 months?
That's a good question, and I have definitely brought that up to him as well. I was like, what are we doing? Is this gonna, you know, turn into anything? So it's just, you know, it's just one of those things. People are complicated and relationships are complicated, so.
So you want it to be something more than it is right now?
Yes, I do, but I'm also not gonna wait forever.
What do you think his holdback is?
I kind of think the same thing. He just wants to get to know me as a person and like see, you know, the different sides of me, which I would like to do that as well. I don't know. It does feel like a relationship. So I guess, I don't know. It's like, there's just no title.
When you're in the situationship, you don't have like an active Tinder account or anything like that. You're totally locked down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he doesn't have any dating apps either right now. He deleted his as well.
Sounds like you're dating then. That's what it sounds like to me.
It does, but then like why don't we have a title, you know? So
Wait, did you ask for a title?
I did. Yeah.
And what did he say?
He said just that, like he'd like to get to know me more first. So we've been talking for about 3 months now, so I kind of understand that. I think it is early.
Is it though? Is it? You know what I mean?
But how much longer are you willing to wait? Before you get that figured out?
I actually just called it off this morning.
Oh.
So.
Wait, so you're not in this situationship?
I guess
or
not.
Is it, maybe it's going to be on again, off again?
I hope not.
You called it off this morning?
I did, yeah.
How did you do it?
I just said, like, you know, I don't see it going anywhere if it's not gone anywhere this far. And he said, like, what is the reason? You know, like, why do you want to stop talking? And I said, you know, I just feel like we should take things more serious, or, you know, like, I don't know, I just kind of wanted a title, I guess. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, what would change if we did have a title? I'm not really too sure. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you would know he wants you more, I guess, right?
I think I was looking for like a little bit of like reassurance. That's probably what I was looking for.
Well, I think this is what was in Brian's head, and this is like, I think this is the male point of view. If he hasn't given that title after 3 months, he's just kind of having fun with you, probably.
And that's what I realized as well. That's kind of my thinking too. So yeah.
The Merovingian donated $100. I have sampled every language. French is my favorite. Fantastic language. Especially to curse with. Nom de dieu de putain de bordel de merde de salopere de connard d'inkill de ta mère. It's like wiping your ass with silk. I love it.
Okay, there's someone who's just like dropping like hundreds of dollars every stream to leave like movie quotes. That's from The Matrix.
Part of The Matrix.
Not the first one though. It's from the Chad. Is it The Matrix from the second one or the third one? Yeah, because he makes the Merovingian makes his first appearance.
Yeah.
In any case, thank you, the Merovingian, and as someone who speaks French. That was beautiful. Okay. Moving on. What about you? Relationship situations?
Yeah, I'm in a relationship.
Okay.
I've been in a relationship for 2 years. 2 years? We started dating in high school, and I've known him since middle school.
Since when?
Middle school.
Middle school.
We've been friends since middle school. Okay. Yeah, but.
And but you've been only dating for 2 years, so you guys were friends beforehand. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Does he live here, or is it this long distance?
He does. He goes to the same school as I do.
Oh,
so
cool.
It's pretty convenient, and it's nice. He's great.
Good times. Yeah. What about you?
Mine's a little, mine's kind of complicated. So I just moved here 2 days ago.
Oh.
Down here. I'm from like Zack, around that area.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've had like a situationship-ish for like the last 2 years. As I've been single, I've actually never dated anyone, ever.
Well, you said you've had a situationship for 2 years, so you're kind of dating him.
He's like dating, but like not dating. So it like started as a friend.
It's like a hookup type thing.
Well, it's weird. So it's like started as like a friends with benefits.
Yeah.
And then it moved into like, no, you're just my best friend. Like we both just kind of like friend zoned each other. And then it like
But still with
Wait.
benefits?
No.
Were there still benefits?
There was no
you
benefits.
cut off the
So-
benefits.
We
So there
like
were-
cut
how-
off the benefits
okay.
at that point.
So it was a 2-year situationship, started as friends with benefits. How long did the friends with benefits period last?
That was a year. We were
A
just
year.
like, meh, I'm bored. Like, okay.
Okay, we can be
Because I met him in high
yeah.
school. Keep in mind that. So like
Yeah.
the last year of high school was like that, and then outside when high school ended for us, it was just like, oh, we're just friends.
friends.
And then,
But there's
It,
been some
like-
occasional.
well, no, there was no occasional. It was just like friends, just like dropped like that.
Okay.
Did you flirt?
Oh yeah, dude, I want a free date, a free meal. Come on.
What?
You're using him for free food?
No.
What's the
okay, keep
audio
in mind,
on?
I paid for his food too.
Okay.
So, but he's like a big dude. I'm not gonna pay like
He's a big.
for a
dude.
meal that he's probably gonna finish mine.
He's
So-
obese.
So he's spent more money on the food than you have.
Wait, hold on.
well,
Is he
he
obese?
eats like no. He's just like
Okay.
6'3". So he's like
okay.
definitely eats more than me.
6'3".
He played.
How tall are you? Just out of
I'm
curiosity.
4'11".
6'3", 4'11". Okay.
Yeah. So he
Good
played
times.
like offensive line. So he's like a
Oh, he's
big
an O-line.
dude.
Okay,
so he
offensive
eats a
line.
lot. And then
Okay.
I don't know. So like outside high school, we just became like really close friends. But then it kind of like transitioned into more like, I think we like each other, but like nobody ever made the first move to anything.
Right.
So like, he literally helped me pack like to move and everything, and like stayed at my house that whole weekend and everything. But then like, we never became anything more. It was just like, oh, bye, I'm moving. But
So
he's
you-
still like one of my
okay.
best friends.
So you were friends with benefits for a year, and then just friends for a year.
It was like just friends, but then like, probably about the last. It was probably like 6 months friends, and then 6 months like, we're basically dating, but like, not dating.
So like occasionally hooking up, sort of, kind
Well,
of.
it turned into more like dates. Like, hey, let's go to the movies. Like, let's do
But
this.
no. Oh, so then
platonic?
no hooking up. Was
no,
there hooking
there
up?
was occasional hookup, but like,
Occasional hookup.
but it wasn't like this first year where it was just like
All the time,
all the time.
just
yeah.
nonstop.
But then
Okay.
also we're like,
Whose fault was that? Do you think, or was it kind of a mutual?
for what? Like, and never
Well, I
making
mean,
a
like you
farther
guys,
path?
you said that there was the passion and the fire, and then a year comes around, and then it's kind of fizzles a little bit, and then there was nothing,
I
and
feel
then
like
it was
he-
friendly.
Okay, I feel like because he didn't. I feel like because I don't know. So we didn't want to like be with each other because we were both in like weird times in our life. It was like our last year of high school. I was like, I'm not gonna settle down for someone. I'm gonna move to college soon. Like,
Yeah.
why am I gonna settle down? But then I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a gap year off college because like I'm still young. Like I'm 18, just starting college right now. So I'm like, okay. But he in the like last year, I just realized like maybe we are just better as friends. But like, if he would have asked me, I probably would have said yes. But we both were just
Sure.
at weird ports in our life.
When's the last time you guys hung out?
Hung out?
What is it? Long distance now? That you said. Okay, you said
Well,
you
it's
just
like we're
moved
not
here
dating, but
two
it's
days
like
ago.
I still talk to him every night.
Oh, you talk to him on the phone every
You
night.
call him every night?
He calls
Friends.
me actually.
Oh.
He
You
calls
need
you.
to stop answering.
Well, he's like my okay, but he's like
If
my
he
best
wanted
friend.
to, he would, ladies.
So like,
If he's your best friend, he wants you.
but
Well, I was gonna say if he hasn't made the move, then he doesn't want her, right?
then
But he's
also-
calling her every night, so
Men
Also,
always do what they want to do.
You just moved away. You're at a very transitional like time in your life. Even if you were to like get together right now, like how would that work for you?
well, that's what I'm saying. I think we both know like we're at weird parts in our lives. Like he doesn't even go to school right now, and like I don't know,
Just keeping in touch.
just like besties. And like maybe if I'm like single and I'm like 35, be like, hey, what are
Hey,
you doing?
It's okay to not know what you want. you
Yeah, he definitely showed me what I need and don't need in my
Yeah,
life.
that's good.
Okay, so, I mean, when's the last time that you guys in person hung out in like a romantic capacity? Before
What
you
do
said you
mean?
just moved
Do
here
you
2
mean
days
like
ago.
a date or just like in general?
Whatever.
Well, I mean, literally like 2 days ago,
Before you left.
he literally stayed the whole weekend at my house to help me pack and like clean everything. Even though I did most of it and he just kind of watched me.
Okay.
That was kind of
Is he,
fake
is
of
he
him.
seeing other girls?
Okay.
You don't know?
Well, like, we've never been like, yes and no. So like, he used to, but like recently like stopped. And he's like, I don't think I'm really looking for anyone.
Besides you?
Well, he never said that.
He didn't say that
So I was
part.
like,
Okay.
I think we both know, but it's like,
He doesn't want to say it.
we both just don't want to admit it.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
And
like-
so, hold on. Were you seeing other guys?
I never really look for people. I don't look for people. Like, I didn't look for him. He just kind of found me. He found me through one of his friends that I actually was like talking to at the time.
You mean some other guy found you?
Okay, so actually, this weird story. I actually met him from one of his best friends.
Who you were dating?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just like was talking to for like literally like a week maybe or two, and then he introduced me to him, and he's like, "Hey, here's my friend." And obviously, like, I'm gonna upgrade friends. No offense, because that dude was like 5'7" and like little.
What? You're 4'11" though. How are you gonna hate on a 5'7" guy?
Okay, but think about it: 5'7" versus 6'3".
Why does that matter to you? You're
Because
4'11".
It's fun, you know.
I don't know a 5'7" guy.
He was also way nicer. He was more like a teddy bear. You know what I mean? Like a big teddy bear.
Okay.
Versus like this random dude that pretty much probably didn't like me at all.
Okay, you're walking it back, so it's actually not about the height. It's just
well, the
he's
height
just
was a
nice
plus.
guy.
What would you do?
If I'm trying to date a guy?
Yeah, if you
I
were
like
liking a
short
guy.
guys.
My what? Oh, I'm gonna spoil this.
I actually
Don't
like
get me
short
wrong,
guys.
we love short kings because they're super sweet.
Do we?
Super. Well,
I do.
I
My
like
boyfriend
to
is
barely
5'7".
even see
I like the
height.
thought of a short king. I'm just gonna.
I have an image. For
Someone's got to love the 5'7" guys. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually the lowest
And
I would date.
it should be the 4'11" girls.
What about the 4'10" girls?
Then they can
Eric,
get the
can you pull up
5'6"
the
guys.
They
Instagram?
need
and
some love too.
There's a link sent to the chats group. Just pull up the Instagram. Wait, so okay, 4'11". So you were were you somewhat interested in this guy who was 5'7"?
I was, but I feel like once he started liking me back, I kind of was just like, you waited too long.
Okay, and then
You know what I mean?
he was friends with the 6'3" guy who you've been in a 2-year situationship with. Is that correct?
Oh, wait. No, the first dude, I was just kind of talking to him because I was bored. But the 6'3" dude was one of his really close friends.
Okay, Eric, do you have the image?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We have a meme related to this. Oh, no. Could you? Oh, that's fine. So, sorry, I don't date guys below 6 feet.
That's perfect. I
That's
literally
you.
said 5'7".
That's actually you.
Yeah. That's literally the height difference too.
Damn.
Rip. Yeah, he was 5'7" and you're 4'11", right?
Yeah, but I'm more like.
Are you sure you're not like 4'10" and a half?
Okay.
Just be
I didn't wanna-
honest.
It's,
Be honest
It's actually
with us.
3/4. 4'10" and 3/4.
4'10"
like,
and 3/4.
we
Bro, you
round
can't
up.
you can't be claiming 4'11".
You round up. My mom will get mad at me.
You are
if I
misrepresenting
say
your
I'm
height.
4'10". She will literally scream at me. I have to say 4'11".
You have to. Why?
My
Does that
mom
make you?
like gets really mad at me.
What's
Like
the?
I put it on my license that I was 4'10". She's like, "You're not that short."
How tall is your mom?
5. She says 5'1.5". Isn't that ironic?
She's
How
probably,
tall is your
she's
dad?
probably 5.
Like 5'9".
Okay. Can I talk to the short guys? Listen, short guys in the audience, you are so lucky. If you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you know any woman that's into you really loves you, okay? They're not any of this, physical bullshit. They care about you. It's genuine, okay? The short guys, it's actually like sort of a built-in default vetting process that they have with their height. They're lucky. Short guys are lucky.
Here's the thing though, short kings are really nice. They're really sweet, okay? I've had a lot of short king besties that were like the nicest people I've ever met. Like literally would get out and pump my gas before I even stopped like the car. And I'm like, oh, you're so sweet.
Would you date a guy who's 5'7"?
Yeah, I would. As long as I'm not making eye contact with you like eye to eye,
Okay.
I think you're fine. But if you're like 5'1" and I'm literally looking at you and like I can throw you on the bed, that's a no-go.
What if the guy is 5'1", but he makes $300,000 a year and he's jacked, he's muscular?
No, that's even worse because then he's gonna look like a little like
Stubby.
Roblox dude.
Well, I'm not saying he's a meatball.
Dang.
He's got a good build.
All right,
Just a good-looking guy. No, it's so the height, that little is
That's
absolute
a little bit
deal
different.
breaker.
I think the lowest would be 5'7".
Lowest is 5'7". Amazing. All right.
Good times. Good times. Okay, so it's
All right.
complicated. So, do you think there's going to be a definitive breakup with this guy now that you've moved here, or do you think you're going to keep a long distance thing, or?
I feel like if he was to get a girlfriend back like where we live, he'd probably cut me off.
Oh, and that brings me back to what I was asking previously. I was asking if he was seeing other girls.
Oh. Like the first year, we were both just kind of like, we can see whoever we want. Like there's no like ties to us. Do you know what I mean? It was just like,
Yeah.
oh, you're my friend. Like I see you every now and then. But like, I feel like the
Towards the-
closer we got, the more it became more like just us.
Gotcha. And were you seeing other guys, or were you like what were you up to?
Before it,
Yeah.
yes, but like in the last like 6 months to like a year. Well, like I don't really like talk to people. Like I don't
Okay.
go out looking for people. I'm just doing my own thing.
Sure.
But like if someone finds me, like, let's see
Do
where
you
this goes.
just like read manga?
No.
I don't know. Like you said, you don't talk to people, so maybe you just like stay at home and like watch anime and shit.
No, I just like work a lot, keep myself busy,
Okay.
focus on myself. But like if someone finds me randomly, I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool.
Okay. Rock and roll. What about you?
I'm in a serious relationship. We've been together for 7 months, and my longest relationship prior to this one was about 2.5 years.
Okay, cool.
Well, how'd you meet this guy? Because you're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, so we met through work, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, in Washington, D.C., of all places.
And so is it kind of long distance depending on where you are and where he is, or?
No, we don't live that far away from each other. He's in California also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're here enough to, it's kind of normal.
Yeah, so I'm from Orange County. So, yeah, it's very normal.
All right, cool.
I'm in a very lovely, committed, monogamous relationship with my boyfriend, Frankie. We've been
Wait,
together.
Madison, you're kind of sinking behind her. If you can like
Oh, I like can't really. I'll just have to
maybe
sit.
scoot a little
Yeah.
towards Matt. There we go. Perfect.
We've been together for about like 10.5 months, and this is now my longest relationship.
Rock and roll. Do you have like a promise ring or something?
I do. I always show it to them.
It's a promise ring. Okay.
Wait, what's the promise? What is
To
it?
love each other forever.
Forever, okay.
Through sickness
Forever and ever.
health.
So a promise ring is like, it's like a pre-engagement ring almost.
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
like
okay.
a commitment, like a vow
Yeah.
of commitment, and
basically.
Okay.
that
It's
it's like
not-
headed toward
It's
marriage.
just not legally binding.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
When I hear promise ring, I think of the Jonas Brothers, like a decade ago. They had their promise rings.
Like a chastity ring. What are those? Like, didn't they wear those?
Is that what it was? It means they're not
Yeah,
having sex?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like a celibacy ring or something.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Matt, what about you?
I have been married for almost 3 years in September, and we've got a 2-year-old daughter and a son in 1 month. So my wife is very, very, very pregnant right now. And she's watching right now, so hi.
Oh.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Congrats. So you said your son's due in about a month?
Yep, in August.
So hold on, I have a question for you. World of Warcraft announced that they're releasing hardcore realms. Confirm or deny? Let's say the realm releases on the due date. Let's be honest. You're gonna be home.
She's going to be a single mom. Yeah, is what. No, I'm kidding. Of course, that's terrible. No, if listen, if that comes out, if the new World of Warcraft stuff happens on the due date, then I'm not playing WoW. Then you got to be a dad for a couple weeks, and you got to help with the infant with the newborn stuff.
You need to get
Ryan.
It's priorities.
Well, I was about to say you need to get your priorities straight because I mean, there's only one opportunity to be fresh, hardcore.
Fresh. Oh man. What about fresh firstborn son? That's cool.
I guess that's okay.
badass.
That's not bad.
So.
Okay, very cool. So I just had one question, just to bring it back to you. So you just broke up with your boyfriend.
Yes.
Has there been a rebound?
No, it was just yesterday.
I mean, never say never.
But I actually just remembered something when you mentioned that you were married. I'm actually married too. I forgot. We're just separated.
What?
Wait.
You're legally married?
I'm legally married. Yes.
How'd that happen?
That's how she got. Is that
I
how you got
forgot.
the green card?
No, it wasn't for that. I'm legal.
You're a citizen. Okay.
I'm not a citizen, but I'm a
Oh.
permanent green card holder. Like I'm legal
Oh,
and everything.
so that's how you got the green card? Was through the
No,
marriage?
no, not at all.
Okay.
Well,
Wait.
I got married last year, but I've been living in America for 11 years now. I've had my green card for 11 years.
Okay.
How'd you get the green card?
I'm not sure how the process was, but I think my grandpa was already living in California, and he petitioned for my mom, my brother, and I to come to America, and it took 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My wife is from Germany, so she's been living in the U.S. now, and so she got her green card, and it was an absolute pain in the ass
I bet.
to go through. This is during COVID. It was a nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Wow.
Wait, so you guys are separated?
We are separated. We got separated. It was December 30th, actually.
Did you file for divorce yet, or are you planning to?
We're filing for annulment. I just
Okay.
actually did the paperwork today. Yeah.
Whose idea was
Dang.
it to separate?
It was mutual. We were not working out at all. Like, we were fighting all the time. We just knew it would be best for us to separate so we wouldn't end up hating each other.
How long were you guys together before you got married?
Oh, God. A month.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
And
Wait.
why did you decide to get married?
Honestly, we did it because we thought it would be funny. I don't ever want to get married. I've never really taken marriage seriously. And the day we decided to get married, we were actually both on shrooms. And what had happened was I'm a model, so I did a photo shoot with my best friend. And the photo shoot we did was at a house, and I posted it on my Instagram, and my caption was, oh, like, just got married and bought a house, like, as a joke. And then when I was doing shrooms with my ex, he brought up my Instagram post, and he was like, wouldn't it be so funny, like, if we got married? And I was like, yeah, like, that would be really funny. And we were like, okay, like, let's do it. If we lost, we lost. Like, I'd be able to get my citizenship because I'm not a U.S. citizen. So a month later, we got married.
Okay, listen, men in the audience, when you guys are like 50% of marriages end in divorce, okay, this is padding the number. That's one of them.
Do you
It's
regret
bumping it
getting
up.
married?
I do, because now I have to go to court to get an annulment, which is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Wait, you said you didn't take marriage seriously. Why?
Was it the drugs that you were on when you decided to
Yeah, but a
initially get
month
married?
later, she still did it.
Yeah, I still did it a month later, so it wasn't really the drugs.
Okay.
I guess I just thought it would be funny. I don't know. It was a very impulsive decision that I definitely regret.
How old were you when you did this?
20.
20. Okay.
Yeah.
Young people are impulsive. Did you have any?
Harold
Just a
Meatball
sec.
donated $100. Was there a prenup?
Good to see you back, Mr. Meatball. Was there a prenup?
No, there wasn't.
No prenup.
So did you have any problems dividing resources or money or anything, or just it was pretty clean?
No, it was very clean.
All
yeah.
good. That's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good times.
Good times.
Good
Yeah.
times. So you will soon be a divorcee.
Yes, or I don't know if I will be a divorcee because I'm going to have an annulment, so
it
it's going to
doesn't
just
count.
void the marriage.
Oh, it's as if you were never married, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
You'll be an annulé. An annulé.
Annulé.
Wait, but you never answered the question. So why do you think you don't take marriage seriously? Like, where did that come from? And like, what do you think marriage is for? Like, what do you think the purpose of marriage is?
I feel like growing up, I've just never really been around healthy relationships, so it's hard for me to really think about that right now, especially.
Would you say that after that experience, you take marriage more seriously now, or do you still have the same outlook on it?
Well, now I would definitely take marriage seriously, but also at the same time, I don't really think I would ever want to actually get married besides what I did. I don't think that really counts as a real marriage because it was a joke, even though it was legal. But my whole life, I never really planned on actually getting married. I just don't really see a point in involving the government in my relationship, even though I did it, I know. But
Based.
yeah.
Do you think that there's, I mean, outside of just like the legal status of being married, do you think that there is something deep and profound about making a public declaration to vow your life to someone else?
Not really. I just don't see the point.
Okay.
Do you think that like your joke marriage or whatever affected the way you think about marriages now, or you're just like flat out no?
Not at all, no.
Hold on just a sec.
donated $99.
Hey, good to see you back, man.
Is absolutely within her rights to prefer a man who is 0.01% of the population. Never mind when those guys use you as a spinner and toss you. Gents,
spinner.
make sure you give the same energy. Toss her if she's 0.01% fatter than your preference.
Your response to Mr. Zentience.
Wait, is he calling me fat?
No, I don't think he's calling you
Okay.
fat. But is that true? If you're 6'3", is it 0.01% or is it 1? I thought it was 1%.
I've seen a lot of people over 6'3".
Well, I think it's definitely less than 1% of people are 6'3" and above, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's 0.01% because I think like over 6 feet is 15%. So
6 feet's valid though.
Let me-
Anything
I
above
can-
6
I can
feet
I
is
feel
Google
like
it.
valid.
that makes sense, like for what I see walking around in the world.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
everyone's taller.
Well,
than me.
since we're, by the way, Zentians, very good to see you back in the chat, man. It's been a while since we've seen you, so welcome back. Why don't we actually go around the table on the height thing? Thank you for bringing that up, Zentians. So do any of you have a height preference when it comes to dating? And also, how tall are you? So how tall are you, and do you have a height preference? If so, what? Go ahead.
I'm 5'5". I want you to be at least as tall as I am.
So you date a guy who's 5'5"?
Like sometimes I have a hard time telling how tall people are. I just don't notice it that much. Unless you're way taller than me or way shorter than me, it's just not that apparent or obvious to me. It's not something that sticks out.
Would it bother you if you were wearing heels and your guy was an inch shorter than you?
I've been in that situation. No, but I guess if I had to pick, I would say tall for genetic reasons. I feel like tall people are valued more in society and have better agility and ability, so I would consider that for procreating.
So you would want a taller man to have kids with, as opposed to a shorter
If
man?
I had to pick between the two, I would feel like there's reasons that I would pick tall. Also, they can help you and it's kind of nice to look at, but good thing I don't have to pick, so.
Well, what does that mean?
You don't have to pick?
There's all I feel like there's different people, it's not that important to me. There's other factors personality and stuff.
Oh,
but if
okay.
I had two guys that I really liked who were equally as available and had the same things, and one was tall and one was not, I would pick the tall one.
You'd pick the tall guy. And kids are something you want to have?
Yeah, I want to have kids, but at the same time, I don't feel like I need to have kids. I would have kids if it's the right time and I'm in a good situation where I feel like I can nurture them properly, and it's also I can have a good life and do the things I want to do. But I wouldn't just have a kid because I feel like I need to for some reason and not be stable enough to support that.
Yeah, sure.
What about you?
I'm 5'2", and I'd like to date someone who's at least 5'5", I guess, because I wear a lot of platforms, but I don't think I really care too much, honestly.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree with her. I'm 5'2" as well. I think 5'5" is 5'5" is the shortest that I would consider dating.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm 4'11", and my boyfriend is 5'7", so he is a short king.
Oh, you're 4'11" too.
But yeah, but I'm also short, so it kind of works out.
Okay.
I've talked and dated guys that were as short as 5'2". I grew up with a mom who's taller than my dad. My dad's 5'1", and my mom's 5'3". So I guess I never really took height into that much consideration. I think for me personally, I just prefer someone to be a couple inches taller than me, and I don't think it's too hard to find that because I'm already so short. So yeah. But
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, you kind of already went.
Well,
but.
don't get me wrong though. 5'7" isn't short. I'm not calling you guys short kings. You're still you're the 6 foot equivalent to me, because I'm short. But sorry to offend any 5'7" or up, but anything under 5'7", I'm so sorry, guys.
Have they been coming for you in the chat? I haven't been paying attention.
They have. I'm sorry,
rip.
y'all.
Rip. What about you?
I'm 5'3". I honestly don't pay too much attention to height. My boyfriend is tall, which is great, but honestly, I look at other qualities. Obviously, personality and being able to have a connection is really important, but I look at other traits, are they going to be a good leader? Are they a provider? Do they have other masculine traits that I'm interested in? And I think that even outside of physical appearance, although physical appearance is important and having that physical attraction, I think having masculine qualities is more important.
M-Dog.
I'm 5'2". I honestly don't really care that much about height. Like you said, luckily, my boyfriend's like 5'11". He says 6 foot. But the shortest...
They all do.
Yeah,
they
like,
all do.
My ex-boyfriend was 5'6". I didn't have a problem with it at all. I think being taller is a plus, though. Like, I think being... Like, guys like shorter girls. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just tuning into what you just said there. So you said you guys were kind of joking about how like a lot of guys will exaggerate their height, lie about their height. Has that been your guys' experience? Maybe some of you have been on dating apps where, you know, a guy claims he's 6 feet, but actually he's like 5'10", or, you know, maybe he's a different height. Maybe he's 5'6" and he says he's 5'9", something like that. Have any of you experienced that on, for example, a dating app?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. I feel like guys do it all the time, to be honest. Even if it's just like an inch or like 2 inches more.
Sure.
Like,
and maybe a show of hands from the table. Do you guys think it's wrong for men to misrepresent or lie about their height on a
Yes.
dating app? Do you think it's
lying
wong?
is never okay.
It's like catfishing. You don't want a
Nick,
girl
can you
that
change the exposure?
catfishes.
Okay, but
I don't think it's wrong.
It depends to what extent. Because, like, I understand, like, I round up a little bit. If you want to round up, like, maybe, like, an inch, I'll give you that. But
Zentions donated $100.
We'll come back to that. Hey, thank you, man.
6.3 inches is 1% of the US male population. I was just being hyperbolic, but I wouldn't need to explain it as much, seeing as how majority of this panel's favorite color is clear, with a personality to match. Any men who claim these girls should reconsider.
Word.
There it is.
Word. With a favorite color is clear. Okay. Zentiences are. Don't take it personally. He's our resident roaster. I think he's been throwing back the whiskey. So, and he recently, my understanding is he was in Vegas. I was actually in Vegas with him, and he's got deep fucking pockets. Zentience. I'm talking like made a shit ton.
Oh, really?
Are you interested? Maybe I could get you guys connected. In any case, me and him were in Vegas, and like I said, deep pockets. He made up millions on Doge and GME, like the stock shit. Million, like 8 figures on Doge, and he lost $1 million. We were playing what's it called? Baccarat? Is that
Baccarat?
Huh?
Baccarat?
Huh?
I believe it's Baccarat.
Baccarat?
Baccarat, I believe.
No. It was what's
Baccarat?
Maccarat?
That's a World of Warcraft thing.
What's the one where the wheel?
Backgammon?
one?
Oh, roulette.
Roulette. Oh my god,
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
He like actually lost like an
He lost $1
actual
million.
He lost $1 million on
an
roulette.
actual $1 million.
Easy come, easy go.
Sentience?
That could have paid
Hold
my
on.
rent for like the next 5 years.
Zentience is a degenerate gambler. I was tempted to check him into a rehab facility. So he's a little salty. So if he takes it out on you guys tonight, I just want you to know, don't take it personally. He just lost a shit ton of money. Just saying. Okay.
Is he a gambler? Like he gambles?
He lost $1
often?
million.
Degenerate.
Yeah, no, but like in general,
Degenerate.
like is he consistent with gambling, or was that just like a one-time thing?
I mean, with gambling, you normally end up losing.
Well, I gotta
Not
ask.
always.
So when Brian said that Zentient was a millionaire, you perked up. So
Yeah.
is that the number one thing you're looking for in a man is money?
No, but I feel like people like assume that about me a lot, so I like to joke about it.
Okay, so you just kind of play into it.
Yeah.
But really, it's not as important.
No, it's not that. It's like not the most important thing.
What's the minimum amount of money a man has to make in order to date you?
We'll come back to the height thing after that.
If he's making, what if he's like a Giga Chad, he's 6'3", top 1%, but he's making, looks good, makes 50 grand a year.
I feel like for me, there's like a difference between like someone I would date and someone I would like settle down with or like get married to.
Okay.
You know, like if I was just dating someone, as long as they like can pay for their own stuff, they don't want me to pay for things, they have like money to do stuff, they're not always in a bad situation, and they have some sort of ambition and like drive in their life, then they could make like just a minimum amount of money to do those things. But
All right.
if I was like gonna build a life with someone, then I would need a pretty good amount of money to have the life that I would want. But I like to work too.
Yeah.
And I like to make money too. I'm not looking for somebody
Proverbs
to like completely
21:19
support.
donated $100. Better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
Well, just get a good wife.
Thank you, Proverbs 21:19.
Just get a great wife that doesn't nag you.
Yeah.
What if she
How do you
started
become a good
out?
wife? We
What
should
if
talk
she
about that.
started
Yeah.
out as a great wife, but then, you know, there was a steady decline into just a total grating personality. You know, so
Why do you think that happens?
Why did it happen? Did you not? Was it your failure as the man to not vet that woman properly enough?
No,
Because that's the point of the dating process.
Or
is
maybe
to
you're
vet
not
the woman.
providing for her emotionally, and
I think. Well, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
maybe you're not fulfilling all the duties that you should be as a husband, and so she feels a lack because of that.
No, I don't think so. I think in these
Wait,
situations.
are you single?
I think in these situations, the man is never to blame. In these, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'd say it's hard to attribute who's to blame in these situations, but it's often a complaint that you hear from men about their partner being. You often don't hear women complaining about men being nagging. You hear other complaints, but you don't often hear women complain about men nagging them.
Let me give you a situation. Let's say I'm going to make a business, a multi-million-dollar business, and I'm going to go into business with a business partner. It's you, okay? We're making a business. Multi-million-dollar deals are on the table, and we've only known each other for 3 or 4 months. We don't know each other that very well.
Yeah.
And after 2 or 3 years, I find out that you're a rat scumbag. You've been embezzling money. You've been screwing me over every step of the way. Most people would blame me for not vetting you well enough, and I think that's fair, right? I'd be at fault for not properly, because we got into business pretty on short notice.
I think both people would have accountability. I mean,
well,
you
obviously
shouldn't be
you transgressed, right? But
Right.
I didn't do my due diligence in vetting my business partner.
Sure.
That's how I look at a marriage also, right? I think when I'm looking at, this is my advice to most people, if you want to marry someone, you want to see how they are in the fall, winter, spring, summer. You want to see, do they get seasonal depression? Do they do things that make you uncomfortable? Are they annoying around the house? How are they dressed? There's 10 million different little micro variables you need to vet out, and this is the process of dating. And so part of it is like, well, what if your wife becomes a psycho 5 years into the marriage? Well, I think more often than not, you can vet for that. I think so, and I think people are not approaching dating from that mindset, and I think they probably should.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, certainly, I think each partner has a responsibility, like you said, to do their due diligence and screen for potential things that could be an issue down the road. My thinking is, though, however, is that I do think, and look, I don't think one party bears all the blame or all the responsibility or accountability. I do think, though, that there's a potential, once you've been put, for example, and I think this is typically when it comes to the women, once you've secured the bag, aka wedding, marriage, you know, it kind of does give an opportunity for potentially either partner to start feeling a little comfortable in that relation, and comfortable in a bad way, you know. So, for example, comfortable disrespecting your partner potentially. So.
That's why you need boundaries.
Word.
Well, I also feel like people just don't know how to date anymore. I think that they don't know how to date or like vet or whatever phrase you want to use for it. And I think that people use people, especially in our society right now. Like women oftentimes will use guys for attention or for money or for comfort or whatever it is. And men use women for their bodies and also for comfort. And we have this society that's so conditioned to using people instead of loving people. And if we dated with the mindset, I want to get to know this person, I see their dignity and their value, and I want to see if this person is a potential life partner for me and invest in them, I think that we would have different outcomes. But unfortunately, because of our selfish society, people are dating to use people instead of dating to love them and dating to commit to them long term.
Yeah, I do think my mindset on dating is that dating is a process with which you find a person to marry, right?
Yeah.
And so I think people are just sort of dating very flippantly. Maybe it's for physical pleasure or just for fun or what. It's just someone to do things with versus, okay, this is someone that I am testing out for marriage. And the second I determine that our personalities are incompatible, I think it's probably best to break it off and maybe move on to someone new, right?
Well, so much of relationships are transactional instead of actually sacrificial. And really, a healthy, strong relationship, both partners will be sacrificing and not giving 50-50, but giving 110% or 120% and showing up and sacrificing every day for that person. But unfortunately, we have people, again, using people, having transactional relationships and not upholding the dignity of the other person.
Well, let me ask, as a matter of, did you have something?
No.
Oh,
Go
okay. In terms of proportion, who do you think is more likely, just on a gender level, who do you think is more likely to be a user? Because you mentioned a lot of people are approaching relationships in the transactional way.
Men.
You think men are more likely to be using than women?
Okay, using women, or do you think, or using relationships? Which one are you? Because I think men use women all day long,
as opposed to women?
Yeah. I think there's a difference between using a guy in a relationship. Like, let's say you're like trying to get something out of him. So you're kind of, I don't know, agreeing to be in a relationship that you're not totally into the person or whatever because you think it's benefiting your life in some way. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about just generally who uses the other sex more?
Sure. Okay. Let's go into that. So you said the way that men typically will engage in transactional relationships with women or use women is they use women for their bodies, for sex or whatever. I, to some degree, reject that. But then you said, did you say that women will use men, for example, for financial reasons? They
Sometimes.
will. To
some women.
Okay. I would argue that there are more women who are engaging in transactional relationships of this nature than the reverse. And here's one reason why I think there's a very small proportion of men that are able to command that sort of attention from women. Whereas most, like when it comes to like the relationship dynamics, I would say most women, generally speak, like let's look at the average here. Of course, I think there's this component of a lot of women are all chasing after the top 10, top 20% of men. So those men have quite a bit of negotiating power in relationships. However, you take an average guy and an average woman, I'd say the average woman is running circles around the average guy. I think that's because women are much more socially attuned. By the time a woman is 21, she's had much more social experience. And I think just naturally speaking, women are more socially attuned than men. So women, I think, are much more capable of running circles around men than the reverse.
But most women are not getting into relationships because they think that they're going to get some sort of like lifestyle benefit or something like that. They're in a relationship because they actually value the connection. And I would say that's not always the case for men.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who do you think should pay on the first date?
Men.
Well, right, that's a bit transactional, don't you think?
No, because it's not about the transaction of just them paying. It's about that. First of all, I believe that men should pursue women. I think that men should take the leadership in relationships and even on the first date. I don't think that it's about, he should pay for my meal and I'm going to go on the date with this guy and get a free meal out of it, which a lot of people are saying as a joke or serious. I think that it's a sign that that guy is willing to invest in you, if not only in time, but also in his money when he pays for your first date.
Well, you just said invest his time and his money. So isn't that to some degree a transactional?
It's not that it's a transaction. It's a show that he's willing to sacrifice in the future for your family or to take care of you your.
Why shouldn't women be doing that?
Women do it, but in different ways. So for example, if a woman becomes a wife, she might sacrifice her career to take care of her family and to have a baby. And women sacrifice in a different way than men sacrifice.
Yeah, but it's not a given when you first meet somebody that you know for certain if this person is going to be the person you spend the rest of your life with. So, I mean...
It's part of the pursuit.
So you're saying like 2 years down the road, that's potentially when a woman brings her end of the deal? Like,
I think it's part of, I don't think it's about bringing her end of the deal. It's part of the pursuit. I think women are meant to be pursued. Unfortunately, in the world we live in today, women have taken on masculine traits because they feel like they've confused the idea of having equal rights as being the same as men. So we have it backwards, where now we have a lot of women who think they need to pursue, and also with this idea of like this like scarcity idea that all women are going for the top 10, 20% of men. It's like there's this notion in women's minds that there's like a scarcity of good men. Well, I would argue that there's maybe a scarcity of good women also. And that has to do with, first of all, women taking on masculine traits, like pursuing the other person. But it also has to do with us creating an environment that breeds weak men that don't want to take leadership.
Also, like, some men, I feel like to do that. Like, I feel like men like to express themselves through doing stuff for people and taking care of you, so that can feel good to some men as well.
I like it when a woman simps. Acts of service. Start simping.
I gotta say, one of the functions of like a high testosterone, giga chad, high value male is that you need to be willing to take risks. And one of these risks that you need to make a calculated risk, but one of those risks is, okay, I'm going to pay for the first date because this woman might 3 years from now, like, give me her womb and bear my children. And that's a sacrifice that she's making for me, but I need to be willing to take a calculated risk today because that might be what happens as a result. Is that not fair to say?
I know what you're saying.
Part of the pursuit, though, also is like showing the woman that you want to invest in her and take care of her. It's like, it's not just about like what might happen in the future. It's part of the game, so to speak, like the cat and mouse pursuit.
Yeah, it's like a balance of like masculine and feminine energies. It's not like so specific like a chart.
Yeah, I got to say, like, this is the only thing I disagreed with you on, is your hesitance to use the word transactional. I don't think it's a bad word. Like, I've got a stay-at-home wife. We have a very aggressively traditional relationship. We are both very...
Sorry, hold on. Donated $100.
Hey, thank you, man.
Dating is downstream from female hedonism since they perpetuate culture/access to sex. Weak men bend to those whims excreting adulation, while men, pursuing self-mastery, withdraw their attention. These women are not worth it. Buyer beware.
Who allowed women to become hedonistic purveyors of over-sexualized content? Who allowed women to do that? Men did.
Well, I mean, women have autonomy and agency, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this.
But the culture
I think the downfall of women is a direct result of the downfall of men. It's men becoming weak. It's men becoming lazy and lethargic and addicted and overweight and porn addicted. And I think men are down bad, and as a result, women have.
Hold on.
Their round meatball donated $100.
Hey, thank you, man.
You shouldn't sacrifice for a relationship. You should do things because the relationship you build brings value and joy to your life. Sacrifice implies you're doing something against yourself for someone else.
100% true. I think actually it is beautiful and noble as a husband to live sacrificially for your wife, and for your wife, inversely, to live sacrificially for you.
Yeah.
In the same way you're doing for your children. As a father, as a mother, your job is to live self-sacrificially for your children, for the betterment of your family, of your bloodline, of your wife, or if you're the wife for your husband. There's nothing wrong with being self-sacrificial as long as it's a beautiful, symbiotic, reciprocal type of sacrifice.
Okay.
If you're not inconveniencing yourself ever for your loved ones, then how can you expect to have a healthy relationship? You're not going to. It's not going to happen. You need to get over this. It's all about me. It's all about me.
Yeah.
If you're not willing to make a compromise for your wife or for your children or whatever, then it's not going to work for you.
I know you maybe wanted to comment on something in Zentience. We will come back and address your point. Go ahead.
I forgot what I was talking about. I think I already said it.
She's a stand-up comedian, folks.
But if it comes back to me, I'll let you know.
Let us know. Give us a little wink or something, and I'll try to weave you in.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, Zentience was saying that current dating is downstream from female hedonism since they perpetuate culture / access to sex. Now, you're taking the super trad stance on it, which is, well, men bear kind of ultimate responsibility because we as men ought to be and should be leaders, and we are failing in our duty to be leaders.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back through human history, at any time that you would consider traditional or based or whatever, the men have been the ones that are sort of foundationally building society. That seems to be the case, right? And so if men are traditionally the builders of society, if you have a traditional lens, if you're looking at relationships through that lens, if women are becoming OnlyFans models at age 18 or, whatever, we're kind of in a weird societal spot.
I don't think men are entirely off the hook.
Yeah.
I think the blame falls on both men and women.
Most certainly falls on both.
Well,
But-
I think
but
that
who
But I think right now we've got an epidemic of weak men. Very, very weak, addicted, overweight, lazy men.
Before I let you come in, does anyone on this side of the table want to weigh in? I'd like to try to pull you into the conversation.
Why can't women be the breadwinners? Like, why can't I be the provider for the household? And like, what if my husband wants to take care of the kids?
I feel
I
like
will
that-
so be a stay-at-home dad for you.
Right?
I got you.
I think that's becoming more common.
I'll take care of the kids.
Though.
What I'm saying is,
And
like,
I
why
feel like
can't-
men are now expecting women to be the breadwinners.
Yeah.
Men are more willing to rely on the girls for money now.
Zentians
Hold on just a
donated
sec, guys.
$99. Allowed to be hedonistic. They are strong, independent women now. Equal treatment, unless they have proved they are worthy of your traditional role through their actions. Women can't be objectified unless they objectify themselves. I agree about weak men.
I mean, I think it's
Women can be objectified without objectifying themselves. Absolutely.
I don't think there's been a time in human history where you've had more young men, this is a younger generation thing, more young men objectifying women, and this is a result of pornographic content, OnlyFans, Instagram, things like that. You've never had a time where there are more young men objectifying women and more young women commodifying men, viewing them as nothing more than a paycheck or money or some sort of resource.
Absolutely.
And so this relationship dynamic is super, super toxic to how people should and have always functioned. It's like, okay, we're going to date, I'm going to vet my spouse, we're going to get married, we're going to have kids. That's not happening. There's so many roadblocks in the way.
Yeah, it's also not just about providing for your family. I think that the traditional role of a man has more to do than just bringing home the bread or the money or whatever it is. There are other aspects in a husband that make him a provider and a leader and a protector. Like, for example, what would you say makes a good husband outside of just monetarily providing for the family?
I would say the path of a traditional man is that path towards becoming the best husband, father, protector, provider you possibly can. That's an all-encompassing.
With the idea that you would die for your family, that you would protect them, that absolutely
if
you
need
would
be,
come
so be it.
between anything that threatens your family and the.
Yeah, and then inversely, the path and the role of a traditional woman is that path towards being the best nurturer, caregiver, wife, and mother you possibly can be, and living sacrificially
Doc
to those ends.
Venabilly has donated $100. Caffeine gum gentlemen, I disagree with you. Women are the guardians of virtue and wisdom. They civilize men. Perhaps fathers have failed their daughters? I might buy that element of the situation.
Yo, Doc Van Atlas, thank you for the TTS, man. Much appreciated. There's a lot of chatter on this. I just want to keep tabs on everything. Fathers have failed. Perhaps fathers. I don't know if it's fathers. I mean, it's
think-
women who are divorcing the men. So I mean,
Some
There-
people are raised without fathers, even. So.
There are most certainly, I think probably if I could snap my fingers and fix one problem in our society, and that we have a lot of problems in our society, probably the biggest problem is the complete collapse or degradation of the traditional family unit. Right now you've got it's like 25% of kids don't have a dad in their house. That's kids right now. Kids that are being born right now, like if you're born today, there's like a 65% chance your parents aren't even married. That's if you're being born right now. The traditional family unit,
oh wow.
Sentience donated $100.
Thank you, man.
No, you bobblehead. Women must objectify themselves first before any man can. I would say take accountability, but I doubt you would understand, let alone spell the word. It's called morals. Try and learn some before you start objectifying yourself.
Just one thought on what Zentience just said when it comes to objectification. was it objectify? You know, there's been a lot of like talk from feminists, and you know, there's a criticism of men, how they have a tendency to objectify women, and there's this sexualization and objectification. However, we saw 2-3 years ago with the mass spread of OnlyFans, women kind of do that shit to themselves. Like, they objectify themselves. There's this talk of, oh, men, they view women as objects, but like, here, you can see my naked body for $4.99 a month.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
I think in terms of OnlyFans, those are women consenting to those pictures being released. And I don't have an OnlyFans, and I don't know many people who do. So, of course, my perspective is limited in that regard, but I do think that's a more consensual manner. I think it becomes a problem when it's like, and it can go both ways, you know, people, I guess, objectifying like men on TikTok and men objectifying women in the gym or something. Like, you know, it's just like a widespread problem, but I think it has more to do with like, I don't know where I'm going with that.
Okay, I mean, even going beyond OnlyFans, I mean, if you look at a girl who doesn't do any sort of adult content, but you can look at like a lot of women's Instagrams, for example, they're taking to some degree semi-provocative or fairly provocative photos, like, oh, like bending over, fucking camera looking straight up the hoo-ha in like a bikini, and like when I say objectification, it's like you are putting that out there on your own with your own agency.
I think that some women might think I'm being objectified anyway, so I might as well capitalize on it as well.
But is it objectification for a man to find a woman physically attractive?
Here's what I'll say. I think probably the most valuable virtue that a man can have is discipline. If we had men in this society disciplined, there would be no more porn. There would be no more OnlyFans. Who would be jerking off to it? No one would, right?
Like, is porn a bad thing?
Very bad. Absolutely bad.
Yes.
Terrible.
Shots fired.
Super bad.
They've done studies on the effect that porn has on both men and women, and if we're just talking about men, the studies have shown that it has all around negative effects on men, not only in their relationships, but also in their productivity and their energy levels, in their like desire to achieve more for their lives. The more that there's a direct correlation for how much men are consuming porn and how, I guess, like stagnant their life is, and because of the dopamine increase that they get when they watch porn, it makes it harder to get that dopamine in other places. So they'll feel less satisfied in their work. They'll feel less satisfied in their partner.
I've seen those studies, actually. I've looked into that. But I would think that it's like similar to other things in life that give you dopamine, like your phone or candy, that it's like needs to be regulated. And also I would imagine like some of that, the way they feel is because of like the guilt and shame surrounded around porn in our society.
This is what I think when we're talking about porn addiction. My concern with addiction or dopamine release.
I wasn't talking about like porn addiction. I was just talking about porn in general.
Well, actually they did a study, not even about adult content, but about men who had they followed a lot of like social media models or whatever, Instagram models. On social media, they said they did a study that they were less attracted to their partner in real life. The more there was like direct correlation for how many Instagram models they followed, how much they're scrolling, how much time they're spending on their phone looking at these women, and how attracted they felt to their partner or people they were meeting in real life.
That's so true. By the way, I'm not here like defending porn or anything. I'm kind of just like playing devil's advocate and like throwing into different perspectives and like trying to understand how people feel about it, because I'm just so closely related to that industry as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen a lot of things or know of a lot of things that we don't even know about.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
And I know you said you weren't talking about like porn addiction, just porn in general, but like you said, it's like a dopamine fix. Once a kid gets candy, they're going to want to eat more candy. Once someone watches porn, they're going to keep watching porn and eventually become addicted.
But then there's also people who have like healthy diets that eat candy occasionally. I think it depends on like the personality.
Well, okay. So when we're talking about substances that have the capacity to be very damaging to you, or we'll use the word addiction, and you could bring up candy or video games or porn or heroin or whatever, right? I think what's less important to talk about is the fact that something can be addictive or release dopamine in your brain and make you feel good, versus the capacity for that addiction to cause really, really substantial damage to you on the micro level and society on the macro level. Porn is very, very damaging to you as an individual and society on the macro. And there's like 20 different stats you could throw out to talk about this, gender dynamics and dating and marriage and divorce rates, and it all sort of ties together. Porn has been a very, very damaging experiment on the minds of young men. And the earlier you start watching porn as a young boy, some people are, I mean, kids these days, like 11 or 12, they're watching hardcore pornography.
Yeah.
Your sexual dopamine reward center is, in most cases, permanently just completely frazzled.
I'm definitely familiar with the way that it like makes people view sex and what they think is okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, like, do you think society could exist without that, or is it just like something that you feel like is like deemed to be created no matter what?
Well, I think there'll always be porn to some degree. This is what I'll tell young men, though, is that, you know, blaming promiscuous women for the downfall of society is not going to get you anywhere. What will fix society and fix young men and the men's mental health crisis is men adopting discipline and stopping consuming this content.
Well,
you need to
harms
stop.
women. Like, we can't talk about this and not say that it doesn't harm women. The industry harms women.
Another thing is like the way that the porn industry functions, like laws that are related to that also, like, I feel like affect people who are in it, what is put out there, what's allowed.
Okay, just going back to what you were saying, Matt. You're saying that it's a lack of male leadership which is ultimately to blame. Let me ask you a question, though.
I'd say a lack of male discipline.
Okay. Well,
it's men's inability to say no to things that make them feel good in the moment.
Such as casual sex?
Yeah, promiscuous sex. One of the biggest problems I have with the red pill community is this hand waving of male promiscuity. It's this admonishment of female promiscuity and then hand waving of male promiscuity. It's equally as bad. Let's be honest. It's terrible.
Well, I think the difference is that there are more promiscuous. Jesus, people need to fix their brakes. Fuck. Okay. It's a bus. Okay. The thing is, though, as far as like the hand waving of male promiscuity, I agree with you. Like, I don't think male promiscuity is a good thing. I'm someone who believes like in the value of relationships. The thing is, though, is that I think there are more promiscuous women than there are promiscuous men. An average woman and below average woman, if she was so inclined to be promiscuous, could do so very easily. I'm not so you could say the same thing about a below average man.
This is what I would say. I would include pornographic addiction in male promiscuity. Is that fair? Do you think that's true?
Well, I mean,
because those men are being fulfilled and satiated in just the same way, and as a result of that pornographic addiction, and they're watching porn every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, they're opting out of pursuing real life women and bettering themselves in the pursuit of pursuing real life women.
Sure.
They're totally comfortable with that dopamine drip of pornographic content. I would put that under the umbrella of male promiscuity.
Well, it's a little bit shifting the goalposts, but I kind of see where you're going. I mean,
the outcome is like effectively the same, though, right? Sort of the form is different, but the outcome is the same. Men are opting out of traditional relationships.
But okay, if we're talking about specifically the term promiscuity, that's strictly related to sexual encounters. If you want to make that into an umbrella term that includes male consuming pornography,
let's replace it with like profane or perverse sexual conduct or something.
I think the porn thing's a separate issue. If we're speaking strictly about promiscuity, you could actually you can very well make the argument that men consuming porn could very well be taking themselves out of the sexual marketplace because they're fulfilling their needs, their sexual needs through porn, although there are certainly men who watch porn and still engage in casual sex, or watch porn, or who are in relationships with women. So, but there's probably a good amount of men who consume porn, and that fulfills their need or stifles their need to pursue actual sex with women. So the point I'd like to make, though, is if we're going to say, okay, well, promiscuity in men is just as bad or worse as promiscuity in women. Well, let's look at the numbers. I would argue that there are far more women who are engaging in casual sex or promiscuity than there are men engaging in casual sex and promiscuity. There certainly are men who are promiscuous. However, there are more women who are capable of, it's very easy to be promiscuous as a woman.
No doubt, yeah.
It's much harder to be, if you're a real like attractive guy, or you've got charisma, or you've got some status, you've got some money.
Do you have statistics on this, or is this just something that you think?
It's self-evident.
Can I ask you a question?
It's hold on. Let me just address her point. And then
I want to say,
let me just address her thing. Go ahead.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Well, you said, do I have statistics on this?
Yeah.
Would you agree that any single girl here at the table, it's 8:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, if she was so inclined, could probably like go out to the street or go download the dating app and get sex tonight if they were so inclined. Well, I don't even need to ask you. I know any single girl here at this table, you could download the dating app, you could walk on the street, just go up to a guy, say, "Hey, do you want to have sex?" Might not be the first, might not be the second, but you will get a guy who will sleep with you. Whereas as a guy, unless you're like super top tier dude or super charismatic, good luck.
But women are not doing that.
But it's
so
the
you're saying
capability.
that women, okay, but there's a difference because once you said the
Can you
capability,
just turn your mic down just a tad?
Once you said capability, and the second time you said that women are more promiscuous. So
there are more women who engage in casual sex and promiscuity than there are men.
You don't have a statistic for that.
Well, I could pull it up. Eric, could you pull up that chart? You've pulled it up a bunch of times.
Well, I agree and disagree, because if men were the gatekeepers of sex, I think that their percentage of promiscuity would be a lot more than women would. Honestly. Like, ultimately, men and women are very different. They're like, they use each other for very different things. Like, men, it is their duty to provide and everything like that, be financially well, so that's what women seek. Women use men for their money. Like I said, women are the gatekeepers of sex, so that's what men seek. Like, that's what men want even more.
I think the bigger problem is that we have a society of
we'll come back to it.
Men and women who engage in casual sex, who devalue relationships, who devalue monogamous relationships, and think that somehow this lifestyle will make them happy or fulfill them, when statistically that's just not true either. It's statistically proven that women especially, but people who are in monogamous committed relationships are happier and actually men who are married are more successful as well. So women are happier, men are happier and more successful, and society is bettered because of it. And we, as women, I don't know how you feel, but we've been told this lie that somehow engaging in casual sex or allowing ourselves to be objectified, or whatever terminology we want to use, and I want to be sensitive about it, is somehow empowering. Do you guys feel empowered by those things? I mean, truthfully. And if you do, that's fine. I want to hear.
Through sex?
Yeah.
Personally, no. I've always been, I mean, this is weird for me to say, but on the more conservative side. So, I mean, no.
What do you think that you want out of relationships or a relationship?
Emotional security, just someone to share and grow with, a strong leader, obviously, someone to show me how to do things.
I feel like most women feel the same way. Is that not true?
I would say I have a feeling of empowerment related to that a little bit. Like, through my job, I feel like is related to sex, so I was able to support myself in a way to be able to educate myself better, take care of myself, have world experiences, and like build myself into a person that I don't think I would have been able to become without that.
Do you think that it has more to do with the fact that you had money to be able to create the lifestyle that you wanted?
A little bit, but also I've learned a lot about people, like interactions, all kinds of things. But I think money is a big part of it.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you said that you were into serious relationships.
I wouldn't say like casual sex is something that is so much related to me with that, because even though I work in a very sexual industry. I was a dancer for many years too. I don't know if I mentioned that. I was a stripper for a very long time. So even though I worked in that industry, there was a long time during that where I was celibate or I was dating someone else in another country, so I wasn't having like sex.
If you were given the option, would you want that sort of traditional relationship where the husband is financially providing and you're maybe a stay-at-home wife or mother?
I wouldn't like to say financially providing, but everything else, like I like a partnership. Like love is something that is very important to me. I like a monogamous relationship with someone. I understand a lot about relationships. I know what I'm willing to give and like ready to give to someone. I'm a very nurturing person,
but
so
you wouldn't
I would
want
like to
be,
share that with somebody.
You wouldn't want to be financially dependent on a man?
No.
Okay.
I would like to have someone who contributes with me, and if you have more success than that, that's great. But I would never want to be financially dependent on a man. I've always been like very financially dependent on myself, and I can't imagine not having that. Like, what if something happened, you know? Of course you don't want to think that, but yeah.
Would you expect to be able to continue doing sort of sexual content whilst also being married or becoming a mother?
It depends. Like if someone was requesting that I stop doing that and they were able to like provide for me to replace that, I would consider it. I feel like with me dating, it's very important to talk about with anyone that I'm gonna be with, and I really like to try and understand more like what that would be like for them, like that perspective of always being on the spotlight, a lot of perceived attention. So I feel like also with dating someone like that,
Alvinson donated $100. Happiness is an inappropriate metric for marriage statistics because it is an emotional state of mind. Happiness comes and goes. It fluctuates, so what's the point of using that for marriage stats? Common mistake by trad cons.
There's actually, I mean, this is a very curious thing. There's longitudinal happiness indexes that talk a lot about this. I'll try to keep this PC. Men that don't get married in their 40s and 50s, they are 300% more depressed than married men, and their rate of terminal depression is 200% increased. Men that are unmarried in their 40s to 50s. And for women, it's a little bit less. It's like 200% rate of increased depression, and then 150 or so rate of increased terminal depression. So if you want to talk about the ramifications of not being in a more traditional relationship, being unmarried, it actually doesn't manifest very well.
I wonder what the difference, though, is between men who have never been married, men who are single, and men who have been divorced.
Oh, they had very bad divorces, you mean?
I don't know if there's any stats on that, but I do want to bring it back to, we do have the stats. Eric, could you pull up the stats? This is a general social survey. The Washington Post reported on this most recently as of 2018. So young men driving the decline in sex, share of men and women between ages 18 and 30 reporting no sex in the past year. So 28% of men versus 18% of women. I think this graph would essentially prove that there are more women engaging in casual sex than there are men. There's also something from Pew Research. Eric, if you can look in the infographics tab, there's Pew Men More Single and Pew Men More Single 2. And this is more recent than that 2018 GSS survey that the Washington Post reported on. Eric, can you let me know when you have those pulled up? There should be two of them.
Was that last study single women? Is it single men and women, or is it both?
Which one? The
one you just pulled up, was it single? Is that accounting for people in relationships or just single men and women?
Well, it's the share of men and women between ages 18 and 30 reporting no sex in the past year.
Yeah, so some of them are in relationships. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm
not sure
like
how is that relevant to the statistic. I'm just trying to.
Because there's a difference between having casual sex and being in a monogamous relationship, which is the point that you were making.
Okay, hold on. Eric, can you pull up the initial graph so we can the initial one? Oh, did you X out of it? So it doesn't really differentiate, but I mean, I suppose some of these people are in sexless relationships, but it's talking about reporting no sex in the past year. So I'm trying to understand whether if they're in a relationship or not has any bearing on this specific infographic.
Because the point that you were making was that this is what you said, that women are more promiscuous than men. So you're showing whether or not they've had those encounters, but you're not saying whether or not they're in a relationship or single. And maybe your next statistic talks about single ones, but I'm just saying specifically for that one. So I'm just, the case that you were making was that women are more promiscuous than men, and I want to know the statistics specifically on how single women are more promiscuous.
I think
but the graph just showed that there are a greater proportion of women who have reported having sex than men.
Yeah, but promiscuity.
But that could be women in relationships.
Exactly.
But typically in a relationship, you've paired off 1-to-1. Therefore, if there's a larger proportion of women who are engaging, it's plausible that there are. Well, I think this is actually the case, that there's women who think they're in relationships with a guy when really that guy has multiple women. But that would suggest that, I mean, well, in any case, let's see the other infographic. You did pull up both of them, right? Okay, the share of single men in the US who are looking for dates or a relationship has declined since 2019. Okay, so that shows that, the share of percent of single US adults who say they are looking for a committed romantic relationship and or casual dates. So single men, single women, 61%, this is in 2019. I think the other one's actually more important, but so single men 50% versus single women 30%. I think it's the other one that's more relevant, the number 2. Okay, 3 in 10 Americans report being single, but this varies by age, and this next one's important, by gender. So 3 in 10 Americans report being single. Between the ages of 18 to 29, 63% of men are reporting being single. Oh, fuck.
Alvin
Okay.
Singh donated $100. Stay safe, even if those stats may be true. That does not help address the declining marriage rates. Men shouldn't be getting married just to prove a point that they won't get depression or be a criminal, especially when you consider the financial risks.
Yo, Alvin Sam, good to see you in the chat. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I will say there's a lot of misinformation about divorce rates in the U.S. A lot of people will repeat this trope that 50% of marriages in the U.S. end in divorce. It's actually around 45%. And then if you look even deeper at that, if you look at first-time so if a man and a woman who are both getting married for the first time, that national divorce rate average is actually 35%. Because if people are getting married, let's say you're on your second marriage, your divorce rate goes up from 35 on average up to 63. And then if it's your third marriage, your divorce rate goes up to around 70 or 71%. So this 44% national average stat is getting sort of inflated by people that are on their second or third divorce, or people that are, they're getting divorced super quickly and sort of flippantly. And then it's sort of different by various socioeconomic or racial demographics. If you look at like my wife and I are both white. We both got married for the first time. We're not on our second marriage or second divorce. Our national average divorce rate is 13%. So suddenly you start sort of looking at the nuance of these divorce rates, and it's like, well, it's actually maybe not as bad as you think it is. We all are thinking 50%. It's actually, for my demographic, it's 13%. It's not as bad as you've sort of been ingrained to think it is, because these numbers are, like I said, they're sort of stat padded by people that are serially getting divorced over and over and over again. I think there's a certain amount of anti-marriage and anti-family propaganda in the country, sort of trying to compel you guys from not getting married, but what's that? Are you the propagandist? You're the propagandist.
I'm the anti-marriage propaganda arm, propaganda minister. In any case, let's Alvin Sam, thank you very much for your 2 TTSs there. Really appreciate your support. Good to see you in the chat, man. Let's pull back up that stat I was kind of getting to. So the big one is gender here. 3 in 10 Americans report being single, and that's just taking everybody into account. But it varies by age and gender. If you look at ages 18 to 29, if you go to about the 4th grouping down, it says men ages 18 to 29 are reporting being 63% are reporting being single. In that same age cohort for women, just below it, ages 18 to 29, only 34% are reporting being single. So what's going on there? That's very shocking that in their exact same age cohort, you have women who are not single, but you have a large swath of men who are. So it could be explained by, for example, perhaps, women might be dating an older age demographic. Women, generally speaking, it skews, I think, on average, maybe 2-3 years older than them typically, at least for marriage. But it would suggest to me that you have a not minimal cohort of women who are dating a small pool of men.
I think you've seen a lot of data come out of Tinder or what's it called? Not OnlyFans. OkCupid, this dating site, where it sort of highlights this is to your point, this sort of sexually hypergamous situation where it's like the top, this is your Giga Chad, your 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 guys that are having free range in having sex with women from, men are not so picky sexually, right? A 10 out of 10 guy will sometimes be in the mood to have sex with a 5 out of 10 girl. Sure. Whatever, it's a bad day, whatever. And so, yeah, you're having the top Giga Chad type of guys that are sort of having free reign amongst all of the girls. And then that means that 70 or 80% of men are not having access to these women.
I think what's happening is you have some hyper sexual, hyper promiscuous men at the very top, and then you have some like medium tier, and that's a small percentage of men that are like hyper promiscuous, where they'll like, you'll have some women like that too. Then you'll have a higher proportion of women who are like, let's say, medium levels of promiscuity. And then you'll have like a huge swath of men that are basically incapable of engaging in hookup culture or promiscuity simply out of necessity. They can't engage in hookup culture or promiscuity because they just don't have the looks or the charisma or whatever it may be. And just the last thing I'd point out, if it was the case that there's equal levels of promiscuity between men and women, how would you then explain, for example, the incel phenomenon, which doesn't exist in women?
What's the incel phenomenon?
Are you familiar with incel?
Yes.
Oh, incel. So that stands for involuntarily celibate. So basically, men who sometimes they add like a period of time for it, but basically men who are involuntarily celibate despite their want and desire to have a sexual relationship with a girl. They're just either they're unattractive or they are severely lacking on some social front or whatever it may be. They cannot get sex.
I think what's more sad about this conversation is that we're living in an era where promiscuity, multiple partners, engaging in casual sex is somehow glorified over having a monogamous relationship. So I don't know about the women here. I feel like we've kind of been on this tangent for a little bit, but I'm genuinely curious, like, do each of you want to find a life partner, to find somebody that you can be vulnerable with, to give your love to mutually take care of each other?
Well, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do you think monogamy is like the right way, like the only way it should be? Like, do you not think non-monogamous relationships are okay?
No, I don't think non-monogamous relationships are okay, and here's why. I think that in order to be fully vulnerable and to give yourself fully into your relationship, let's put it that way, it has to be with one person. And when you're in a monogamous relationship, it opens room for full sacrifice, full love, full giving of the other person. And it allows us, especially as women, to be fully vulnerable with our man, knowing that he's going to take care of us and that we don't have to put up this, protection over our hearts and over, us as individuals and our spirits. So I think that, yes, relationships need to be monogamous. And again, if we look at the satisfaction and the fulfillment that people get out of relationships, statistically, partners feel happier and more fulfilled when they're in monogamous relationships. And I'm not saying that...
Is that a fact?
It's a fact, actually. It was done by the American Family Study, I believe.
But are we just going to gloss over our back and forth on the promiscuity thing?
You never proved that. So you brought up a statistic that did not talk about... You brought up the singleness, okay? But you said...
Well, Maddie, you're taking sides.
No, I will say, okay, so I do agree. Okay, I do agree that women are more promiscuous, but the stats that you brought up are 63% of men are single. That doesn't mean they're not promiscuous.
Right.
Can I say something real
quick? Because only
quick?
single men can be promiscuous.
I think that men would be as promiscuous as women if they could be, but they don't.
Yeah,
they don't have the
exactly.
options.
Okay,
That's what I said
regardless of
earlier.
whether we think it or not, based on the statistics that you showed, there's not sufficient evidence. So if you can bring me sufficient evidence that shows the statistics on single women and promiscuity, then we can have that conversation in more depth.
Also,
but the ones that you brought were not.
like, so
Hold on, but the sex frequency. Okay, here, pull up the sex frequency one. Hold on, we'll come back to you.
That doesn't account for women in relationships. It just says
I don't see- but-
world study on men and women. It doesn't say anything about single, multiple partners or anything like that. And you're using specifically the word promiscuous.
I mean, maybe I'm hold on, keep it up. Maybe I'm R-slurred here, but I'm failing to see how your argument about whether, you know, with
What
this
does promiscuous mean?
with this
I
specific
have a
graph.
perspective here. Okay, so let's just say you're right, and women are more promiscuous, and then what? Like, men are better? Like, what are we trying to argue here? Like, are men
Okay,
better or
I'll
are
answer your
women
question.
better? Like, I think that they're different, and all of these, everything we're talking about is so situational. Like, this isn't like such a black and white issue. Like, oh, are women worse or are men worse? Like, I feel like
that's not-
it's like pitting them against each other more instead of like talking about like ways that we can try and understand each other. And like, it's okay for some people to have faults in certain ways and others in other ways.
Thank
But
you
okay,
for
Like,
then
saying
we
that.
can still, we could like, instead of like
The
arguing
point is
who's worse,
that
like,
it's
like then
it
what?
degrades women to say that women are more promiscuous than men. So it's not
Yeah.
about who's better. But if you're going to make a
How is
statement
how's it
about
degrading
that-
women if it's
promiscuous,
just true?
what does promiscuous mean? What is promiscuity?
Promiscuity would essentially, if you, my view of it would be if you engage in casual sex.
Why does that
Yeah,
have
so-
to be degrading? though?
Promiscuity could
The
also
way
be,
that
hold on.
he's
You engage in casual
packaging
sex, you have
it
multiple
is-
partners, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
men are evolutionarily designed to be more promiscuous.
Men have a
I
higher
agree
sex
with
drive.
that.
Men have a higher sex drive. However, men are less able to act on said, like it's much harder for men to secure sex than it is for women to secure
Why?
sex.
Is it because women can choose
Why?
who they sleep with, or men just sleep with anyone?
But
No, it's
why
just-
is it
it's-
harder
standards?
Let me
or
okay,
what?
here.
for men? Why do you think it's harder for men?
Women sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can.
Why do you think that is?
Well, there's a biological basis. I think women are the sexual selectors, for example.
What's
But also women are more
what's-
selective, women are more picky.
Like they have standards?
It's because for 99
Yes,
point,
but
maybe some women are like that because they're worried about being seen as promiscuous or getting judged, so that leads them to be more picky.
for all of human history, prior to advent of birth control in the 1970s, if a woman is having promiscuous sex, there's a very high chance that she'll get pregnant and she'll be tied down to a man that she might not even love. Her body will go through enormous changes for 9 months. She'll have to take care of a baby. She'll have to grow a fetus inside of her. That's why, I mean, biologically, female promiscuity is generally not a great thing. That's why women have evolved, like, not to want to do that. They want to lock down one man. That's how a woman ought to behave, which is why generally if a woman is super promiscuous these
Well,
days,
I
it's
would
like
say
sort of
that
counter to her biological
promiscuity
nature.
in general is just not a great thing.
I agree with
But
you
men
totally.
and women work hand in
So
hand
yeah,
to create
like
promiscuity.
I think we
so.
can all agree, like
a
anyone
culture.
going out and being extremely promiscuous is not a good thing.
Shut it down. 2024, no promiscuity. Shut it down.
Like, you wanna
Get
know what
married,
is a
have
good thing?
kids,
You
get
know,
married,
getting
tie
to
the
know
knot,
each
say no to
other,
promiscuity 2024.
Loving each other, being honest with each other, you know, listening,
Hell yeah.
seeing
Yeah.
other people's perspectives. You know, that's a good thing.
Okay,
True.
but so I can answer your thing about like
It's
why
not
are,
a competition, y'all.
Okay,
it's
but
not
I
the
can-
men and women competition.
I can answer your thing as to why we're having this discussion, and it stemmed from this idea that, well, men ought to be leaders, and it's you know, men are to blame for the current state of affairs between the sexes. And I mean, my view
I didn't
is
say that.
okay. My view is that
It sounds like you just want to be blamed.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
What's it? What
I mean,
is
I can
it like?
explain it to you.
I'm the one I'm a radical man blamer. I blame men to the ultimate degree. I'm a man hater. I hate them.
But that's not
Men
good
are always
either, because
responsible.
we actually have a problem in our society where we were kind of talking about this before the show, like we've created this society that nonstop bags on men and trashes on masculinity when not saying that all men are perfect. They're certainly not, and men have failed society in many ways. But this narrative that masculinity and men are toxic, they're bringing everything bad to society, is just, first of all, just certainly not true. And it hurts men and also hurts women. This narrative hurts women.
Yeah, and like I feel like as a woman who experiences that, I want to try and be more understanding of what that's like for men, and not just be like women are the only people who experience that. Like we both experience that in different ways, and I feel like sometimes women's struggle with that gets highlighted more, just maybe because what we're going through in this time. But that doesn't mean that like it doesn't exist for men too.
Well, I'll say I look at a lot of this. Oh, here we go.
Joel Bell donated
Thank you, Joel.
$99. Lady, only 40% of men have reproduced historically, compared to 80% of women. This has been proven through DNA research. A quick Google search will show the studies. Most men won't reproduce. Women are by their very nature more promiscuous than men.
Like, okay.
You can't,
All right,
so
women
relate
are
those
more
things to each other. You guys
promiscuous, so I
are so
hope that
ridiculous. Maybe someone should do an actual study on this and then bring us the statistics, and we can come back and discuss it.
Okay,
Then what?
let's go back to capability though, because that's a big.
Hold on.
Hold on.
This is the exact opposite of female promiscuity. If 40% of men are breeding and 80% of women are, that means that it's one man and multiple women more often than not. That's actually male promiscuity. What are you talking about? That's the opposite of your point you're trying to make. That's one man, two women.
Oh God.
That's male promiscuity.
But here's the difference: is you could have one man who impregnates 20 women.
Yep.
So you could have like a top tier of men that are capable of sleeping with like 100 women, but you might have 100 women who are more promiscuous than the average man. I would say the average woman is more promiscuous than the average man, simply by virtue of the fact that they are more capable. That's the big thing. Capability is a very important component of this discussion. Women are more capable of being promiscuous.
Why is that a big thing, though? Like,
Doc Venabilis donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Appreciate it.
The studies are indeed confounded by access to sex. If the numbers are adjusted by number of partners per sexually active individual, or individual sexual activity rate, then the few sexually active men will win the contest.
Word?
I feel like everybody's promiscuous. Like,
nope.
No.
That's not true.
We're all just some freaks.
And
unfortunately,
really,
our society has created that narrative, though.
Right. I'm just like generalizing here, but like I'm just saying like everybody is different. Like I'm just still confused where this argument is going of like.
Well, we're having a conversation about it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we never got a chance to answer the question though. Like, what do women want? Do you like if we did a survey of the women here? Would you want to be in a committed relationship where you felt you could be vulnerable and taken care of and that you could fully trust the other person?
I feel like you could still do that in non-monogamous relationships. I actually feel like it's a lot easier to feel fulfilled and satisfied in non-monogamous relationships because you can go to
Haram!
You can go to multiple people for different needs. I mean, it's really hard when you expect like just one person to be your basically a whole entire support system.
Sure. Well, let's talk about that really quick, Ria. And I think in your pre-show information that you sent us, you said you wanted to talk about monogamy and cheating, and that you said modern dating is problematic, and most people should be non-monogamous.
I think that was a little bit extreme of me to say, but I think most people should start considering.
Own it.
Most people should start considering non-monogamy because.
So are you non-monogamous?
I'm confused. I'm considering it. I'm figuring it out currently.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. You said people should start considering non-monogamy because I didn't mean to cut you off there. Go ahead.
I feel like society puts pressure on us individuals to only be in monogamous relationships. Like a lot of people think monogamy is the right way to go. There's a lot of negative. There's stigma around non-monogamous relationships. And I feel like if society just started being more open-minded about non-monogamy, people would be able to start exploring that option and there'd be less cheating because...
Less cheating?
Less cheating. Yeah, because I feel like people don't want to be non-monogamous because they think it's wrong. Like you were saying that you feel like monogamy is the right way to go about relationships.
But do you think that non-monogamous relationships are more successful than monogamous ones? I feel like the happiest, most successful relationships come out of monogamous relationships.
That's true. That's proven, actually.
I think it depends on the person. Like if you want to be, I think the issue is a lot of people think that monogamy is the right way to go about relationships, but if people were to be more open-minded about non-monogamous relationships and were given like the opportunity or didn't feel bad about exploring it, then
my question would be, what do you think a relationship is and what do you want to get out of it? Because if it's just fulfilling desires, then and you're saying that you'll feel more satisfied or more fulfilled.
Just be single. It's not a relationship at that point.
Well, I mean, I have a different opinion about that too.
Oh, okay, good. Sorry.
But I will say though, I mean, we are more than our desires. We are more than like our want to explore. And I don't know about the women sitting here, but I know that when you're in a relationship with somebody that you love and that you're committed to, and you feel like you can trust them fully, you feel the happiest, you feel the most secure, and statistics have shown that. So my question is like,
why is it not possible to do that with more than one partner though?
I don't think she's saying it's not possible. I think she's just saying, like, statistically it's been shown from what we know so far that that's how people react and function in monogamous relationships. And there might even be statistics opposed to like polyamorous relationships. Is that what you're talking about? When you date, when you are like in a relationship with more than one person, but it's somehow just you two, or like you have rules within that.
So it goes back to my question of what do you want out of a relationship, and what do you view a relationship like? What do you think it should be?
I feel like a relationship to me is just two people coming together, sharing happiness and enhancing each other's lives.
Two people.
Sorry.
Wait, so let's...
Obviously, I'm conditioned into thinking that, monogamy is the default.
You should be. That's good conditioning. I love that conditioning.
I feel like I have some rewiring of my brain that I have to do because I honestly I don't know too many people who are in non-monogamous relationships.
Yeah.
But those who I do know are very happy.
I mean, this is what I'll tell you. Like, every single stat suggests that monogamous relationships, man, woman, here we go.
Wow, they like to cut you
I
off.
cannot talk.
$100.
Thank you, Mr.
What's
Meatball.
the longest relationship any of y'all have in your family backgrounds? And how do you view those relationships?
This is what every single stat shows, is that monogamous...
We'll come back to that one.
Monogamous relationships own. Like, kids do better in monogamous relationships. Spousal abuse is lower in monogamous relationships versus non-monogamous relationships. There's less spousal jealousy. Divorce rates are lower. You can say divorce rates are crazy high. Divorce rates are lower in monogamous man-woman relationships than non-monogamous relationships. They just seem to work better. Also, I can look just a basic equation. Okay, 50% of my country's population is men. 50% of my country's population is women. If I'm looking for a foundation with which to build my country, to build my society, I'm looking at one man, one woman, because otherwise you have an unequal balance, and maybe you've got one woman that has 10 men or one man that has 10 women, and that leads to some very curious, problematic sort of social problems.
Exactly, you said your society, but there are a lot of societies across the world that monogamy isn't the default, and they're doing well too.
Like which one?
That's actually not true.
Are you talking like Islamic countries?
I'm gonna have to.
That's actually not true.
Get back to us on that one.
Randomly, I actually looked into the statistic the other day for my work because I was just assessing abuse in cases of polygamous relationships. A lot, obviously, and I actually had the misunderstanding that this was very prevalent in Islamic societies, and although it's more common in those societies, it's actually less than like 1% of the world is in polygamous marriages or relationships, polyamorous, whatever the correct term is. But anyway, so it's like less than 1%. And actually, if you survey those women who are in those relationships, they don't feel happy.
Wait, question for you: was your previous relationship, was it non-monogamous?
I've only been in monogamous relationships.
Oh, so then I'm just curious, why the big push on non-monogamy?
Well, I just feel like there's a lot of negative stigma about non-monogamous relationships, and I just don't really see why. I mean, personally, I've only been monogamous, but if
Well, then
someone
why-
wants to be
just- okay,
non-monogamous,
yeah, yeah.
like I think it should be accepted. And also, I actually
bring
saw
back shame.
a no, but I saw a statistic. Actually, you guys can look it up.
Eric, can you
but
close the door?
I think only 17% of societies around the world are wholly monogamous, and I don't know. You guys can fact check that, but I think that's a statistic I saw.
Monogamy? I'm pretty sure is the norm.
When
in
you
most
say
places, though.
monogamy, are
Because
you
of
talking
Western
about
imperialism.
like
Wait,
people that are
say that
together
again.
when one's not
Nogamy?
cheating?
Did you say nogamy?
Monogamy.
Oh, okay. There's a
Sorry.
missing syllable or some shit.
Yeah, I have a funny way of talking.
It's all good.
Sometimes.
It's all good.
Can you
Monogamy
understand
is
me?
when, like-
Can you understand what I'm saying though?
What?
There's some moment. I'm kidding.
No relations outside the
Go ahead.
It's
Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I know I mumble. It's fine.
Don't. It's all good.
But
it's
when
all
you
good.
say monogamy, are you talking about like people who are not or presumed not cheating on each other, like,
It's
or like two people
two
that
people-
agree to be together, but
Not with
they're
anyone
actually
else.
not cheating?
Yeah.
Wait, are we?
Yeah, they're actually not cheating. Like
Yeah.
it's two people who are
Well, like,
very
how
committed
did they
to each
find
other
that out?
that
People
don't.
lie.
What?
Well, they
That's a non-monogamous relationship.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be non-monogamous or like cases of infidelity.
But how do they know if they say they're monogamous and they never get caught?
Okay, so you're comfortable throwing out the entire concept of monogamy
This girl's
because
actually
maybe,
really
I don't know how many people, some people might be cheating.
I'm just asking.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get clarification.
All right.
Okay.
I think.
Oh
I-
my.
yeah.
Yo,
Ben
Bender.
Defender
Good to see you, man.
donated
Thank you.
$99. Think about this. If the woman in the non-monogamous relationship gets pregnant by another person who is not her boyfriend/husband, the boyfriend or husband may have to pay for that child even though it is not his.
Well, that's not even really the point. The point is loving the child and having
I
the family
mean,
unit together.
Unless they take a DNA test or take the proper steps to find out if it's theirs or not.
I mean, well, he does kind of raise a somewhat related point as to why, and I'll just touch on this and we'll continue on with the non-monogamy thing, but why, let's say, female promiscuity is more looked down upon than male promiscuity. Let's say, for example, you're a man and you have 10 wives. You know, in each instance, and assuming everybody's loyal to, well, the 10 women are loyal to the husband, you know that if those 10 women have children, they're all the one guy's kid. However, if one woman has 10 husbands, you can't determine who the father is. Historically speaking, yes. Now we have paternity tests. We can establish who the father is. However, that doesn't undo hundreds of thousands of years of evolution and just culture and society where if, men have a built-in, we want to be able to guarantee paternity. That's a real fear that men have that women can never experience, a paternity uncertainty. So that's why female promiscuity from men have a stronger revulsion, like instinct to promiscuity.
The greater crisis here is that we've created a society that teaches us that we can have casual sex and that we don't need to be committed to one another. And when in reality, men and women were created for each other. Obviously, I'm Christian. I believe that God created each of us for each other, and that the union that God had in mind for men and women was each of them coming together as husband and wife. And as he's shared, it's not just good for the person, it's good for society, it's good for the child. Society benefits from
Alvinson
marriages.
donated $100. Stay safe. Just because divorce rates are lower does not equate to successful relationships. Divorce is lower because marriage is lower. It's also cheaper to not get a divorce. Divorce can be expensive. Stay coping.
Oh, okay. You're probably okay. So marriage rates have been going down for 50 years since the 1970s, as have divorce rates. So, yeah, if you look at the declining divorce rates and declining marriage rates, divorce rates are actually going down faster than the declining marriage rates. But no doubt, the fewer people that get married, the fewer people get divorced, because there's fewer people that even have the option to get divorced. I'm talking about the fact that if I can spout off all of the divorce stats again, everyone's been taught 50% divorce rate. It's actually like 45%. That number is stat padded by people who get divorced 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. If you're a person that's never been married, marrying another person that's ever been married, your national average divorce rate is around 35%. But it's different for various socio or racial economic groups. It's like I said, it's not as bad. You can still say it's too high. It is too high. So for my group, for my demographic, it's 13% of first-time married individuals getting divorced. I've got a white wife. I'm a white man. 13% is what it is. Still too high. I think everyone should, we need to, I would make a lot of changes about no-fault divorce, things like that. I want people to vet their partners more seriously before they get married in the first place, just to help prevent some of these problems from manifesting at all. But my point with the divorce stats and divorce rates is that it's not as bad as you've been conditioned to think it is. My point is I think there's a certain degree in our society of anti-marriage and anti-family propaganda compelling young men to just opt out of the marriage dating pool and of the child rearing pool. That's what I think.
Here, we'll
and
talk.
women suffer from that.
Okay, we're gonna talk about the marriage stuff a little later. We do need to get caught up on a couple chats here. So we have, and by the way, Mr. Meatball, we will get back to your question. Brandon Mells, hey, thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat again. Holy crap! Every time the girl with blue. Actually, can I have you read this one?
Yes. Holy crap! Every time the girl with the blue hair speaks, I feel like I'm having a stroke. Can I put this video to 1.5 speed? Also, hi Brian and hi Madison.
Hey, thank you. Good to see you in the chat, Brandon. Do you have a response to him? That was directed at you.
Yes, you could
Look
probably
closer to the mic.
You could probably screen record it and speed it up and watch it in your free time on 1.5 speed if you want to. And also, are you sure you're not actually just having a stroke?
Okay, Brandon Mells, there you have it directly from
I think you've had really
her.
great contributions to this conversation.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Okay, Doc Van Ablis. Matt, I'm going to try your gum. Also, I agree that the collapse of the family, especially the loss of paternal leadership, has led to decline in discipline of young men, as well as poor role modeling for young ladies.
Absolutely.
Thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said a moment ago, 1/4 of children right now in the U.S. don't have a dad in the house. If you look at all crime across all aspects of crime, this is assault, this is violent crime, this is robbery, petty crime, this is all sorts of sexual abuse crime. There's one common denominator amongst almost every single criminal. They come from a single parent household. It is very, very bad for kids to come from a broken family. So like I said, if I could snap my fingers and fix one problem in our society, it would be to fix the traditional household.
Why is it bad though? Just to come from a single parent. I come from a single parent home. And
so do
I
don't think
I do too.
3 independent daughters that are doing perfectly
I don't think
my mom was
I don't think what Matt is not saying you are destined to turn out bad if you did grow up in a single parent household. However, the likelihood, it's better to grow up in a 2-parent household.
If you're a fetus inside of a pregnant woman's stomach right now, you should be hoping I've got a mom and a dad, not just a mom and no dad.
I mean, as a fetus, do you even know what a mom and dad are?
Oh gosh. Okay. Here we go.
They'll find out.
What is a hypothetical?
Children do better in mom and dad households where they have not just the example and the love from the mom, but also the example and the love from the dad. And also, children not only benefit from receiving love from their mom and their dad, but also witnessing the love of their parents that they have to each other. It proves for more successful, more well-rounded children.
That doesn't mean that you can't come from a single parent household and still be like a thriving person and a contributing member to society and overcome like those statistics. But I think he's just saying statistically, like in general, that's what it shows.
It's harder. It's harder for you.
Coming from personal experience, I grew up in a 2-parent household, and my parents were together the whole entire time, and unfortunately my mom passed away when I was 11, and basically
shit. I didn't know that.
I feel like I told you that.
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay. And basically it was just like my dad I'm 18 now, so for 7-8 years, like it's been just my dad. And I will say, coming from personal experience, I did feel a lot safer when I had 2 parents, and like I felt more I don't know, I guess comfortable, like financially, like, and yeah, just things like that, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's much more challenging.
Yeah, you're not gonna turn.
Yeah, my parents. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say my parents got divorced when I was in the second grade. My brother's 4 years younger than me. He grew up with never having a dad in the house, and I didn't have a dad in the house from a very young age. It's much more challenging. I've done well. I'm the exception. I've thrived, but like it's a very hard situation to be in for kids. It's very, very bad. It's a very bad situation. We cannot tolerate hand waving broken households in this society. Our society is too down bad right now. Things are going too poorly to hand wave fucked up households.
Yeah, like,
we need good families.
It's important to have like a positive role model for people, like a male and female role model in their lives, and to like see that interaction, because that's how you learn to love and interact with people when you're older.
All right, we have Mr. Meatball here, pulling this one back up. What's the longest relationship?
Donated $100. What's the longest relationship any of y'all have in your family backgrounds? And how do you view those relationships?
Longest relationship any of y'all have in your family backgrounds. What does that first part mean?
Our relatives.
Like my parents were high school
sweethearts.
Like, I don't know.
And how do you view those relationships? Is this really related to dating?
Like, we didn't date.
Have any of you dated a family member? Let's talk
I think
about
it means
incest.
like, okay, like for example, my answer would be.
Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Meatball?
My parents
Incest?
are high school sweethearts. They've been together for a very long time, but I look up to, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, like, did
Like
you
the
view it as a
longest
positive
example.
Yeah, I
relationship?
think it was a very positive thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we'll go around the table. And Mr. Meatball, I'm trying to maybe redirect this a little bit. What's your current, your parents married? Are they separated? Were they ever married? And how do you, were you cool if they got divorced when you were young? Did it upset you? Go ahead.
Well, I would say the longest successful relationship in my family that I saw would probably be my grandparents.
Well, no, let's just talk about your parents.
My parents, my mom has never been married, but she was with, I call him my stepdad. They weren't legally married, but they had that type of relationship. She was with him for 13 years.
My mom and my dad got divorced when I was 3, and then my mom remarried when I was 9 or 10, I think, to my stepdad.
Okay.
My parents got married when I was a few months old, and they're still together 24 years later. Word.
My parents are also still together and have been married for quite a while.
So my parents have been together since high school, and they actually didn't get married till I was about 10 or 11, and then they ended up divorcing when I was 14. So after they divorced, I never really saw my dad, ever. Occasionally, maybe once every year now and then, but I lived with my mom, and it was mainly me and my mom.
Was it his, sorry, do you mind if I ask, was it his choice to leave and kind of be absent?
Yeah, he didn't really try to be involved.
Okay.
The only involvement was really
I didn't meet my real dad till I was 21. So, it's never too late. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah. Can hope.
Was that hard for you?
He was there for a while, but he never really got to know any of us. I love him. He's my dad. He supported us. He was there, but realistically, I never got close to him. He lived with us, and I really didn't even know him. I know nothing about his past, know nothing about his background. Just know he's my dad.
But you said that they were together until you were 11. They got married, and then at 14 he left. So didn't for 14 years from in your childhood he was present?
For about when I was little, it was on and off.
Touch and
Not
go.
until
Okay.
I was about 6 was he there every day.
Oh,
it wasn't
okay.
he was gone and then.
Okay.
He was physically present, but you didn't get to connect with him during that time.
From
Is
the
that what
time
you're saying?
6 to 14, yes.
What about you?
My parents divorced when I was 11 years old. It was super difficult. So I actually have 5 siblings. I have 4 sisters and 1 brother. It was hard on all of us. It's still hard today. My dad remarried. My mom has not remarried yet. And it was definitely tough. I didn't even know that they didn't have a good marriage until they divorced. And the older I get, the more I realize, I mean, obviously I think that my mom was an incredible mom, and she stepped up in so many ways, and I can't thank my mom enough for all the ways that she sacrificed for our family. But I do see the wound of how it would have been better for my dad to be in the picture the whole time that we were growing up.
Madison, what about you?
I kind of said mine already.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think this was directed at the women. I mean, if you want to...
I would say, I would look at my grandparents, my grandma and grandpa, they've been married 51 years, and it's, for me, that's like inspirational. That's crazy. That's a half a
Yeah.
half
By the way,
century.
I just want to thank you guys have really been super supportive tonight, and appreciate all your patronage via Streamlabs tonight. That's a bit of a change. Normally a lot of people are doing it through YouTube, but thank you guys for doing it through Streamlabs. As just a reminder, if you super chat through YouTube, they take 30%, but if you do it through Streamlabs, they just take 3%. So YouTube certainly doesn't need the money. You don't need to be putting 30% of your patronage that you intend to go towards us into the pockets of woke megacorp YouTube. So appreciate everybody who's been doing it through Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/whatever, if you want to get a TTS or a message in. We do have a couple here from YouTube. We have Alvin Sam. Stay safe. Your habit of blaming men descended into enabling bad behavior in women. Hedonism is entirely on the woman because she has a choice of either that or modesty traditionalism, especially when she has a fertility window. Your logic is unbearable.
It's unbearable. Listen, my point is... Shots fired. My point is, listen, young men, blaming women and pointing the finger at women is not going to do anything for society. It's not going to fix you. All you have to do is be introspective and look at your own behavior and improve your behavior. And I promise you, if you are a disciplined man, you'll find a woman to follow. I know you will. I know you will. But posting online complaining about the promiscuous behavior of women, however promiscuous they might be, and they are, is not going to solve the problem. You've got to become better. That's just the truth. That's just the reality.
Just one quick thing, and I think this maybe plays into your point that you made earlier about men have a responsibility in this. Men ought to be leaders, because if men were leaders, then that would ostensibly fix all the issues in society. However, isn't leadership a dance to some degree? To be more specific, in order to be a leader, there have to be people willing to follow you. Is that correct?
Yep.
Do you think that, and I think a lot of women want a guy who's like assertive and is a leader. You know, you'll often see like memes on dating apps about like, you know, a lot of girls say like, oh, I want a guy to pick where we go to eat. I want a guy who has like that sort of assertiveness, those leadership qualities of like being decisive.
Well, what do they say? Lead by example.
Well, women really like decisive men. However, I think there's a component of what a lot of women have been taught through feminism and stuff is women want leaders. Women are attracted to men who are assertive and dominant and leaders and masculine. However, there's like this other thing going on where it's like they want leaders, but they don't want to follow. Because
let me put it this way. I don't think that any highly successful traditional man is having a trouble finding a wife. If like, I'm gonna just say this. I can't blame women for not wanting to have a life of tradition, given how 90+% of men are in our society. There's not enough traditional men to go around. And so no doubt you've got a lot of women that are fed up with the whole tradition thing because men suck. Men are fat, they're lazy, they're playing video games all day, they're addicted, they're smoking weed, they're drinking alcohol, they're watching porn, they're subscribing to OnlyFans. Men are down bad. How can you blame women for not wanting to sign on board with one of these guys? Fix yourself. Like, that's all it comes down to.
Just don't stop subscribing to OnlyFans, though. Everything else, yes.
Man, stop unsubscribe from her. Unsubscribe from her right now. Do it. Unsub. No, I'm kidding.
I'm coming to your job. Grab the fucking mic out of your hand. Listen, everybody do what they want to do as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, okay? Everybody's trying to be a better person. Because I sure am.
Got to become a better person. All you can do is control yourself. Become a better person.
Right.
But I'll say it again.
I feel
there
like
is
we're
not
on the same page except for the OnlyFans thing. But other than that, I love what you're saying.
OnlyFans.com/whatever.
Do you know what percentage?
9000,
do you know what
OnlyFans.com
percentage of men subscribe to you that are married?
No, I would not like to know that. I'm statistic, like, it would trip me out.
Wait.
I mean,
Statistics would trip you out?
what percentage of men that subscribe to me that are married? But I told you I was a dancer for many years, so I've spent a lot of time in the club with like a real life experience of that.
Oh, you used to strip?
Yes.
Strip?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good times.
Got it.
Good times.
Yeah. Taught me a lot of things. So
Okay,
very
let me get
grateful
these
for
other
that.
super chats here. We have.
Send them.
You know what? Let's see here. Let me check something before I have. Okay, guys, we have. We have 3,500 people watching, but we only have 867 likes. As punishment, oh my God! As punishment, can I have you, Gia? Right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're Gia. Hold
Yeah.
on. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
My name is Grace.
Grace, sorry about that. Grace, can I have you read this, please?
Yeah. Okay. The woman in white is 100% correct. An increase in young men not having sex /
Does not equal.
sign. Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't caught up on the lingo. Does not equal women being more promiscuous. If you look at the same plot, you actually see the percent of women not having sex doesn't change, but the men's increases dramatically in the last few years.
Okay, well, no name. First off, thank you for the super chat. I mean, your last sentence there does nothing to disprove my point. Just because there's not an increase in that specific stat I showed you does nothing to refute my argument. So an increase in young men not having sex does not equal women being more promiscuous. When I say more promiscuous, I'm not necessarily saying that there's an increase in female promiscuity, although it's plausible there is. I would say there's been an increase in promiscuity in both genders since basically the proliferation of dating apps and social media. But I think it's made it a lot easier for those top tier men to just have way more access to just casual sex because, I mean, and we know this by the data released from the dating apps. Basically, you have women who are only swiping on the top 5, top 10% of men. The top 10% of men, top 5% of men on dating apps have all the choice. And so it's it's become much easier for them to enact on their capability to be promiscuous. And I think women will happily like, oh, here's an opportunity to sleep with a guy who's out of my league. Okay, I'll do it. But thank you for the super chat. We got a couple others, so we got to keep it moving. Ethan, hey, thank you for the 50. Invisible Sky Friend opinions shouldn't be the deciding factor in how marriage and society works. Men and women should respect each other more. Women are picky and guys will take what they can get relationship-wise. There needs to be a compromise. Hey, Ethan, thank you for the super chat. Invisible Sky Friend opinions. Okay. Well, I think, my understanding, Matt, you're a pretty secular. Is that correct?
I'm actually deeply religious. I am.
Are you?
Seriously, I'm deeply religious. I'm not a Christian, but I am.
Oh, okay. But I mean,
what's your religion?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not here to proselytize.
Okay.
Are you a Buddhist?
Will you tell me off
just
off
interesting.
the record just because I'm curious?
I'm part of a secret esoteric cult.
Oh
He
my
has a
He's
god.
a
sex cult.
Scientologist.
I am so interested now.
Wait, are you? Come on, are you actually religious?
I am.
I got some funky
but you're not
beliefs
Christian- you're
too,
not
so
Christian?
you
I'm not a
can tell
Christian.
me.
No.
Okay. Well,
I don't think you have to be Christian to like adhere to these ideologies and
No, I don't think
understand
you
them
do.
just based on their statistics.
Well, and I think most of the arguments, Matt, that you make when it comes to marriage are not rooted in. You don't make religious arguments.
No,
So-
in fact, this is one of my biggest criticisms of the religious right, like the based trad right, is that unless the people you're preaching to are already part of the choir, they're not going to listen to you, I think. And you haven't really been preaching at all from a religious
No,
point
I
at
brought
all
up the
tonight.
fact
No.
that I was Christian once.
Yeah, once. So I'm not even talking to you. But I see this a lot online where it's like, listen, you shouldn't behave this way because the Bible says so, or the Talmud says so, or the Quran says so. It's like, well, if I don't give a shit about the Quran or the Bible or the Talmud, why do I care what your point is? I think you've got to be able to push these ideas or push the trad philosophy, if that's what you want, from a rhetorically effective way.
Salk76 donated $100. Stay safe, Chagakad.
Giga Chad.
Chagakad.
Sorry, the British
Why did it say
robot voice
Giga
scuffed
Chad.
that for you, but Salk, hey, thank you for the TTS. You are Giga Chad, according
Chad.
to Salk76.
I'm either Giga Chad or a super simp. Depends on who you
Should we
ask.
pull up your Instagram right now? And
No,
Don't
don't do
do
that.
that.
no
Don't
more
do
luck.
that.
Okay.
So he's just protecting his religion.
I think that's fine. I mean, we've talked about enough statistics here that we understand the data proves that monogamous relationships better society, lead to more happy and fulfilled partners, lead to the success of children. But I also do think we have to ask ourselves, like, where does our value come from? Where does our like innate human dignity come from? And what is our reason for being here? What is our purpose? Why
Well, let's
were we
save that for
created
the
love?
let's save that for the philosophical podcast. Joel Bell, hey, thank you for the 50 negative. Only the top 40% of men are promiscuous. My math shows that that's the minority, not majority. The key word is most men are not promiscuous, whereas most women are. Understand what people say before calling debunked. You'll look smarter. Hey, Joe Bell, thank you for the super chat there. Much appreciated. We definitely went around on the promiscuity thing enough as it is, but I do want to bring it back to a couple points here, and we got away from this rather quick. I will touch really quick on the non-monogamy. You brought that up. So do you think in your next relationships you will explore non-monogamy?
I'm not sure yet, but if I do want to explore non-monogamy, I don't think it'd be fair for people to look down on me for it.
Okay, and so, and when you say non-monogamy, would it be like a polycule where it's like you're all like a three-way relationship, like you have two boyfriends,
I'm not sure what kind of non-monogamous relationship I'd be interested in pursuing. I
Okay.
definitely have a lot of research to do about that because I know there's so many different kinds of non-monogamous relationships. But yeah, currently I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
To be clear, I'm not looking down on you or anyone because of their relationship status or what they're doing with their lives. I just know that based off the statistics, this is what the studies have shown. And also, I believe that every person has dignity and deserves to be loved, cherished, respected, and have their dignity upheld.
And then Ria, just really quick, so when it comes to the non-monogamy thing, you in your pre-show messages to us said that you consider yourself a feminist / leftist. Do your views on that sort of stuff have any, have they motivated you when it comes to your views on non-monogamy?
Maybe. I mean, I want to talk about the history of monogamy. I mean, do we know where monogamy came from and why it's now the default to our society?
Well, I think, okay,
I think it's default for a reason.
I think there's...
But do we know how it became to be the default?
It's based on procreation,
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Because
Like
human
for human civilization to advance, they like.
Into the mic, please.
I would imagine it's based on procreation and what makes human civilization advance the best.
You wanted to come in, go ahead.
Yeah, I do know that humans as a species, we have very altricial young, so that means they require a lot of care, especially in their early stages, and I think that's where the idea, or I guess cultural means of monogamy has kind of surfaced from, is that need for not only just another partner, but a village to really help raise a child to survive into adulthood.
Also, I
Yeah,
think a
that's
lot of
what I
people
know
like want to
as-
be just together. It's like the feeling of love and like finding a special person that you can build a life with.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I think men have a pretty vested interest in monogamy insofar as the paternity certainty component. So back in the day, if a woman had multiple sexual partners, that's kind of why, that's another reason, in addition to just monogamy, why virginity was so valued. If a woman was promiscuous or had multiple sexual partners, there was no way in the past, pretty much up until 40 years ago, for people to determine who is the father of a child. And sometimes I think perhaps women don't realize how important that is, because as a woman, if you have a kid, you know for certain that that's your child. However, as a man, you know, absent the paternity test, or you know that she's a virgin and she's only been with you, there's a component of paternity uncertainty, which is pretty much, if you're, as a guy, if you're raising a child that you think is yours but is not, that's pretty much the biggest L that you can take.
I also think it's a way that in society people like use to control and oppress women as well as that.
Wait, what?
Like valuing
Monogamy?
virginity so much.
How does that oppress women?
Well, because sometimes they'll be told that they're worth less if they have that, or they'll be controlled and only have certain things that they can do because on the basis that they need to maintain their virginity.
Well, I mean, okay, so there's a religious component that I suppose started about 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
I think chastity was valued up until very recently for both men and women, for religious reasons, chiefly. Although that's kind of been eroded away by modernity, I guess you could say. But
I mean, I think if you want to look at like male-female sexual relations for 99.999% of human history, you need to get out of the mindset of like our modern dynamic. Right now, we've got birth control, we've got abortions, we've got so many things that you can use to sort of interfere with that natural system. But that's not how it was for most of human history. Like as a man, if you are going to be raising a child, you want to make sure with 100% certainty it is your child. You don't want a woman that is sleeping with multiple men, because then you don't know what's going on, right? And so this is one of the reasons why virginity is so valuable back in the day.
I understand that, and I think that that's true. I'm just saying I feel like that can be used like on the guise of that to like control women as well, like more so.
I think that, like Brian pointed out, I think that
a women being abused or not having say over themselves, because that is like the main thing that men are concerned about is her virginity, and that can go above her like condition and her right.
Well, Matt brought up
history.
Matt brought up a really good point about birth control, and so, you know, ignoring the paternity uncertainty thing, this was something that would fall more so upon women. You know, if you engaged in sex with somebody prior to there being birth control, like pretty good chance you might get pregnant and can't get abortions are fairly, well, I mean, there's history. In any case, without birth control and without abortion, you know, there wasn't, 300 years ago, if you have sex with somebody, like, not really a way out if you get pregnant, or there's not really a way to prevent a pregnancy. So I don't think it's about control. It's just the biological reality that if you get pregnant, like, that's kind of a big deal. And especially without modern healthcare too. I think, like, the healthcare, if you got pregnant as a woman, like, bro, there's a chance you fucking die.
I think that you can imagine in a world, like, let me ask you this, in a world where there's no birth control and you've got a very high risk of getting pregnant if you have sex with a man, are you going to be as promiscuous in that world as you are in this world? Probably not, because there's a very high chance that man you just had sort of casual, promiscuous, flippant sex with, you might get pregnant. You might be tied down for life with that man. You got to carry his child into the world and deal with that man for the rest of your life. And so it's from a female's point of view also, 100 years ago, 200, 300, 400, 1,000 years ago. As a woman, you probably don't want to be promiscuous either. It's not a man keeping you down. It's you don't want to be promiscuous, because if you have sex with that man, you might be tied down forever with that guy. You bring his child into this world. Your body gets pregnant. You go through crazy changes, right? It's in the woman's interest, back then at least. It's a different conversation now that we have birth control, I guess. But for most human history, it's in the woman's interest to not be promiscuous either. It's in the man's and the woman's.
Well, actually, it wasn't, according to research, it really wasn't until the 18th century, during the movement of Romanticism, that people started really getting into monogamy. Like, when the Romanticism movement started, that's when people started really giving into the idea of having their one true love and their one true soulmate. But prior to the 18th century and the 17th century,
people were just fucking like crazy.
I don't think that's true at all.
Monogamy, people weren't super into monogamy like we are now today.
It's different, because it was, what you're talking about is people talking about finding their true love or their soulmate. Whereas before, it wasn't so much based on initial feelings or romanticizing a relationship, and more about just that dying commitment that this is my spouse and I'm going to learn to love them and commit to love them for the rest of my life. And there was like a lot less, I don't know, fairy tale, glitter, rosy colored glasses around the idea of love and sacrifice.
I feel like
arranged marriages and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like prior to the Romanticism movement, people more so got married for logistics, because I feel like there was research that I saw that.
What's the purpose of marriage? What do you say?
I feel like just financial reasons.
To raise kids?
I feel like, yeah, to raise kids.
Okay.
It's easier to raise kids when you're married, I feel like.
So, I mean, you mentioned logistic reasons. But,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, to raise kids.
Yeah, but with the history of monogamy, prior to 1 AD, before Christianity started becoming, more of a thing, monogamy really wasn't that common.
Where?
According to history, like around the world, I feel like monogamy, based on the research that I've personally seen, and you guys can, of course, fact check it. Based on the research that I've seen, like monogamy wasn't really, this thing that was going around the world until the 1850s, when Western imperialism became a thing, and white people started going around the world saying, "Oh, monogamy is the way to go," because I don't understand.
This is just not true at all, though. If you look at pre-biblical India, they're pro-monogamy. If you read the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita, they're talking about monogamy. They're talking about the beauty and sanctity of a male-female relationship. If you look at
actually, the Quran describes it beautifully, and commentary on the Quran, it describes marriage as two souls becoming one essence, which is really beautiful.
I feel like the spread of disease is also a big driver for monogamy.
Yeah, that's a really good point you bring up there. If you're monogamous,
but people who are non-monogamous and practice non-monogamy, when they have sex with other people, they know to use protection, whereas I know of a lot of people who are in monogamous relationships who still end up getting STDs because when their partners cheat on them, they're not using protection.
Yeah, but you can also get cheated on in a non-monogamous relationship too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would take a lot of trust.
And then also, I mean, certainly the odds of getting an STD is, I would say, it's greater in non-monogamous relationships than monogamous relationships. But you mentioned protection. I mean, protection is not foolproof deterrent to getting an STD.
No, but it's a preventative measure.
It is a preventative measure, but like take, for example, herpes. You can, even if you're wearing a condom, like you can still get herpes. Like, because you could have an outbreak like on the base of the fucking. Am I gonna describe the anatomy here?
Too,
But I mean, let's also be honest too. Like, people really be out here fucking without condoms. Like, let's be honest. Come on.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Come on, look at the smile on their face. They be fucking.
I mean, it feels better.
She'd be fucking without a condom. Come on, bro.
I feel like the problem isn't about monogamy or non-monogamy, because I think everyone assumes a certain risk when they do engage in sexual activity. I think it's the problem with having a conversation and being open with your partners or partner about those different things.
Yeah. Well, I think also when it comes to raising a family, I don't know if that's an ideal family dynamic to have, like,
way?
Huh?
Like, do you want to elaborate?
Well, like if like there's one mom and like three fathers, I don't know, that might be a little. There's going to be like infighting, and then like if there's offspring, or maybe I shouldn't say offspring, if there's children.
I think there's also more to a marriage than just raising children and having children, although one of the fruits of marriage is childbearing and having children.
I mean, isn't that the primary reason of marriage?
It's twofold.
Besides solidifying a relationship, like you can be married and not have children.
Learn
You
from
you
each
can,
other, like
but-
growing with someone.
It's the love and commitment, actually. Like, if you look at the purpose of marriage, it's to love your spouse unconditionally, although that's, I mean, that people think nowadays that you can get married and that it's not forever. Although, I mean, in the design of marriage and in the design of humanity, who you commit your life to in marriage should be forever, and with the goal that you'll be married until death do you part. So the purpose of marriage is to love one another. sacrificially and wholly, and then as a result of that love, children are the fruit of it.
We have 2 super chats here we have to react to. We have Ryan, the Eating Warrior. Hey, man, good to see you in the chat again. Thank you for the $50 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Monogamy was enacted to stabilize societies and to help prevent the spread of diseases. Quick Google search. Hey, Ryan, the Eating Warrior, good to see you back in the chat, man. TJ King, good to see you back in the chat as well. Ladies, if social media disappeared, namely Instagram, overnight, do you think it would be a good or bad thing for the dating marketplace?
Good.
We'll start with you. Go ahead.
I feel like it would be a good thing. One reason I think it would be a good thing is because I remember that you were saying the more someone scrolls on Instagram and the more they look at it, it had some sort of negative effect on how they view other people in their dating life. And when people are dating, the more people they see, they tend to compare them. And if you're just like always going through that comparison, I feel like people are never happy. Even if you're not intending on like looking outside your relationship, I feel like that's where it can start a lot. A lot of stuff happens in the DM, so I think dating would be better. People can get to know each other. People can get to know each other more one-on-one. Like for me specifically, because I do have such like a prominent internet presence, I feel like it's difficult for me to get to know people who see me off of there, because I feel like it's different. So I personally have a hard time with people's perception of me just based on my Instagram and then me in real life. So
that's interesting.
But I mean, I guess it comes with the territory.
Can you come back to me on that one?
It would definitely be a good thing if social media disappeared. We would live more presently and more purposefully, I believe. Yeah.
I also don't really know where I stand on that. I think personally I prefer to not use social media as much. As for dating, I think social media has its pros and cons. I think it's just changing how people date, but I don't know if I'm in the place to say if it would be a good thing.
Cloud Forest Show donated $99. All humans have reproductive cells. Women have egg cells, men have sperm cells. All humans have processes of getting rid of old reproductive cells. In women, it's called menstruation. In men, it's called ejaculation. Ejaculation is male menstruation, yo.
Does that mean you only get to do it once a month? Is that what that for one week, once a month, you jerk off as much as you want. Outside of that, no.
I feel like that would ruin your like
And you get like
sense of sexual gratification. Isn't that like a fact? Like the more you
If you're beating off 5 times a day for 7 days straight, yeah, it's probably not good for you.
Yeah.
That's probably not good for you.
You probably get like some sort of, burn
Salt
on
said
the
what
skin.
happened to Andrea?
Who's Andrea?
The TTS came in, but it didn't read, so I just read it out loud. I don't know who Andrea is.
Who's
But
Andrea?
Nick, do you want to pull up the super chat again? Yeah. And then we'll keep going on that. Yeah, it was your answer next. Yeah.
Honestly, I think social media just kind of ruins everything. It just kind of gives you more accessibility to other people and like more temptation to other things. Like, I mean, you could be in a committed relationship, post photos with your significant other, have them in your bio, and people are still going to DM you trying to be like, hey, like, can I shoot my shot at you? Like, it's like they don't understand like boundaries of that. So yeah, I think definitely social media is very impactful.
Yeah, I think it would be a good thing. I think that a lot of good points were made around it. Yes, we would live more presently. We would be able to experience our partner more presently. And I think that we've like lost the beauty of meeting people organically and talking to people face to face. And of course, I already shared the statistic, but for the sake of conversation, there was a study that was done that men who follow a lot of girls on Instagram and are spending a lot of time on social media feel less attracted to their partner. So if we're looking at that statistic, and I'm sure it's the same for women who are scrolling and they're seeing everybody's perfect, air quotes, perfect relationship and comparing their relationship to that, or they think everyone's happy, that has a negative effect on their view of their own relationship. So yes, I think social media going away would have a net positive on relationships.
Yeah, basically you said it perfectly. I think the absence of social media in a relationship would create like very much more intimate, cherishable relationships.
We need to get rid of the internet, not just social media, the entire internet. We need to go back to the Industrial Revolution. We need to go back pre-agricultural revolution. We need to be nomadic tribes wandering the plains, hunting buffalo and bison and squirrels. Unironically.
Down.
I'm not even kidding. That's what we need to do.
I agree
Wow.
with
Abolish
that.
the
Just
internet.
picking
You
berries.
heard
We need to
it.
go back.
Yeah.
We're going back. We are so back. We need to rewind it.
I don't know
How are you
about
going to
that.
sell power gum though before the internet?
I'm gonna
Walk up to
I'm gonna
people.
become like a brick maker or something. I'll be a
gonna go
mason or
door to
something. I don't know what I'll be. I don't know.
There
I'll
was
be a
gum.
wood sculptor. Who knows?
There was gum before the internet. You could just
You
put it.
can figure
Yeah,
out how
True.
to make it.
We're gonna get
True.
you a Walmart deal.
Off the
Listen,
land.
listen. If taking society back, I don't know, a couple hundred years means I never play World of Warcraft ever again, do it.
There is
Whoa.
that. No
Do
more World of
it.
Warcraft.
Dang,
Okay.
you're really that committed.
I'll make the deal.
And then this one came up while I was gone. Salk76, I thank you, man, for the donation. What happened to Andrea? I mean, Andrea, we used to do videos 9, 8, 7 years ago. She's doing her own thing. There's really not much to say. Just we stopped working together, and yeah, not really a story there. Actually, I think I invited her to come be a guest on the podcast, but she didn't respond. I think she's kind of out of the content creation, social media space. Thank you, though, man. Okay, so I do want to come back to our esteemed guest, Ria. Ria, so you're a feminist. Do you have armpit hair? Are you rocking the armpit hair? Do you want to show?
What kind of question is that?
Do you want to show the armpit hair, or what's up?
I'm okay on that.
Oh, you're
but
okay.
I feel like I just shave it whenever I feel like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you own the armpit hair? Like, is it like,
Yeah,
it's
I
like an
like
own? Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
gotcha.
cool.
Okay.
You definitely don't.
Face.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just checking. I was like, okay, I'm good.
Wait, did Madison did a check? Armpit check?
I literally like don't grow armpit hair.
Haram.
Actually.
Okay, cool. Let's see. And then I had, these are just notes that you guys provided for me before the show. We have, let's see. Lexi, are you religious at all?
I'm spiritual,
Spiritual?
but not
Okay.
religious.
Gotcha. We have Gia. You said you're very conservative, but I used to be a little more wild before becoming a conservative Christian.
Yeah, I was.
A lot of people say, oh, okay, that's some other stuff. When you say you used to be a little more wild, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I was never somebody that slept around or anything like that. My mom was really strict, and in retrospect, I thank her for that because I think that kept me out of a lot of trouble. But I definitely used to go out a lot more than I do now. I mean, I dated a lot of different people, and I feel like I experienced what it was like to date people who didn't really respect me, didn't value me as an individual, didn't see my worth as a woman for who I am, not just, for the fact that I'm a woman. And so, yeah, so I have like that experience, and I mean, definitely had some fun moments, but I would say overall the life that I'm living now, seeking out relationships that are leading to marriage, which I have been since I was like 20, I would say has been more fulfilling and has made me overall a happier person.
Got it. Okay. So there was a wild past. Was there?
Little
A
wild.
little wild past. Okay.
Not too wild.
Okay. Got
Which
it.
I own, by the way, because I think that it doesn't benefit anybody to sit here and to, act perfect or to try to claim that I'm perfect. I think everybody makes mistakes, and we are all imperfect people. And so, but I can say in terms of my view of myself, how fulfilled I am in my life, the career that I've been able to find and to create, and the purpose that I have found, and overall just, again, happiness and fulfillment out of life is, 1,000 times more than anything I could have imagined before.
We have a super chat here from Ryan, the Eating Warrior, I believe directed to you. Stop the cat mismarriage.
It's no cap. I mean, honestly, actually, before I met the person that I'm in a relationship with now, I was single for, almost 4 years. So I dated a lot of, Christian men who were marriage minded. But honestly, I was in the idea that I don't want to just marry someone just to get married, which I think even secular women think about. They think about the ring and they think about the dress, and they don't think about what comes along with being married. I wanted to make sure that I found the right person who I could see not only being a good husband, but being a good father and being a good partner, somebody that was going to push me to be everything that I was created to be. And so I wasn't like in a rush to get married at all. And I found the right person and we're dating, but it looks like it's leading towards marriage. So.
Wait, so you said you were single for 4 years?
Yeah.
And okay, you're 26. You're in a 2-year relationship currently? Or
no,
you've been,
7 months.
That was your longest relationship. Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Like 2.5 years. Yeah.
So when you said that like 4-year single period, are you like you were celibate?
Celibate, single. Yep.
For 4 years?
For 4 years. Yeah.
Damn, son. Okay.
I was so happy. I am so happy. Yeah.
Wait, people in the chat were saying born again virgin. Is that?
That sounds like something from like ultra trad purity culture. I don't know what that means. I don't know. It sounds like something weird from the internet.
Are you waiting until marriage or what?
I don't want to answer that question. I think we all should wait until marriage. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. So, didn't you just answer the question?
Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, I think, but I don't want to shame anybody that hasn't.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
we're all waiting.
There's anything wrong with your position.
I think we should wait until marriage.
Did you wait till marriage?
I made mistakes in the past.
Okay, so you previously you'd had some indiscretions.
I prefer not to go into detail.
Okay, fair enough. But now at this point, you are waiting until marriage.
I think we should wait until marriage. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then we have TJ King here. To those who said yes, would you delete your Instagram? Who said yes, by the way? I was up there for a bit. Just show
everyone said yes.
Everybody said yes. Would you delete your Instagram?
I would delete mine.
If social media didn't exist, then I wouldn't even have an Instagram at all.
I would.
I'd delete mine. I'd delete mine every
Wait, what? Hold on. Repeat your statement. What?
Like, the question we said yes to is, do you think dating would be better if social media didn't exist? So if it didn't exist, we wouldn't have Instagram at all.
But no, he's not
would
asking
I just delete my Instagram like willy-nilly today?
Yeah, like would you just delete it?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So
I think it's saying like for a man though, like if like your significant other wanted you to delete your social media, would you?
Okay, we have Mr. Cappadocia here. Hey, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you. Boys as young as 12 who have been modestoed by women who got pregnant as a result. Oh, okay. Have been required to pay those women child support. They know how unfair society is to the fellas, and not a single woman on this panel cares. They prefer it. Well, this is out of left field. Okay, well, there is certainly, like, there have been court cases where a woman who was older was with a
I'm going to just
boy.
say that I don't prefer a situation like that. Well,
Wait,
I don't know
what?
what he's trying to say, but...
He's saying, well, basically
like,
what he's...
I'm just saying, don't say I prefer that. I don't prefer that.
Did he? I'm not sure if he... okay, well, in any case, there have been court cases where they will rule that the boy who was, let's say, statutory, he's on the hook for child support if the woman who took advantage of him got pregnant, which is like, it's kind of messed up, you know?
And this is a case where the boy is underage.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of cases like this where a young boy was, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. This is something that I'm gonna come off as a super simp here. I think that when a female adult does that to a young boy, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think it should societally be just as admonished and punished equally as heavy as when it's inverse, where it's an adult man preying on a young girl.
Absolutely.
100%.
I think the standard has to be the same, and it's not, and it's fucked up, but it should be.
100% agree. 100% agree. Okay, we have the real Mr. Meatball here. Oh, whoops! Sorry, I think I triggered the wrong one. Oh. Salk says, "Why do you think sex is fine after marriage?" I think he has to be trolling. Why do you think sex is fine after marriage?
I think it's more a religious thing.
Even if you get married, I just never have.
Saving myself for
Holy
divorce.
fuck, dude! What
Oh my
was
God,
that?
is that
Did
a
you see
bird?
That
bug?
was a really
Or is
big
it a
bug.
bug?
Was that a bug or a
Yeah, that was
Mosquito.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
there's no way that was a mosquito.
That was
Right
that
there.
big.
No,
Wait.
look at it.
Oh, it's big. It's on the outside. Okay.
Did you guys see it?
It just wants to
Huge.
come so bad.
Is that a cicada? Is that a cicada?
Are there cicadas here?
That big.
It's
What the
Mothman.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
check.
I
Hey,
literally see
Nick,
it.
Nick, can you turn off the hallway lights?
I thought it was a bird.
Hallway lights. Hallway lights.
I saw something fly.
Holy shit. That was like a. What are those giant bugs that invade like some more? No. Turn it off. Turn it off. Hello, Nick. Oh, okay. What are those? Okay, whatever. Who cares about the bug? Okay. So Salk was joking, saying, "Why do you think sex is fine after marriage?" Yeah, I guess even if you do get married, just never have sex ever. Just die a virgin. I guess that's Salk's position. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We have the real Mr. Meatball here. Hey, thank you, man. What's the most attractive job a person can have? That's a good question. We should also say what's the most unattractive job too. Let's start with you. Go ahead. What's the most attractive job a person can have and most unattractive?
An attractive job to me is like someone who follows their passion. Like I like people who like create stuff. Like whatever their art may be. Like I like people who make music or like film or some sort of like creative expression. A creative, I guess, if you want one word for it, that would be my pick.
Most unattractive job?
Most unattractive job.
Can you scoot the mic
I
closer
can
to
just.
you?
I can
Can
just.
somebody brush that bug off the table?
Yes, I can think of so many. I would say like an internet troll, but they don't get paid.
I think some of them do.
Maybe, yeah.
They do it for free.
Yeah. I would say like a job that harm. Ooh, like an IRS agent, maybe.
OnlyFans girl, by the way.
Excuse me? You're answering now?
Do you pay your taxes?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yes.
How do you pay them?
With
Exactly.
I file them with my accountant, and then I sometimes send a wire transfer.
Oh, okay.
How do you pay your taxes?
I never pay them.
You should probably say that off the record.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
don't know,
I'm
some
totally
people are
serious.
like that. Some people don't.
No, I don't.
Why
I don't
do
pay,
I look like
pay
I
my
don't
taxes.
pay my taxes?
Well, I remember there was that big movement. What was this, like probably 4 or 5 years ago? It was called the...
Abolish the IRS.
No, it was called the Thought Audit. And it was a bunch of trolls online going around reporting sex workers, trying to get them to go to jail for not paying their taxes. Like a
Yeah.
bunch of 4chan
Well,
people.
when you, especially when I was a dancer, like it's very difficult to file your taxes because it's like so all over the place.
All
so
the
it is.
single bills. You know, the single bills from the...
Yeah, that's why it's
There's a
so
lot of
hard.
loose bills when
Yeah.
you're
True.
when you're stripping.
Yes.
Well, you just don't claim those. You just don't pay taxes on those. That's
Yeah, it's
cash.
Cash.
Yeah.
Well, you guys got it all figured out. If you ever take home a bunch of single dollar bills, you already know what you're gonna do. So I love it.
Most attractive job a person can have.
I think for me, the most attractive job would have to do with education, maybe like a teacher, a professor. I'm a big fan of knowledge. And for unattractive, I'm not really sure. I don't think I can think of one right now.
Okay. What about you?
The most attractive job to me is something that serves other people. So like doctors or like therapists. Yeah, something like sacrificing. And then on the opposite end, unattractive would be something that takes from others and just serves yourself. Like those Indian guys, those Indian like scam guys who like get your grandma to like
The scammer.
give their credit card. Yeah.
That's a
Talking
good
about
one.
trolls
That's
and
good.
scammers.
Yeah.
I think the most attractive job someone can have is one that is like provides them stability, not just because I know like for some jobs scheduling can be all over the place, so I'm not talking like that type of stability, but it's something that can support someone's life and I guess just allow them to live a comfortable life. And then unattractive job is, I'd have to say the same, something where you're taking from others, hurting others, or stuff like that.
I just think something that gives you happiness. Like a lot of people like follow their dreams, like some type of job that gives you a sense, like something you enjoy. Like you don't want to spend 40 hours a week doing something you hate, sitting behind a computer and just crying. You know, something that brings you joy and you can enjoy and actually prosper with. But like unattractive, I'd say maybe people that just don't work, sit on their butt, scam them, anything.
Unemployed.
Unemployed.
There you have it.
Just sit on their couch, mooch off people.
Most unattractive job is no job.
Real. That's real.
I think the most attractive thing that someone can do, I agree with Grace, it's when you're passionate about something, but I also think if you can figure out how to create a career or work in line with your passion for the betterment of society and humanity. So I think that any profession or job in that category is very attractive. It's encouraging and attractive to see people sacrificing their comfort for the betterment of other people or to defend the dignity of other people, whether that's in the United States or abroad. And I have to agree that the most unattractive job is no job. As long as you're doing something, please do something. Every person, not just men.
I like a CEO, a manager, any man that can just walk around in like a spiffy suit.
You like a man in charge.
Yeah, I like man in charge. You know, he worked for her spot up there, so you know he's hardworking.
Yeah.
And most unattractive, probably like a sex worker. No offense, but yeah, something like that.
Are there a lot? There's not a lot of men who do sex work though.
Like porn? There is a lot of men who do porn.
Well, not as many as women.
Yeah, but I didn't argue that.
Fair enough. What about you,
they're
Matt?
typically less successful.
Yeah.
I think probably the most respected job or the most desirable job for a woman, in my opinion, is probably stay-at-home mother. She's raising kids. She's pumping kids out, raising kids. And then least respected or least desired for me is like a sex worker or a drug dealer, something like that.
Oh yeah, drug dealers.
Oh,
I forgot about that
That's
one.
pretty.
Kind of turns.
I mean, if you like it and it brings you joy.
Drug dealing? Drug dealing?
I've got my preferences. Like, I
Personally,
don't
I
know.
I'm not a
think
drug dealer.
so many
Huh?
people die at the hands of drug dealers,
Oh,
and
yeah.
we need to hold
And
drug
go to
dealers
jail.
accountable.
Is there something you want to tell us?
I'm not a drug dealer. I've never sold drugs. I can assure
Bender
you
the
of that.
Offender donated $99. Would any of you date a blue-collar worker?
We'll do a show of hands on this one. Show of hands, would you date a blue-collar worker?
Yes, they
Like
put
right
in
now,
hard
yes.
work.
In the future, no.
No?
Hours
Well, I'm
and
not
hours
going
of
to,
hard
so
labor.
my boyfriend's
what
gonna
I
be well off.
appreciate you.
In
Yeah.
theory.
Matt, what's a blue-collar worker?
Someone that is not working behind a computer, someone that is working with their hands. They're a tradesman, they're a plumber, they're an electrician, they're getting dirty, they're getting physical. They're not cooked up behind in an office or something. Yep. By the way, we
Bender
need more
the
of those
offender.
people. More young men
Yes.
should get into the trades. The
Yeah.
based blue-collar workers are actually what holds society together, and there's like this lack of societal respect or value for the blue-collar tradies. We need more of them.
Totally.
They're the
The
foundation.
based tradies.
They are the foundation.
And oftentimes they're going to pay more for you than your bullshit liberal arts college degree, and you're not going to have student loan debt coming out anyway.
Yeah, don't be
so-
a podcast host.
Don't.
Go
Seriously,
go
don't.
do something
Least
valuable. Yo, Bender
Least
the
attractive.
offender. Thank you, man, for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Did you answer? Oh, I think you answered the
Yeah.
previous question. I'll just go to most attractive. Well, I'll start with most unattractive job: sex worker. No offense to anybody here. And most attractive. I like women in STEM. So, like if they're like something in STEM is good. I like smart women. So,
Mhm.
STEM's pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Any specific type of STEM?
I know some sex workers that are also in STEM.
One does not
Cancel.
undo the other, unfortunately.
It's okay.
cancel
I'm not sure that they would be interested in you.
Hey, I'm not.
Burn.
That
Burn.
if sex workers don't want
I'm
to
just
date
saying
me,
they
not.
exist.
I'm not
Sex
hurting too
and
bad.
a woman in STEM.
Sex and what?
I know some sex workers who do sex work and are women in STEM.
Woe is me. How will I ever recover from all the sex workers that don't want to date me? I will.
Brian
My-
also
my
doesn't
confidence has been
like
crushed.
flight attendants.
Oh, I've got a fucking laundry list of like red flag professions. So hairstylist, anyone who's an equestrian. No offense, Priya, who was on the show. It's
What,
just
the
bro.
Warcraft stuff?
You're like women who are like really into horses, like horse girls. The
Red.
priority as far as where you're gonna fall on her priority list. I said this last show. It's the horse or the horses, father's money, and then you.
Did you have a bad experience with an equestrian?
No, actually, I've somehow they've always been a little. Priya was very, very nice. This isn't directed to Priya. She was on our show last week. She has some horses, I guess. I've not had like any long-term relationships with any horse girls. I might have been on a date with a horse girl, maybe once or twice. I don't know. Just seem a little like it's hard to articulate, but I don't know. There's something a little off, you know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? You date women, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen a horse girl? You know, it's a little something, a little stuffy, you know?
They kind of scare me.
get
I'm not
it.
It's
gonna
horse
lie.
girls. It's Harry Potter girls. Disney girls.
yes.
Gotta be
I
careful
mean,
with
we all have
the
little
princess complex.
obsessions and things that we like.
Okay, hairstylist. Yikes.
What don't you like about them? Because I've never thought about that one before.
It's just like a known thing. Like hairstylists are, they're kind of crazy.
They're crazy. Okay.
A little crazy, you know?
All right.
They listen to other people complain all day. That's kind
What type of guy do you think a young woman shouldn't date? Like, what are the male red flags?
In terms of profession?
Yeah, because I would say openly content creator. You should not date a streamer or a YouTuber or something like that. Women avoid those
Women
people.
should avoid those, or men should avoid those?
Women should avoid content creators.
Should men avoid female content creators?
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah,
Probably.
Buck on the window donated $100. Brian, why are girls who work in HR a red flag?
I mean, HR is like the woke department for most like corporations, and they need to like, they're the ones that are going to be pushing like all the DIE stuff, and like they're the ones that are going to be, I'm trying to think of an example, like they're the ones that are typically policing what you can and can't do, and that's going to like seep into a relationship. So they tend to be like extremely uptight, very, very like rule driven. I don't know, people in HR. I mean, there's a fucking meme about it in The Office, but like they're like the most intolerable fucking people you can imagine. HR people police the megacorp. They police the corporate environment. So, you know, it's just no bueno.
Yeah, these are sort of the professional Karens, the absolute sticklers,
Yeah, it's
the sticklers.
Yeah, HR. I mean, the HR. It's like they're typically gonna be super woke, not always, but. And I'm not like overtly. I'm not super political. I consider myself kind of moderate, but like you're probably gonna lean pretty woke if you're in HR. And then flight attendants, travel nurses are pretty bad, but yeah. Hey, a lot of people don't like podcast hosts, so there's
The
that.
reason I say that, I think most people in the content creation business, I think necessarily have to be kind of self-centered and narcissistic. And
No.
Yeah.
Don't say
and
that.
so I think that generally those people are probably not making the best spouses. That's probably the truth.
So, but you're a content creator, so are you snitching on yourself?
Ethan donated
Thank you, Ethan.
$99. Primarine, now a federal security guard, working on getting into cyber security or majoring in criminology and minoring in psychology. Down to do border patrol. VA benefits, Virginia home loan, and 8 free years of college.
Yay.
Thank you very much.
That's amazing. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I think he wants to know given what he's just written, would the ladies at this table date Ethan?
I mean, I like a man in the service. Ethan, that's a nice name.
I don't see a reason why not to.
I think we would all want to date you all at once.
All right, their DMs are in the description. You can, okay, I think, are we caught up? No, we have, did we do this one? Ryan the Eating Warrior, so weird how after girls go through their wild phase, they cozy up to God and the idea of marriage.
Haram!
Anybody? I think this might be directed at you.
No, it is directed at me. I'd love to respond. I feel like I've been talking a lot. Yeah, I think that what you realize whenever you buy into the lie that these things will make you happy, like dating a lot, drinking a lot, partying a lot, shopping a lot, all of these, things that are coming from the outside, when you buy into the lie that those things will make you happy, you quickly realize that the more you try to do them, the emptier that you feel. And thankfully, I realized that pretty quickly. By the time I was 20, I already realized that I was not having fun, that I didn't feel fulfilled. And honestly, I looked in the mirror one day and I was like, I don't think I like myself. I know I don't like myself, and I know that there must be more for my life. So I said a prayer. I said, God, I know that you say that anyone who is in you is a new creation, and I want that new creation life. And I gave my life over to the Lord, and I can promise you with every fiber in my being that I never imagined how happy, how fulfilled, and just the purpose that I have out of life once I made that decision. And honestly, my relationships are better. I feel like I'm a better person overall. I make better decisions, and all my decisions stem from my belief in God and my morals that are based in biblical principles.
I can piggyback on that for a minute. I think if you look back at human history, there has never been an easier time to just become, I guess I'll use the phrase, degenerate loser. Like, there are so many addicting poisons that are alluring. They're tempting you to taste them in our society. And this is drugs, alcohol, marijuana, video game addiction, pornographic stuff, who knows. There are so many things that are tempting you. This is food. Obesity is a big one for a lot of people. There are so many things that are just placed in front of you. They're so easy to access, and they're beautiful. They're tantalizing. And because those things are so prevalent and poisonous and addictive and tantalizing, it's sort of hard to blame people for taking that bait. And it's all bait. It's been intentionally placed in front of you. It's hard to blame people for taking that bait, as long as they, at some point in the future, have a moment of introspection and realize, wow, what I'm doing here is wrong. I need to stop engaging with these things. And then they have a thought process. They say, okay, I need to stop doing this. This is bad for me. It's bad for my loved ones, whatever it is. Maybe it's even bad for society. I need to become better than this and start saying no to these hedonistic decadences or impulses. I need to say no to these things and become a better person. So this is my take, and this even translates into the body count thing to a certain degree. As long as someone at some point has a moment of introspection and says, I need to stop being this way, then it's like, okay, we can have a conversation about this, right? I really do believe in that Reformation process. And I'm not even Christian, but I think you can get there just looking at kind of how perverse our society is. Mm-hmm. How many terrible things there are.
Word. Okay, let's, we need to shout out everyone on Twitch. Nick, can you pull up the Twitch tab, please? Make sure it's in F11. And then we have a couple more questions here. We have to get through a couple things. Guys, please go over to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Twitch.tv/whatever mods if you can spam in the chat a bunch of times. Guys, this is a great opportunity. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. The stream quality is typically better on Twitch. And we are actually going to start streaming here pretty soon. Madison's going to be streaming via the whatever account on Twitch, doing her own little show there. So that's in the works. We're going to get that going soon. I wanted to, this came up much earlier on in the podcast, and we got interrupted by I believe a TTS. So my question was, we were talking about height, and I asked, is it wrong to lie as a guy? Maybe you've seen it for yourselves. Is it wrong to lie about your height on a dating app or otherwise. And if I maybe show of hands, I think most of you said, yeah, it's wrong. Men should not lie about their height.
I mean, if you like round up a little, I feel like it's fine.
More than like 1 or 2 inches, I think is.
That's
okay,
too
so you're like,
much.
if you, so what you're saying is,
I think it's wrong to lie in general, but a little, like a couple inches isn't gonna hurt anybody.
okay. So I have a question kind of related to that. So if men, it's wrong for men to lie about their height, do you also think that it's wrong for, say, women to lie about their just general physical appearance?
Yes.
That's where this
Oh, like
was
catfishing?
going.
Well, for example,
I
oftentimes,
knew it.
well, for example, when it comes to men misrepresenting their height on a dating app, you'll often see, and I'm not on any dating apps right now, although I used to be, I would say like more than 50% of profiles the women would use, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, sometimes all their photos would be heavily filtered. So they'd use like one of those face filter, Facetune, whatever it may be, which is lying about your physical appearance. So should we ban should we ban face filters on dating apps? And not only that, but then you also have Photoshop. They might suck in their waist a little bit, not literally suck in their waist, but they might use Photoshop to change their waist. And then you also had, for example, perhaps excessive use of makeup. And I'm trying to think if there's any other things that are done. Those are the main ones, I reckon.
I think society has created a culture where women are held to this very high standard of beauty, of body type.
Erroneous.
Disagree.
Okay.
Compared to men, but go ahead.
I didn't say compared to men. And over sexualized standard. And so I think actually, okay, so full disclosure, I get Botox. I'm not embarrassed to admit that. It's the only thing that I've done, but I'm all for facials and Botox, and I'm a girl's girl in every aspect when it comes to that. But it's interesting because I was talking to the nurse who does my injections, and she was telling me that a woman came in for a consultation for a nose job, and she said, I like the way my nose looks in person. I don't like the way it looks online. So can we get a nose job to make my nose look better in pictures? So we actually have this crisis of women wanting to look, and people in general, I don't think it's just women, I think it's men too, caring so much about our online presence and comparing ourselves to this unrealistic standard of beauty where we're so unhappy with the way that we look. And it's not just in person, it's online. People care more about now how they're being presented online than in real life. So I think that that's a crisis. And I think that it's a tragedy that women and young girls, like, because before it was like, even like maybe you're a little bit older when you started reading the magazines, but now it's like our young girls, like I have little sisters, and it breaks my heart when they are comparing themselves to how they look online. And it's breeded in us from the time that we're very young.
I agree with you. I feel like filters can be harmful to the way people are perceiving you if you're misrepresenting yourself. And I feel like they can also be harmful to the people using them, because if you're always seeing yourself a little bit better than you naturally look, it makes you like try and look like something that you in real life will never achieve. So I feel like it distorts your image of yourself and other people's image of you. So. But also, like, wearing makeup and stuff, like, people want to express themselves in the ways that they do. I don't think people are always wearing makeup in an attempt to, like, deceive someone.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's almost like a uniform, like a guy when you get dressed up, you're going to, like, look put together. I feel like makeup, not that it's the standard, but I feel like makeup is a part of looking put together as a woman.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes it's exaggerated how much like someone can actually change from makeup. Like it takes a lot more than most people go through.
Makeup pretty substantially changes or can change a woman's physical appearance. And it's not how you actually
Contouring.
look. But to bring it back to my point.
What's your argument though
Well,
with that?
if it's wrong for men to misrepresent or lie about their height on a dating app, then should it also be the case that women ought not to wear makeup in their photos that they present on
Why
dating
do
apps,
men-
or more egregiously using filters and photoshopping your body and
Why do you think that men feel like they need to lie about their height?
Why do I think men? Because height is an attraction trigger for women. You hear a lot of women say, I want to date a guy who's tall.
Yeah.
So they recognize that it's an attraction trigger.
So it's unrealistic standards. It's this crisis of unrealistic standards in beauty in our society that comes not only from the mainstream media, but social media and what's being presented as desirable and attractive.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think there's a biological reason why women are, generally speaking, more attracted to tall men, and that comes down to the ability to protect. Men who are tall, who are physically large, men who are tall are more capable of protecting a woman, and being capable of protection is an attraction trigger in women.
There's a biological reason why men are attracted to the features that women enhance with makeup too.
Okay.
I think what makeup does for women is generally make them look younger, right? Which is appealing to men.
I actually disagree with that. I think a lot of people, when they wear makeup, makes them look older, especially if you have a lot of makeup on.
Yeah, totally.
Do any of you guys over here have a input?
On makeup wise,
Just on the art.
Okay, personally, I don't like the filters or like editing, because you're just giving like a false reality to who's swiping right or looking at you. Because when they meet you in person, they're gonna be like, oh, this is not the person I was wanting to meet. This isn't gonna go any farther. You look nothing like what I thought you did. Like, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah.
For me, I say with the makeup thing, I started using makeup when I was 10, and I think when I was that age, the purpose was to look older, because I felt like that was kind of the pressure I was like subjected to, and like I wanted to look older and mature. But now that I'm older, I think it's more because, like I said, it makes me feel put together and it makes me feel good going about my day. But then also for the filters, I agree with Armani that it's just like sad that we have to get to that point of lying. And again, like I think social media is so fabricated in so many ways, and there's just like that risk that you have to take into account like, oh, this person could be looking different in person, because you are going to look different in person. Like no one's gonna look the same in a photo, I think. So.
Mm-hmm. This would be a curious question for the chat. I'm not on dating apps right now. I think you said that you're not either. Would the men in the chat value a woman uploading at a minimum one photo where they've got no makeup? It's like right out of the shower, they said, hey, this is what I look like, no makeup, here's one photo, and then there's maybe 9 other photos that have makeup on where they're done up. But there's one where it's like, hey, this is me, perfectly natural. Would men appreciate that?
I'm sure they would.
Because I would imagine,
I'm sure they would.
I bet that would go a long way with men on dating
I
apps.
myself am not in makeup all the time. Like no filters.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm sure from my experience on dating apps, haven't been on them in a minute, but I don't know when it was, probably 5-6 months ago. There's it's pretty actually rare to like see a dating profile where it's either no filter or no makeup. At least one photo. Super rare. So I think makeup, you are effectively lying about your physical appearance in the same way that men might lie about their height.
I just had a memory of
you guys can disagree with me, by the way, like hello.
Okay, good.
Like why do you disagree with me?
I don't think it's a lie though.
But
know.
it is you.
That's
not what dyeing your hair is.
It's like you're like fixing your hair up.
Yeah, you could then say that's like haircuts and beards and
or outfits.
Skincare and outfits. It's just
no, not really.
It's like you getting a haircut, kind of.
I mean, one hairstyle over the other may be deemed more physically attractive than the other, certainly. However, makeup is this artificial thing that you're putting on your face that can really make you know, depending on the amount of makeup you're putting on, depending on what type of makeup you're putting on, can pretty substantially change your physical, change how you look. And I think we can all agree, like, hair is one thing, but we really do look at face as like a very primary thing that we are attracted to.
Yeah. And I will say, though, that is the purpose of makeup. And, you know, given that makeup isn't only exclusive to women,
men don't really, straight men, I would say, even, I mean, most men do not wear makeup.
Yeah, I always thought the purpose of makeup was to accentuate your features, not like completely change your appearance.
Yeah, like I'm not born with blue eyelids. Like it's an accentuation.
Like I feel like there are some cases, like we've all seen videos online where it looks like a completely different person, but I feel like you're like
most women are not doing that kind of makeup.
I feel like what you're saying, like it's not actually as common as you think. Like you can't do that much with makeup.
Really I actually, you know what? Hold on.
I'm sure you can bring up like an example, but your everyday girl, like.
There's people that do know how to transform their face with makeup. I mean, I know that I've seen them on TikTok, like. Or the people that make themselves look like Michael Jackson. You know, like they do all of that with makeup. But the reality is most women are not doing that every day.
In person, like that's gonna look crazy if you get close to the person. Like that doesn't look good either. It's gonna look like dusty and cakey, and like it's not gonna. It doesn't have like the magical like powers to make your face look like a completely different natural face up close.
Maybe in a camera or an angle or with certain lighting, but
in the real
life,
like,
you're like, oh, this is just a lady with a bunch of paint on her face.
Here, this is what I have. I actually have, so on my Facebook, Facebook has something called Facebook Dating, and it's like built in, it's automatically tied into your, if you have the Facebook app. So I'm just going to pull it up. I don't use it, but I'm just going to, I'm hoping you guys can take my word for it. I'm just going to look at the first image that these women show. I'll swipe yes or no on every single person, and I'll tell you if they have a filter, if they have makeup. Well, I'm going to assume almost all of them have makeup. So I'll tell you if they have a filter, which I think is more egregious than wearing makeup. So yes, she has a filter. Filter.
I can't tell.
Filter.
How do you tell?
Wait, you're gonna show us?
Yeah, we don't even know.
I'm not going to show it to the. I'm not going to show. How am I going to?
I think show it to us, not them.
Just take. Just assume I'm acting in good faith, and I'll say yes or no if there's a filter. Not no filter. 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 Possibly filter.
Would you post a photo
filter
without your
what
beard?
The fuck?
Oh my God,
What's that?
Would you post a photo on your social without your beard?
My beard is natural.
What are you hiding under your beard? What's under your beard,
You
Brian?
have no face.
Wait, but bald. Why would I post a photo?
What I'm
I have
saying is,
a head of hair.
Honestly, like a haircut or facial hair is similar to like makeup.
It's not.
It
It's
kind
not
of is
it's
because
natural. It's not because
if we
it's
have
natural.
a kid with you, we need to know what your face looks like without the beard.
Also, if you have
because that's going to affect our children's
guys
facial
So if
structure.
you want that for 32 years of my life, I did not have a beard. You can go on my Instagram. There's plenty of photos of me without a beard, like clean shave. You can find photos of me.
So,
but
regardless of any of the,
There's so many guys on dating apps though that are just like editing pictures of like their bodies. If they
That's
like go to the
totally
gym,
true.
they're
Not as
posting
common.
shirtless constantly.
Not as common
I
as
think
women
everybody
do.
like does
I will
little
agree,
stuff
though.
to try and like present themselves the best because they feel like it's really competitive and they probably have a lot of insecurities about.
Okay, but in any case, beard is something that's natural. Makeup does not magically sprout from your guys' faces. That's something that you have
don't
to
have a beard.
actively.
Yeah, so I think that
we don't have something covering half our face. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and one thing I would also point out is when it comes to assessing physical attractiveness, and this is getting like very analytical, I would actually argue that the top 50% of one's face is like the thing that's more likely going to be like shifting someone's attractiveness versus the bottom.
Because you don't know till you look under.
I've like seen something.
Like a lot of attractiveness has to.
It's from like here up.
Yeah, it's from here up. So yes, I get where you guys are going. Oh, you could hide a weak chin or a weak jawline if you have a beard, but like I think there's makeup covers up way more than that.
What about hiding a bald head with a hat? Is it a red flag? Is it a red flag for you
Yes.
ladies if you're on a dating app and every photo of the man is wearing a
That's
hat?
actually that's
Is that a red flag?
Yes.
I feel like though, if you get
Just
close
embrace
enough
it.
to a person, eventually
You know-
all these things are gonna come to light.
That's
though.
what
Yeah.
I was gonna
Like,
say, actually.
whatever-
Yeah.
like-
Eventually, the filters and the makeup and the hats and the beards are going to come off.
Yeah.
And what you're left with is who you actually are and what makes up your composition as a human being and your character. And if you don't have that right, it doesn't matter how many inches you lie on how tall you are or how much filter or makeup you put on. It's who you are. And if you could just focus on being the best person and having the best character that you possibly can, then that's going to win you the
Okay.
date
Also,
and the
like,
relationship.
if someone lies about a couple inches, like, I'm not gonna say, like, you're calling it, like, heinous and, like, egregious and stuff. Like, it's, like, not that serious to me. If people want to feel a little bit better for a second of their life, you know? Like,
Well,
I'll
okay.
just-
Eventually, you're gonna get to know them and
but
see
yeah,
how they
but, like,
actually
no
look.
matter what, like, that's gonna come to light. Like, you're gonna notice one day, baby, you're gonna go on a roller coaster and he can't go on. Or, you know, like, yeah, like, you're gonna wash your face.
Okay, so look, there's a whole bunch of things here. So you said that, well, ultimately it comes down to who you are as a person. I mean, we can all live in magical Disney fairy tale land, but at the end of the day, for both men and women, we need to be with someone who we're physically, most people need to be with someone they're physically attracted to. If it was the case that both men and women cared so deeply about what people really are like and who they are as a person,
I never
women
said
would not,
physical
hold on, let me
appearance
finish.
wasn't
Hold on, let me
important.
finish. Women would not wear makeup. Men would not give a fuck about their height. They wouldn't hide their bald spots. We, both men and women, care about physical attractiveness.
Actually, I said earlier, and I don't remember what the topic was, but I said that one of the important aspects is physical attraction. So I'm not arguing that at all. But physical attraction is not enough. It's not going to make you a good partner or a spouse.
That's where
So-
it starts. We
Sure,
know-
initial
and this is-
attraction, yeah, but
I mean, but it's also, like, chemical, too. Like,
initial attraction, it can start there, absolutely, and most of the time for most people it does. But I'm saying that it's not enough.
and
It's
also
not enough.
what people find attractive is different, too. Like, you're saying, like, one standard of attractive. Like, not everyone views things the same way.
Okay, but
Yeah.
if just to
You
address
can
that
say
really quick.
majority, I guess.
I mean, just to address that really quick, if you line up 100 people, 100 men, 100 women, and they're all kind of like rating the people, there might be some variation, but like I'd say people could come to a consensus of, okay, here's like the 10 most attractive people,
I mean,
here's
it
the most
varies
10%
in
of attractive
different
people.
countries, too, like what people view attractive.
Okay, well, I don't know how things are in Kazakhstan. I don't know, but Matt raised a very good point, and I think this is actually a better comparison than one I made. Is, well, what about men who are wearing a hat that are hiding their bald spot? I actually think that's a much better comparison to women wearing makeup.
Okay.
That's a better.
Good job, Matt. You have a better comparison.
I'll take off the hat if you take off the makeup, okay? This hat is not coming off. Take off the makeup.
I literally wash all my makeup off right now. I have absolutely no problem with that.
But-
Yeah, I
Very
know that.
comfortable without any makeup.
But okay, show of hands. Who here would be, you match with a guy and he's always wearing a hat, and it didn't occur to you that maybe he's like hiding that he's bald or balding or whatever. How many of you would kind of feel like a little bit like he hid something from you, or maybe you're less physically attractive when you find out that he's balding?
Well, how am I gonna
I'm
figure it
gonna
out?
just
He's way
wait
taller
that
than me.
deep. That's not like the first thing I think. Oh my god, he's wearing a hat. He's bald.
My concern would be like, oh, this guy is much older than
But
me.
let's not kid. Women are attracted to men who have a full head of hair.
He could be
I
bald.
heard that if you
Okay.
lose your
Agreed.
hair young, it means
Shade?
you have more testosterone.
Okay.
So true. That is so true.
But on a
So
purely-
maybe it means like then you can make up for in other masculine ways.
But
you
most
know?
of you, okay, when he gave this example, most of you recoiled to some degree and were like, yeah, that's kind of messed up if a guy wears a hat to hide a bald spot. That's how we feel about women who wear makeup.
Well,
You are
you want to
hiding.
abolish
Men don't
makeup? Is that what you're
completely
saying? You want to
understand.
abolish makeup and
Yeah.
abolish hats and abolish untruthful
I could see that. I could see that.
descriptions on dating
Yeah.
profiles.
It's
Everyone
misrepresentation.
should just be like naked and raw in the street, no nothing.
It's unrealistic. I mean, give me a
Yeah.
break. and regardless if he wears a hat or not, it's
like women are liars.
And the other thing is we are more than our physical appearances. This is true for men and women. We are more than just the way that we look. And I would argue that not even I would argue, I believe that who we are as a person actually makes us more attractive or less attractive.
And you can't, put makeup on that.
That is totally true. But I think I'm not gonna tiptoe around this. Like, for me, you need to look a certain way. Physically, you need to meet my criteria that I'm looking for. And then it's like, okay, then do you have a nice personality?
That's fine. Physical attraction is important. I've never said that it wasn't. I'm just saying that it's not enough because men and women are more than the way that they look. Just the prettier you are or the more handsome, the taller you are, the more hair that you have is not going to translate into you being a better partner.
And I think people can become less or more attractive over time based on like characteristics they demonstrate that aren't just physical.
They proved that actually in a study.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one. You could probably Google it, but they proved that people become more attracted to their partner over time, not less attracted.
Or even just like being around someone that you might not like find attractive initially, and then like the more that you're around them, you start to see things about them that become attractive.
Definitely that. Because sometimes you meet someone, you're like, they look so nice.
I feel like that might even be like more common with like how women view attractiveness in relationships. I feel like
they grow.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier something about beauty standards, and I think you spoke more so from the female side of that. Maybe this is a hot take for some of you. I actually think, so let's say, can we all agree that there are male beauty standards and female beauty standards?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps I should say I don't know if beauty is the right word, but
beauty standards
in any
for dogs
case.
and cats.
For the rest of the show, can we just have her do her comedy?
Yeah. Don't worry, I kind of will be.
Okay. So there's male beauty standards, there's female beauty standards. I actually think it's harder for a man to reach the ideal than it is for a woman.
Ideal meaning?
There's more, it's harder for men to reach this supposed beauty standard than it is for women to reach the supposed beauty standard.
What standards are you specifically referring to for men?
What standards? Well, okay, let's stray a little bit away from face and let's go to body. I would argue that if you let's take an 18-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man, it's going to be very easy, and I would say that so long as she's not like either side isn't overweight, the untrained female body is more likely to be deemed attractive than the untrained male body. So the average female body is more likely to be deemed as attractive than the average male body.
I get what you're saying. Like, girls are like, they wouldn't like things that guys like can't really change.
Well, okay, for example, like I would say that the female beauty standard is much more obtainable for women than the ideal male beauty standard is for men.
You're talking specifically about bodies, right?
Yes, specifically on body now.
So like fitness, abs, that kind of stuff. Can you get specific?
Well, okay. So obviously there's a different standard between men and women. I would say generally speaking, I would say women are attracted to men who have at least some degree of muscular development. However, I don't think we can say the same about men's view of female attractiveness when it comes to their bodies. I think the degree of muscularity on a woman is not particularly like really huge.
They're different standards, but they make it less attainable for women to achieve these standards. I mean, look at the Victoria's Secret models. I mean, when the angels came out, everyone was like, oh my gosh, if I could just have that body. And there was actually an interview by one of the angels where she said that there was so much editing and retouching to even her size 0. I mean, she's not just skinny, she's fit. There was so much editing and retouching to her body that when she saw her ad at Victoria's Secret, she asked her mom to take a picture next to her ad, and her mom goes, wait, is that you? She didn't even recognize her own daughter. So it's not just about, I mean, I don't think that's true what you're saying. If there's a statistic. Can we present a statistic on that? I would be interested in seeing that.
I just need my eyes. I don't need some. Well, I mean, for example.
Oh, I need the proof because statistics. I mean, if we do a survey of how women feel, like, is it harder for women to achieve these unrealistic beauty standards because there's so much editing and so much retouching?
I've written down some notes, so I'll address what you're saying. Okay, so let's say the female beauty standard is flat stomach, although you need not have abs, maybe a little bit of muscle tone, but probably not really necessary, and a healthy BMI. That's enough for you to have a physically attractive body.
I feel like in a woman's mind, like, that is not even close to it. I feel like there's so many more things, like your posture, like your hair, your skin, your eyelashes, your eye color. Like,
have you not been listening to the conversation? I'm talking specifically about body right now.
I thought you were just talking about female and male attractiveness.
I'm talking about body. We're talking about body.
Okay, continue. Okay. What's the next part of what you're saying?
So in order to achieve that, flat stomach, maybe a little bit of muscle tone, healthy BMI range, you just need to go to the gym. Yeah, honestly, you need not even go to the gym. This is achievable purely through diet. So, but if you really wanted to like somewhat maximize your beauty, go to the gym 3 days a week, eat like 200 calorie below maintenance, and you'll be there in a year if you're starting from average. The male beauty standard that's rarely challenged by mainstream media is literally unobtainable without 2, if not 3 of the following. So elite genetics, steroids, and 5+ years of treating the gym as a part-time or second job.
Oh, I completely disagree. Because a lot of the beauty standards nowadays, like especially coming from me, I've been influenced by media since I was younger than most of you guys. And always it's this Instagram model with a big butt, big boobs, little waist, you know what I mean? Also, even then, working on, you say you go to the gym, you know, women don't gain muscle as fast as men. You guys have testosterone.
And they also don't burn calories
but men
as
don't,
fast.
Men are not.
A man
also
burns more calories sitting than a woman does
the
standing.
healthy like percentage of body fat for a woman is significantly higher than for a man. I think a man, it's like, what is it, like 3% or something like that? And it's over 10 for women. Okay,
we can talk about body fat. I'm actually prepared to also say that in terms of what men will find physically attractive when it comes to a woman's body, there's actually you can fall within a larger body fat percentage range than can a man. Okay. So like for example, thick.
Yeah.
That's like a certain body fat percentage. I mean, we can debate what thick means, but there you can fall within a much wider range of when it comes to your body fat percentage as a woman and still be deemed physically attractive. Whereas for men to be deemed physically attractive or to have an attractive body, that body fat percentage range that you must fall into.
Dad bod. Hashtag dad bod.
That's coke. Dad bod's coke. Dad bod is coke.
Can I bring
Google
this
the
up?
truth about dad bod.
There's also not a baseline for like women. Not all men and women have the same genetics.
I think I agree with you over the last like 20 or 30 years, Brian. But if you go back to like the 1950s, have you ever seen the old videos of like the Kennedy high school athletic programs in the 1950s? It's like a program that certain high schools had for young men and other high schools didn't. And so you have like these old black and white videos of young men and they're hanging on jungle gyms, like 16, 17-year-old boys in high school.
I don't know. That's a kind of an exception though to the like.
Well, it's like within a year, these are 16-year-old boys. They're like shredded. They're like diced. Yeah. And so I guess the question is like, how much muscle does a man need to have to be attractive to women? Because I think those like fit young men, are women into that, or are they into more of like a bodybuilder archetype? Because I'm bigger than those guys. Like I don't know what muscle mass or body fat women holistically prefer. I think that men physically have a harder time in this environment where there's like slop food in our society and everyone's lazy. But like if you go back just a couple generations, like it might not be true, might not hold true. I'm not sure.
Well, aren't you proving my point? You're saying it's now harder for men to achieve that sort of physique.
Yeah, so I'm agreeing with you in our like current paradigm, right?
Okay, in our current paradigm.
Society.
Sure. I mean, the one thing I would also point to when it comes to media portrayals, let's take leading men, for example. Let's look at superhero movies. Yeah. So you take like Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson. that's achievable like by a lot of huge swaths of women. Her physique. Yes. Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Totally wrong about that.
She literally went through so much training for any
You guys
Marvel
are full
movie.
of shit. Hold on.
Read anything. Do you know how much
no.
Marvel characters go through? They literally change their whole lives. And it is so unattainable, especially if you have a regular job, you go to school, you do all these other things. It is so unattainable.
No. We can pull up pictures comparing the leading women in superhero movies. We can look at their physiques and compare it to the physiques of men. All the men, barring maybe one or two who are just genetically gifted, all the men in the superhero movies are on steroids.
Okay, so what you're talking about is muscle mass, but that is not how women are viewed through the lens of the attractiveness. Yeah, it's not about muscle mass.
But that's not what I'm
So,
even
for example,
arguing.
this is great. This is actually like, let's look at Kim Kardashian.
That's not even what I'm arguing.
Kim Kardashian brought in like the BBL thick era, and I mean, I would say that she's like one of the number one women, her and Kylie Jenner, that our generation looks to as the standard of beauty. So in the 90s, that was not the case. So before, it was like, who were the supermodels of the 90s? Maybe like Karlie Kloss was one of them. And they were double zeros. I mean, it was like impossible like to be that thin. Most women are never going to be a double zero. Now we have Kim Kardashian with, obviously, I mean, this beautiful hourglass figure. I'm sure she has plastic surgery, which I'm not hating on plastic surgery, so please don't take that as my argument, but I'm just saying she altered her body, and now Kim Kardashian is the standard. So everybody is following that standard, and it's like, okay, now we have skinny is in now. So it's like these completely unrealistic standards, whether it's to be thin or to be overly curvy, that are not natural for women.
They're ever changing.
They're ever changing.
Drastically.
Look, there are women who are more curvy than others, some naturally so. Obviously, things like, women don't have really any control over, for example, their breast size, unless they get plastic surgery. I'll give you that. However, when we're speaking about things that are within people's control, for example, we are able to control our weight. Now, how that ultimately ends up looking, weight can be, fat can be distributed differently between different people, but ultimately you can be within like a healthy, you can be in a healthy body fat percentage, whether you're a man or you're a woman. So but you did kind of ignore my point about like, let's look at leading men and leading women in like superhero films. If you look at like the top people in media to have an ideal physique as a man, like look at the superhero movies. They're all on steroids.
Scarlett Johansson has plastic surgery.
On her body?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So it's, I mean,
what evidence do you have for that?
Google it.
She has breast job, or excuse me,
probably.
boob job?
Oh, definitely, probably.
I
don't
even, think she might. Maybe her face, but I'm not convinced her body is.
And
you know what I read? I think she actually had breast reduction surgery at one point.
Okay, so there it is.
That as well.
So
she chopped them down.
Either way, it's plastic surgery, and besides that,
I mean, that's plastic surgery that is like public information as well.
That's what I was going to say. A lot of these women are getting, I mean, so many things done. Like, for example, let's go to the Kylie Jenner thing where she denied having plastic surgery. She had this total transformation. And again, no shame to plastic surgery. But it's like, if you're going to do it, please take ownership of it so we can stop
also
believing that these are natural.
Yeah, I think it would have, like, people would have a better understanding of like what, like, plastic surgery, like how it actually looks on people, like
in real life.
Yeah. Like,
yep. I totally
also
agree.
Like some plastic surgery isn't as like, I feel like a lot of times when people think plastic surgery, they think like extreme, like Kylie, who's probably had like 7 or 8 procedures to like
or more,
or that look like. Sometimes celebrities have plastic surgery that's very subtle and people might not notice like to be that way.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Bender the Offender donated $99. Eddie Hall is a strong man who looks like he has a dad bod of sorts, but most of his weight is pure muscle.
Yeah, true. I don't.
Okay.
I don't think most people would consider him like a beauty icon for men, though, or an icon of handsome masculinity.
Here, let's do this. Scarlett Johansson, she's in superhero. What is she? Black Widow? Is that who she is?
Yeah.
Nick, can I have you pull up a Google tab? Search. Let's do Scarlett Johansson. Don't get excited, guys. Scarlett Johansson bikini, so we can actually see her body.
Also, the way she's presented in that movie is also edited, just like the men are edited.
CGI and everything.
CGI, yeah.
A lot of things.
Let us know when you have it.
Wear makeup.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they have whole makeup trailers just to make them look better.
All right, scroll down. Scroll down. Wait, hold on. The far left top, in the blue bikini top. Yep. That physique is achievable by like 90% of women.
Okay, so, but you're talking about her as Black Widow.
Yeah.
And also, I think that working out in the gym is achievable for men as well. But I do see what you're saying, that there is an unrealistic standard for both men and women. And I think that we have just created this toxic culture where we're constantly idolizing these people and holding, especially women, but yes, also men, to unrealistic standards. And it makes it not only harder for us to be satisfied in who we are, but now we're living in an era because of social media where we're constantly comparing our partners to what we see online, and it's a fake representation of what is happening in real life. I mean, obviously, it's AI world. I mean, everyone's in AI worlds with filters and editing.
Okay. Well, I want to try to finally make my point on this. So can you also pull up, who's the girl with the whip? Fuck, what's her name?
Oh, Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot. Let's look at her. Then we'll look at who's the guy from in Thor.
She's so
From what?
In Thor.
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth. We'll look at him, and then we can look at Wolverine. We can look at who plays Captain America. We can look at all the superheroes. We can see their degree of physique. Go ahead.
So just to while we wait, just to recap, your point is on a scale of physical attraction, it is harder for a man to be a 10 out of 10 than a woman to be a 10 out of 10. That's like generally the point.
It's harder for a man to achieve an ideal man's
I think it's harder for men to achieve the ideal male physique than it is for women to. No. Let's not even say ideal. Let's just say attractive physique. It's harder for men to get an attractive physique when it comes to body than it is for women to achieve an attractive physique. And I would say that there, in addition to the body fat range that I mentioned, I think that there's much more different body types that men will find attractive than women will find attractive. You have everything from like stick thin to fit all the way to like thick, whatever, there's like a much wider range of different body types that men will find attractive versus what women will find attractive.
Thick
yeah,
is
go ahead.
bad for
Let's pull
men,
it up.
but thick is good for women.
Gal Gadot. Okay, pull up the one.
She's ripped.
Yeah. I could
Pull
never.
This is not a good
Hold on.
example. She's totally ripped.
Pull up the one Gal Gadot bikini mission.
Oh, look at her as
Wonder
Woman. Pull up that video
Sure.
if we want to talk about that.
Well,
Wasn't she in
I
That
think
is
it's-
Actually, she looks
totally
flawless in all of
Wasn't she
them.
an Israeli
unachievable.
soldier?
Hold
Yeah,
on.
she was.
Well,
I could
Okay,
also
that is
never
totally
beat her height.
unrealistic.
scroll down.
Well,
No,
I mean,
no.
not
Other
unrealistic,
side.
but harder to achieve.
Then hold on. Okay. I'm trying to actually. Could you X out of that one? Scroll back up to the top. Okay, the one with her in the hat. Scroll down. There's the one in the hat, and then the one next to it. Okay, scroll down. The other one actually.
So
No. To the right. No.
So is your
It's
point
down, now
of
it's all the way
them
to
in
the left.
everyday life?
It's the
Or
one that
them
used
as
to be next to
portrayed?
it. It's all the way to the left. The one all the way to the left from the cursor. Yeah. Yeah. This is like, if
She's extremely skinny.
yes, but like this is achievable.
For who? I've
not
never
true.
looked that skinny
Yeah.
in my
Well,
life.
so
It's actually really difficult
If the
for women
argument
to lose
is
fat.
that it's easier for a woman to look like that than it is for a man to look like Chris Hemsworth when he's playing Thor, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely
Do you
true.
disagree with that?
I would like to see the statistics on it.
What's Okay, here.
How
let's
hard
just
is it?
let's just
Like
use
if
our
they
hold on.
did
Hold on.
it
For
No,
a
no, no.
man to look
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Chris
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hemsworth while playing
Hold on,
Thor, he's got
hold
to
on.
inject trenbolone.
Hold on.
Like,
let's just use our eyeballs.
Okay, but
fuck the statistics. That's a photo of Gal Gadot. Is it easier for and Nick? I need you to pull up a photo of Chris Hemsworth
on the beach randomly.
Is it easier to look like that as a woman than show us one of the pictures from the one from the beach? What's more achievable?
That is achievable.
Bro, these chicks are ridiculous. You think that's more achievable?
I've seen people at my gym perfectly achieving that.
I think it's harder.
Hold on.
I mean, definitely, it's a commitment.
God, bro.
But
do you mean
so is women doing that?
You guys are hopeless. You guys are hopeless. You guys are fucking hopeless.
I think it's so weird how you like propose all these like topics as like it's harder for men or like harder for women. Like I feel like it's good to talk about, but like why does it have to be like harder for men or harder for women?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Your point is that,
okay.
But your point in talking, correct me if I'm wrong, your point in bringing this up was that it's harder for men to achieve what's generally deemed as attractive for men in the eyes of women than it is for women to achieve
what
it.
Does is
that what your point is?
Either yes, it's harder or no, it's not harder, like do. Like I think talking about how it's hard for everybody is like beauty standards and what everyone goes through is important to share.
So
but like why does someone have to like win? I'm just
your question is why we're having the conversation? I mean, look,
No, I'm asking like why it's posed that way.
I will say this.
Why? That way.
I will say on this point, Brian is right.
Or it's just the style of your.
I don't think you need to look like Chris Hemsworth to be an attractive man. I don't think you need to be that far, and I don't think you need to be as thin as Gal Gadot to be an attractive woman.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
really
the absolute
my point,
requisite for being attractive.
Is like I think that.
Okay.
I think that they're both unrealistic extremes on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, they're supposed to be
We can still have like a productive conversation and talk about it without saying like women. It's harder for men.
I mean, they make
millions. There's this trope. You mentioned
podcast.
the reason I'm having this conversation is you brought up that there's this trope about, oh my God, female beauty standards, they're so unattainable. It's so unfair. Women have it so bad. And I'm sitting here and saying, actually, if you look at the truth, you look at male depictions in media, compare them to female depictions in media. We often talk about depictions in media. It's so these beauty standards are so unfair. Look at the women in the magazines. Look at the fucking men in the magazines. And I'm here to say that it's harder to achieve the male depictions of beauty than it is for women to achieve the female depictions of beauty. It's hard for both. However, you're not going to get through to me that it's harder. If you pull up the Gal Gadot photo, that physique is harder to achieve than Chris Hemsworth.
But it's not just about their bodies, it's also about their faces. Women are
Why
held
can't
to
you
an
just,
unrealistic standard in their
it's
face
like
as well.
difficult for
Well, your
everyone
face
and
is your
everyone
face.
goes
It's gonna be
through
your
things.
face.
Like
Oh
why
my
does
God.
someone have
Makeup
to
to
be like
lie.
the
You're shifting the
Why is
goalposts.
makeup a lie?
We were having a conversation specifically about body. We can have a conversation about face. However,
It started on face and you changed it to body,
Like
actually.
I feel like when
Not-
we're talking, none of us have ever been like it's harder for women. Like it's just so black and white.
Okay, so
Like,
you're tone
talking in such
policing.
It's an equal
absolutes
struggle.
Instead of
it's not an equal struggle.
Why? Why do you believe it's not
I've
an
literally
equal
just
struggle?
laid out my argument. As a man, as a woman.
I think like
Listen,
neither of us can
Bro,
like
can
truly
you stop
understand what
can you
it's
stop
like
interrupting?
for-
Can you stop interrupting? Please let me finish.
Okay.
Repeat what I'll answer what your statement was. You said it was equal, correct?
We're having a conversation.
Okay. So, a woman to have an attractive body or even the ideal body need not really ever step foot in a gym. A man to have an ideal body or an attractive body need step foot in a gym, need years of strength training.
You don't need years.
That's just simply not true.
Okay.
Sometimes being big is too
Some
much.
people are
Too
genetically
big, too
more
shredded.
I'm
fit
not saying
without
like
working
bodybuilder
out.
status, but
Not
like a woman to have a physically attractive body need not necessarily ever step foot into a gym. However, I don't think the same thing can be said about men. However, let me remove the gym. A woman need not strength train to have an attractive body. A man needs to strength train.
That's true. Not if you want like bigger butt. You have to work
That's
for
not
that.
what I'm saying.
No,
I'm
I
saying.
get what
you're
you're smaller
saying.
waist. You
Like,
still
I'm
have to work
I'm
for
saying-
that.
I know guys
I'm
that
saying-
look muscular without ever going to the gym. Like some guys are just
Really
like that.
skinny guys.
Okay, you could
yeah.
be an athlete, but like, okay, this is just not.
Still,
I'm just gonna
still,
move on.
regardless,
guess
strength
we'll
training
just have
aside,
to
if you want to be an
agree to
attractive man,
disagree.
you're physically exerting yourself 5 or 6 days a week and monitoring your diet. If you want to be an attractive woman, you're eating at caloric maintenance, and you're just like, don't be obese.
It's just so different for everyone.
I mean,
especially
then
genetics-wise,
there's like
yeah.
factors
think
of
women
like
have it worse.
cellulite and like saggy
What's that?
skin that are also
I
pointed
think
out.
that
as
women are
attractive.
under a stronger microscope. We don't have to
Don't
go
ask
on
that.
about this,
We've
but
been
I
on
do
this
want to
topic for
assert
so long.
that it is women are under a harsher, more unrealistic beauty standard than men.
Erroneous.
It's just point blank wrong. And
By what basis?
You're
You're
asking
going off
why
of
I'm
only-
arguing. You're asking why I'm arguing about that. It's because
No,
the
I didn't
point
say
that you
why
just
you're
made.
arguing. I didn't ask that.
Okay, well I think she was, but that's
Yeah.
why what I'm arguing against. And also, I'm prepared. I would say that, and this is you mentioned statistics. We can actually pull up some data pulled from the dating apps. Women are much harsher judges of physical appearance than men are
Not in body though, in face.
in everything.
Okay, I want to see the statistics
Okay,
on it.
for example,
Let's
okay,
see
no.
the dating app
Here we go.
statistics.
Here we go. So, okay, let's talk about things that are within control. So, women have more factors that are outside of when it comes to caring about physical appearance. Women have more things that they care about that are just out of men's control when it comes to their physical attractiveness.
Such as?
Sure. Okay. Let's talk about men who are bald, men who are balding. Men can't really control that. Women, generally speaking, prefer men who have a full head of hair. That's one.
So you're telling me you would be okay with a woman who was bald?
They can get hair transplants.
Women,
I mean, give me a break here.
That's
I think this is going around the merry-go-round, but I do think that we can agree that there are unrealistic standards for both men and women, and that it's fed by social media and, yes, dating apps and the mainstream media. And it makes it harder for people to feel fulfilled in themselves and also to find partners and to feel fulfilled in their relationships.
right, but I'm arguing with you because you said that women have it harder. And here, I'll lay out a couple things. So, things that are outside of men's control that women care quite a bit about when it comes to physical appearance: height, hair, penis size, sexual stamina, sexual function. Now, let's ignore the last two: height, balding, penis size. Women care about these things. Men have absolutely zero control over those things.
Okay, what's the list for women?
I wish I had a computer too when I was.
Can you
talking,
pull
so I
up
could
the
look
list
up
for
stuff.
women that men look at?
That are out of, yeah, tell me, what are the things that are out of women's control?
Without plastic surgery?
The only thing
Because
I can
guys
think,
can go
the
and
only
get a
thing
hair
I can think
transplant.
of is breast size.
Guys can get muscle
Your
implants
nose, your
too.
lips.
But that applies
steroids.
to both. Let's talk gendered things here.
But are we looking at a man going, oh, his lips are small, I don't like him.
It's
Oh, his nose is crooked,
it's
I don't like him.
also more
I mean,
promoted for
kind of.
women to get plastic surgery than for men.
Definitely.
Let's have a conversation about physiognomy. Let's have like a 90-minute talk about physiognomy and the face of a man, the shape of it, the
I think we should-
brow,
I think
and
we
your
should
nose,
wrap-
and your
wrap
cheekbones, and the way
that
your chin
conversation, that
protrudes.
topic.
Let's have a deep
I don't
dive.
What is
think
that
anyone's
word?
gonna budge.
Physiognomy.
Physiognomy?
Yeah.
Is that like the face, like the way it's made up? What is
Okay,
that?
let's not have a physiognomy.
I think we
No,
should
can
wrap
you just
that
like what is like what can you
topic.
define it? I've just never
Yeah,
heard
it's
that
so
word
it's a
before.
pseudoscience alleging that you can look at someone's the shape of their face and
Okay.
determine sort of the merit of their character, or you can predict their behavioral
Okay,
patterns,
like
things
people are
like
more
that.
likely to trust people who they consider attractive.
Yeah,
and
or
stuff
your
like that.
or
'Cause
like your face is a certain way, so maybe you're more aggressive or something like that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
You're trustworthy. or
Yeah,
you're
I've
not.
like looked
Yeah.
into things like that, so that's good to know a
Yeah.
name for it.
Okay, look, what I was trying to get at is there are more things out of our control as men that are pretty big deal breakers for women than the reverse. Like I said, height, hair, so if you're balding, and penis size. The only thing I can really think about that is specifically gendered towards women that they really can't control, I would say, is breast size.
So you think that if a woman was bald, that she would have an equal chance of women with hair?
What?
Well,
That's what you're saying. You're
women
saying that
women
people-
don't
Women
bald
don't
anywhere near the
really
same rate as men.
bald.
I mean, like alopecia. would
But
be
you're
a genetic
saying-
condition
Oh
or
my
something.
God. Are you guys really
You
arguing
know what?
like
You can get
balding?
exhausted over here, but you're saying that you said. So now using from your logic, I'm looking at this from your logic, you said that only apply to men, right? Only apply to men. So you're now bringing in that women can't bald into your assumption, which is just not true.
In general.
Women
Who's
get
more likely to
extensions
bald,
all the time.
men or women?
Women get extensions all the time to make their hair fuller and more attractive. So and men can get hair transplants. Your logic is flawed.
Are we not operating in reality here? Because
I mean, that's
your
debatable.
logic is flawed.
my logic is not flawed.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's
let me ask you.
flawed.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is it wrong to say that humans are born with 10 fingers?
Well, some are born with 11.
No, but is that a wrong? Generally speaking, like, is that a wrong statement to make that humans have 10 fingers?
Technically,
They should have 10 fingers.
Okay,
If
is
they're
it the
healthy.
case that some people have genetic abnormalities and some people are born with 11 fingers?
Yeah.
see, I would be
It's
into
not
that.
wrong to say that humans are born with 10 fingers. Because of men's biology, they're more likely
There
to
are
bald
people
than women.
donated $100. Balding in women is substantially less common.
Thank you.
You can't use the minority to prove a point.
Do some
But
women
you're-
bald? Do some women bald? Yes, but it's like
So if you can't use the minority to prove a point, then we do have to actually look at the other facial features of women, like their lips and their nose. Because what are the statistics?
If you can't use the
Because you're saying that we
both
can't
men,
look.
But both men and women have those features. We're speaking about strictly gendered things, and I'm saying that women don't like men who are balding,
And men don't like women
who are also balding, but that
and
ignores the fact
other facial features, like if they have too big of a nose or too small of lips.
women have those exact same assessments of men's faces.
It just gets so hostile and so repetitive, you know?
Because it's such a bad faith argument to say women bald too at the same rate as men.
I'm not arguing that it's at the same
You
rate as
literally
men.
brought up women balding.
I'm saying that it happens sometimes also. Like it's like you're trying to say that men are held to a higher standard than women in their physical appearance, and that's just not true.
If I don't know what the percentage breakdown of if like at what age men start losing their
Why
hair.
is it so hard just to like agree on that? It's like difficult for everybody.
I think we
Like,
did
can
agree
talk
on
about
that.
other things.
But it's definitely not harder
other
for
things in
men.
dating, you know, we can talk about
Yeah.
other
Bro,
stuff.
it's just so bad
Mom.
faith when you
I
ask
think
me
it's
for examples.
I think
Like
it's
a
bad
little bit of
faith
a
to not
martyr,
bring in
I've-
statistics that prove that men are under a more magnified scope than women when it comes to their facial features and physical appearance. That's just not true.
Okay, we can actually pull up some infographics. So we have some infographics here. Nick, if you're able to go find them, we can pull up the Bumble height one. We can pull up, let's see, hold on. They're in the Dropbox podcast
But
infographics
these are
folder.
just people seeing each other on a dating app too. It's not like
Most people meet on dating
But
apps
is it
nowadays.
meeting in person or is it when someone looks at a picture of someone on a screen?
we can.
I'm just asking because you said the statistics are from Bumble.
One of these infographics is from Bumble.
Okay. So is it in person like statistic or is it when someone looks at someone on a screen? I'm just
You can try
asking.
to throw away all the data we have from dating apps, but the
I'm not
reality
trying to throw it away,
can
I
you
was
yo,
just
can you stop
asking.
interrupting? You can try to throw it away. However, the reality is most people do actually meet online on dating apps.
Oh, no, okay, I'm just asking, is this info like gathered from people meeting in person or is it gathered from someone like not meeting someone and just looking at them on a screen?
The data I'm about to present comes from dating apps.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, maybe the screen is even more important because people uploading photos to a dating app, they're uploading presumably their best photos.
Right.
So this is them in their best angle versus real life, you know, it's not quite so favorable.
All right, so here's Nick, here's the ones I need you to pull up. There's the Bumble height one. Are you in? Okay. And then if you scroll down a bit, there's OKC new chart. There's OKC, OKC1, OKC2, OKC message, MSG. Drag those all over. Let me know when you have it.
I'm getting delirious.
Bro, we should just go
I'm
do
just
molten
sat in
core.
the
We gotta
corner,
get
not
out of
sitting
here and just
down
go
for
kill
so
Lucifron,
long.
dude. Let's go get a binding of the
other thing is
Thunder
that women
Fury.
aren't just held to this standard by men, it's by other women, because we're comparing ourselves to other women and what we see online. So it's not just from men.
Do you have it, Nick?
I got 4 ones there.
Okay. We'll start with the Bumble height one, and then we'll just move through them as quick as we can.
And the last one's OKC MSG.
Yeah, so you should have pulled up OKC new chart, OKC, OKC1, OKC2, OKC MSG, and Bumble high pref.
I think I got them all. We'll start at Bumble.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Sweet. You need to control mouse wheel up a little bit so we can see this. Okay, so this is specifically with height. So Bumble filters set in advanced filters by female users by height. Scroll a little higher, more. Make it bigger. Make it a little bigger. So these are filters that are set in advanced by female users. So they're saying, I only want to match with men this tall or higher. So it starts getting, 5'10", 5'11", 6 feet, more. So this demonstrates that, women do care quite a bit about height. It's somehow peaked at 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". That's not the super important one. Let's look at the next one.
Well, keep in mind earlier we learned that if you're over 6'3", you're in the top 1% of men's height, right?
Mm-hmm. Scroll up on that one. Perception of male attractiveness versus female attractiveness. Men as rated by women versus women as rated by men. So men rate women on a pretty even distribution bell curve, whereas women are much harsher judges of physical appearance. This is from OkCupid. Next one, please. And I think these other ones, make sure you mouse wheel up. Okay, this is how, one down, please. Scroll one down. How men rate women. So this is kind of echoing the last stat that we looked at. So, and this was published direct from OkCupid. So men rate women, there's a pretty even distribution there, whereas women are very, very harsh judges of men. They put, what is that?
0% of men are considered most attractive.
Yes, and so this is pulled. This was released from OkCupid. Next one. Oh, and this just shows both of them. Yeah, that's fine. You can do next one. Next, yeah, you can scroll up. And I think there was one more. Actually, I don't know if that one's super important. The reality is that women are swiping no on the vast majority of men on dating apps, especially if you look at Tinder, where it's like based off of purely physical appearance. So, I mean, that would suggest to me that women are judging men much more harshly than men are judging women when it comes to physical appearance.
Okay, maybe that's true in dating, but I don't think that it is the overarching truth for media in general and the unrealistic standard that women are held to by, again, not just by men, but by each other and by the mainstream media and social media. Hence why women use more filters than men, why women get plastic surgery, why the magazines are retouching our photos to look like completely different people. So
let me ask a question. Considering how harshly women judge men, is it possible that women are engaging in those behaviors because they're also harshly judging themselves?
And each other.
Definitely. Like I feel like it's kind of human nature to feel like if you're subjected to something, then you're gonna kind of return that energy with your outlook, unless you're like actively working on that or like checking yourself for that.
I mean, okay, we're going to move on from this topic because we've kind of been beating a dead horse here. I mean, again, I would just argue if you compare, for example, the leading men versus the leading women in movies, etc., the leading women are not on PEDs. They're not taking steroids. They're not taking growth hormone. They're not taking drugs to enhance, like.
They're just paying thousands of dollars of plastic surgery.
I'm pretty sure, actually, I'd say most of the leading women do not have fake tits. They don't have lipo. They don't have BBLs.
That's not.
I mean, there's
the BBL
a lot
thing
of
maybe,
other
but
procedures that they get that aren't those.
Perhaps, but at the end of the day, if we're speaking about
I'm
physique,
prepared to move on from this topic.
Yeah,
if we're
did you
speaking
say
about
we've
physique,
been beating around the bush with this topic?
I'm just saying women are not taking PEDs when it comes to like their bodies. Like it's much more achievable for women to get the leading woman body than it is for the man to get the leading man body. And in any case,
I guess
we
it's
are
just
going
easier
to.
for women then.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, we're going to do some super chats here.
Mm-hmm.
We have Marcus Enceladus. Oh my God. Yes, no, over-reliance on studies are unavoidably error-prone. Many discoveries overturned, settled incontrovertible truth, success of naturally evolved instinct greater than studies, reject what has enabled our survival because we wish it were different, ? Very good point.
Have you heard about the replicability crisis and some of the problems with peer
like
review
it's very
process?
hard to replicate studies.
Yeah.
All right, we have Sulk79 here. Religion, girl, do you think sex without the purpose of reproduction is allowed in marriage, and if so, why?
Obviously, but without the purpose of reproduction? Well, I think that when you're a married couple, you should be open to the possibility of life. I don't think that always is the case, that 10 out of 10 times you're going to conceive. So obviously it's to love one another and to get pleasure from it. I mean, it's not just about having kids, but you should be obviously open to the possibility of life, which means no birth control or contraceptives.
We have Adam Barnett here. Hey, thank you, man. Awesome to see you are having people from here in PA and other East Coast states on the podcast. Good panel tonight. Blue hair is still a little stoned, but everyone is respectful in their disagreements. Panel's thoughts on long distance dating, good or bad? Yeah, we can go around really quick. Long distance, good or bad?
I feel like it can be good if you take the good things in it. I mean, it just depends on the person. For me, my experience, it's been good. And you get a chance to see another place. I feel like long distance relationships, it was nice for me to like go travel and see where they were living.
I agree. You could go either way depending on the person.
Yeah, good or bad depending on what you're willing to put in for the relationship.
I also agree that it depends on the couple and what they're looking for.
It depends on the couple, but honestly, my like physical love language is being around you, spending time with you. It's kind of hard to do that when all you get to see you is from a phone screen most of the time.
I feel like they can only last so long.
Yeah, you can only do so much with it, and it just kind of gets super hard, especially if you don't have the money to travel, especially if they live super far, maybe even a different country, you know. It gets kind of tiring.
I feel like, they're not sustainable long term.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have an opinion on it, to be honest. I think some couples can make it work, some others can't. I don't think I have an opinion of whether it's good or bad.
Madison?
Bad.
Bad.
Period. Well, I just think like when you're so far apart from like your significant other, all you're thinking about is wanting to be with them. But I see how it could work for people who are very strong-minded and very much in love, because you can see all like the good within it, but I just see all the bad.
I would never agree that long distance marriage is good. I think if you're like in the precursor and you're still dating, then maybe. I don't have an opinion necessarily on that way, but I don't think you should be in a long distance marriage. I don't think that works or is good.
We have the real Mr. Meatball here. Would y'all date a bald guy? So we're going to go around the table on that, by the way, Madison. I don't know if you have to get out of here. Feel free.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's your call, but I know you said you got it.
I'll leave it like in like 5 minutes.
Okay. Would you all date a bald guy?
Yeah, I would. And also, if you're bald, like you can get tattoos on your head, and like I think that would look nice also.
Why do you look at me, bro? Why are you looking at me, dude?
You were
Like,
gesturing. You were
bald
gesturing.
No, I'm just sitting here.
That's a look.
And I'm not gonna get head tattoos either. That's ridiculous. That's stupid.
Think
Just in that one
about
spot.
What about you?
Yeah.
You dated a bald guy?
Yeah, my
Fuck,
ex.
I should have asked this shit. Before we were arguing about this, because I feel like it's gonna shift your answers. But go ahead.
Probably not if he was already bald. But if it was like my boyfriend or husband and he went bald, like that's okay. Obviously, I'm not gonna leave him because of that. I like the head tattoo idea though.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if
sure.
my boyfriend went bald, I'm still sticking by him.
Okay, y'all have seen Mr. Clean. That man is fine. I would date a bald dude.
Right, Vin Diesel, right?
Vin Diesel, The Rock. Come on, y'all.
Vin Diesel,
Bald
he's like a
man.
sex symbol.
Wait, I want you guys to look at the screen. I want you guys to give a kiss to.
Only Andrew Tate I would date.
No, but I'll smoke a cigar.
What the fuck? No? Here, hold on. I got this.
You have to like
Give him a little pad or something if you want. Okay.
rub his head. Wait.
What about you? Would you date a bald guy?
Yeah, I think I would.
Madison?
I just said only Andrew Tate.
Only
I think
in-
that some guys pull it off.
I would date
I
Frankie
don't
if
think
he went bald still.
I don't think that all guys can pull it off, but I think some do. For some it works for them.
All right, we have Cloud Force Show here. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. If a man wants to enjoy the company of a woman for a few hours, he can go to a brothel and pay. If a man wants to enjoy the company of a woman for his whole life, he can go to a church and pay marriage. The church sells what the brothel rents. Okay, I've never heard that one, but that's an interesting take. Thank you, Cloud Force Show, for the very generous donation there. The real Mr. Meatball says, body fat is food, muscle is working out. It doesn't take anything more than discipline to have a good physique. ScarJo was not in that crazy of shape.
I will say,
Uh-oh.
I did. Can I
Go ahead.
add
Yeah, go ahead,
something?
go ahead.
I saw a comment that was like, oh, why should I listen to these girls? I bet none of them have touched a gym for years. But I think some of us are physically active. It's just like not going to the gym or, I don't know, lifting super heavy weights. So it might look like, I feel like fitness looks so different in terms of what fitness you're doing and your body type and genetics and stuff. So, yeah.
Word.
Okay, we have Bungamus. Brian, looking at the ideals is unproductive in this conversation here. The average woman who eats an average amount of food with no exercise looks completely fine. The average man who eats an average amount of food with no exercise becomes skinny fat. Yeah. I mean, I think I mentioned that, like a woman who has never stepped foot in the gym, like average female body, like a lot of guys are gonna be like, yeah, she's got a nice body. Whereas like a dude who doesn't train at all. For example, I think the skinny body type is more men are going to find the skinny body type attractive than women are going to find the skinny body type attractive in men. In any case, we beat that horse to death. So, but Bungamus, thank you very much for the TTS there. And we have Joshua Mills. Hey, thank you. Would you ladies date a third grade teacher? Do you consider that a respectful job? Just really quick, yes or no, maybe show of hands.
If you're good with the kids.
Third grade, would you date a third grade teacher?
Yeah.
Okay. We have J Doc here. Thank you, man. I've been to war, jumped out of planes, took care of my GMA grandma in her last year, hiked the AT, Appalachian Trail, I believe, bald and not good looking. I have had one girlfriend, not a single one of you would give me the time of day. Oh shit, okay. Personality argument is for good looking people.
Well, just listen, J-Doc, you need to stop being ugly. Just you just need to look better.
Damn.
Come on.
Really.
And also,
not that hard.
all of those things
Yeah.
don't
J-Dog.
mean that I'd want to date you.
Yeah. Because, like, how old are you?
I feel
Rep-
like
Yeah,
you're
like,
just
there's so many
selling
other
yourself
things.
short by already saying that none of us would give you the time of day.
Yeah.
What
Like
if we
that's
met
you're
you?
supposed to sell yourself, and that's
Be
just,
confident.
like,
Hype
not-
yourself up, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
Step-
put that in there. You
Yeah,
know.
we love confidence.
Don't sabotage yourself. You know.
Step one.
I'm outro. I love you guys. Have a good night.
See you, Madison.
Yeah, take care.
Step one, be attractive. Step two, don't be unattractive, I think is what everybody was getting at.
I will say, I
Okay.
think most people, like, just by nature of not being fat or obese, you're already like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
And then if you build muscle, it goes up from there.
We have Kate Robinson. Yo, men have testosterone. Oh, shit. Holy fuck,
Brandon Rose
bruv.
donated $1,000. Gotta say this has been a great pod. Even though I did suffer that stroke from blue hair girl, everyone
Holy
has had interesting
shit.
opinions. Much
Holy
love from
fuck,
Sacramento.
bro.
Keep up the good work, Brian.
Oh, fuck. Didn't mean to send the asteroid there, bro. Dude.
Wait, you're from Sacramento?
Bro.
What part of Sacramento?
Oh. Are you asking
Him.
because he's got that?
Well, he said my
Quap.
from Sacramento.
What are you doing?
Are you a little?
Maybe he's a homie. I don't know. Just bonding.
Okay, her DMs are open, I guess.
Well, okay.
She saw you drop.
Well,
she
I
saw you
live down
drop
here now, so
100K on the, or excuse me, 1,000, bro.
Hey,
That is
be a plus.
the biggest. That is the biggest TTS I think we've ever fucking had, man. Thank you so much. That's insane, dude. Brandon, you're a fucking Giga Chad, fucking legend. Hold on, I got something for you.
I'm a fucking legend.
That's you, dude. Thank you, man. By the way, that does. I don't know if you wanted to. You technically hit the. You could technically mute a microphone for 10 minutes if you wanted to, and we could also technically Instagram review too. If you want, let me know. Okay. Thank you so much, man. That's overwhelming. Thank you for your patronage. I think I had this one pulled up. Men have testosterone that makes men have a way easier time losing weight, so I think men have an easier time losing and keeping off fat. Brian is still right. Okay, thank you, Kate, for the cosign. Sandeep oh wait, okay, that's just Nick. Pull those up as if you haven't.
Oh, I didn't start on that.
Oh, you already pulled these up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. We're good. All right, sweet. Let's see what. We're definitely going to skip over the Jonah Hill stuff just because, I mean, we're not going to have time for that. What we are going to do, though, we should have done this. Is Maddie still here, or did she dip? Is she in the bathroom? Maddie? No, I think she dipped. Okay. We are going to react to, there's a couple gentlemen who I'm acquainted with who I'm trying to, be a wingman, set these guys up with perhaps one of the lovely ladies here on the panel. So we're going to go through a couple guys, and you're going to tell me, would you date him or would you not? Smash or pass, whatever you want to, however you want to view it. So pay close attention. We're going to pull up their Instagrams. Just one thing, Nick, just make sure that you've scrolled down a little bit so we just don't see like the username, and you know what to do. So if you can, Nick.
Is it Osman Gold?
Pull up the first one, just whichever one's the first one. There should be a string of like Instagrams.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
Ooh.
so here we have Zack. He's got great flow. Let's scroll down, and he has an axe or something. I don't know where he got that from. So this is Zack. He's a very good guy. I've known him.
He gets a lot of likes on his pictures.
Oh yeah, maybe don't do. Okay, whatever. So, scroll down, keep scrolling, and that's him, I guess, with a bald head, and keep scrolling. That's him. He really likes axes, and he's a wonderful man, very kind, very very cool guy.
He looks fun.
So let's just do show of hands. How about no? We'll go around the table. Yeah, smash or pass? Would you date him? However you want to take it.
Even though I love his axes, I would say pass.
Okay. What about you?
Pass.
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 Can I elaborate on mine?
Huh?
Can I elaborate on mine?
Sure.
Okay, the bald head photo was bomb. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh shit.
The bald head photo went off.
Let's
but
go.
I would have to pass. He just looks too old for me. Like,
Oh,
obviously that's a different age range.
You're 18, correct?
Yes.
What's like the oldest you'd date?
Probably max at this point, like 23. 25, pushing it. But that's just a different situation than what I'm in right now.
Okay. I'm sorry, Zach. Okay, so the bald head, good, but maybe he's a bit too old. How old? Do you know how old Zack is?
I think he's 31 or 32.
31, is that
Yeah.
too
Well, that's
much?
about 13-year difference.
Yeah.
So like he
Not-
was in middle school when I was born.
Okay.
Perspective.
What about you? Assuming you were single. For all of these, let's assume you were single. Whatever. What about you?
I was gonna say I only have eyes for my partner.
Let's say you were single.
I prefer not to answer.
Okay,
Do I have to
enough.
play this game?
Yeah. Well, you can opt out if you want. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna opt out.
All right. Fair enough. If you can pull it back up.
Would you date him?
Yeah. Why not?
There you go.
Why not? Scroll to the top, please. Okay.
Wait, can we see the bald head photo again?
Wait, what? So this is Zack, otherwise known as Asmongold. He's a Giga Chad World of Warcraft player. He's super successful, very popular Twitch streamer, one of the most popular streamers on the platform. Probably makes millions of dollars a month. Very wealthy, successful, owner of OTK Network, Starforge PCs, and one of the most popular Twitch streamers. So like internet famous, clouded up.
One of the goats.
One of the goats.
Legends.
One of the legends. And he's just like a fucking pumper. Like when it comes to like DPS.
He's a gamer.
His DPS is like pretty good. Holy shit. Oh, bro,
Oh my
this
God.
guy's crazy,
Brandon
bro.
Wells donated $500.
Oh my God, he's on fire.
Him from Rancho Cordova, and it'll be out by Jarl soon for school. Much love. Hit me up. You can rate me, but my Insta was banned, so I don't really have any pics.
Bro, who is this the same? Wait, hold on. Let me see if is this the same Brandon that I'm messaging with on Instagram? Hold on, because I don't know if I've got like different. Is this? Hold on. Let me. That you, bruh? Okay. Dude, thank you so much, man. So does he live next to you? Or is that?
Oh, well, that's like probably like 25 minutes from where my hometown is, because I'm like the other side.
Okay.
But like, it's coming down.
You mean?
Well, I mean, you saw the cash. No, the cash isn't the only thing. But like, how old are you is my real question.
She wants to know. She's newly single as of what, 1 day ago, or was it?
Well, whole life. I mean, technically, I've never been really like.
You said
tied down.
Okay.
Situationship
But you just moved here
versus
2 days
dating,
ago.
do you know what I mean?
She's single, ready to mingle.
Can I comment? You said the cash is not the only thing. It is. It is literally the only thing. You don't know anything about him other than he lives. Well, like you don't know that. All you know is that he's just spent $1,500.
Well, he could be a homie. He's watching this. He hasn't left.
He's messaging me.
He's clearly a normal person.
He's messaging me on Instagram. He says I'm a B25 in October, so he's 24.
Okay, see, that's still in the age range.
Well, you said 23 earlier.
Okay, but I said 25, pushing it.
You'll make an exception.
Think about it. We can make exceptions.
Okay, I mean, Asmongold is 31 and he's a millionaire many times over.
But money doesn't mean everything. He also kind of looks like my cousin, so that kind of threw me off.
Hey, maybe that's a pro.
Well, I don't like my cousins. No offense.
We're not in Alabama.
No offense to any people that love their cousins, but I'm not one of them.
What's really wrong with incest? Let's have that conversation.
I think it's just a
We need to
genetic
get
issue.
Destiny back on here for the
When
incest
your
debate.
kids come out with like 4 arms.
But I have a question for you. And oh my God, I'm going to get... This is just like me playing devil's advocate. Let's assume that neither person in the relationship wanted to have kids. And hold on.
He's actually doing it. He's doing it.
Yes, I'm actually going to fucking take the incest, the pro-incest position. Let's say both people are sterile. They cannot, impossible to have kids. Maybe one of them had some genetic thing. Maybe they got sterilized. Impossible for them to have kids. Is it really that bad? You know?
What?
You know, like brother and sister.
Oh, no, that's still gross.
Morally.
Is it?
I think it's just...
Is it really?
Yeah,
that-
it's gross. It's
Is
gross, Brian. And people
is
are
it-
like, do you have a source for why that's gross? Yeah, it's
Is
fucking
it-
gross.
is it really?
It's disgusting.
No, but think about it.
Do
If
you
they
have a
can't-
citation for
date your
why that's
sibling?
gross? No, it's gross.
No. It's gross because there's. Hold on. Okay. It's gross.
But would you date your sibling?
It's gross because of the kid thing. Like if you have kids, the birth defects. Okay.
Would you
But
date
if
your
you
mom?
can't have kids, huh?
Would you date your mom?
No. Hold on.
Oh, is that
I'm-
gross?
No. Hold on.
Isn't there a theory that everyone looks for their parent? and
What I'm
partner?
saying is like sibling incest.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm tapping. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway.
You don't want to engage in this debate?
It's gross. What do I need to tell you?
Listen,
By the way, I do not have a
about
source for it. I don't have a citation for why it's gross. It just is. It's programmed. It's ingrained in my brain. It's gross.
What's so wrong about a little, assuming there's no kid, like you can't have kids?
Do you have a sister?
Bro, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not actually like on the fucking pro.
Yeah, well, if you're going to
train.
devil's advocate, then I'm going to add hom. Do I need to let your sister know something weird is going on here?
Listen, no.
Let's give her a heads
Let's
up.
not.
Let's move
okay.
on.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
We were
leave
we were
incest
talking about
behind
Zack.
us.
So okay, but Brandon, hey, Brandon, I'm looking at Brandon. Do you want me to put in a good word, Brandon? With
Wait, which one's Brandon?
Armani?
Yeah,
That's your name?
that's my name.
Okay. Is your sister called like Gucci or what?
No, they're actually named after cars. It's kind of funny.
Chevy?
So I have
Wait.
2 older sisters.
Can I guess?
Yeah, guess. There's 2 cars.
Porsche?
No, I wish.
Fuck.
I wanted that to be my name, low-key. Or like Bentley.
Mercedes?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Mercedes and Volkswagen.
No, I wish.
Volkswagen.
That's a great name for a girl, by the way.
I used to
Wait.
get roasted because I was not a car
You
name.
said not Bentley?
No, I wish
Mercedes
I was
and
Or like
Chat, what do you think
Ferrari.
it is? Benz? No, Honda?
Like, imagine my
Mercedes?
name was Ferrari. Oh, it'd be so cool. Like,
Her name is
Ferrari.
McLaren?
I wish. Dude, I wish I had a McLaren.
Lamborghini?
No, we're getting too high value.
Wait, okay, give me
It's
a
like
hint.
a more
Give me a hint.
regular car.
Regular car? Shit.
I'll give you a
okay.
hint. It's on the screen.
Huh? What? No, don't.
Lexus.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
Lexus.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Mr. Paytown. Mr. Pay to Win, excuse me. Thank you for the gifted 20 subs on twitch.tv/whatever. This is actually a good time to pull up our Twitch really quick. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. There we go. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Oh my God. Link, buy Power Gum. Link it, Craig. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Go drop a follow. Get some Power Gum while you're at
True.
it. Okay. Boom.
Go buy Power Gum.
Go
Every
buy
single
Power Gum.
person. The best energy caffeine supplement ever.
Wait, question. Can you look up right now on your phone, like incoming orders?
Yeah.
If somebody buys a pack of Power Gum within the next
I'll even shout your name out.
within the next 5 minutes, stay safe. We'll do a World of Warcraft dance of your choosing. Okay.
Okay. I don't know any of them.
Bro, but Brandon, thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. Can I get you guys linked up after the show?
Oh, wait. Who?
Huh? The Brandon. The guy who dropped like
Well, I mean, isn't mine like...
1.5K.
Wait. Like, what are you giving him of mine? Like my Instagram
Your soul.
handle?
No, what?
Am I selling my soul?
Your
Am
soul.
I signing the Illuminati right now?
Yes.
Oh.
No, I'm getting you linked up, because
What
it
is linked
seems
up?
like you're...
You're giving him my, like, socials, or you're, like, should be like, oh, setting this up.
I'm giving him your social security number, your...
Okay. That's what I was
birth
thinking.
date, like
Just
all that
want to
shit.
make sure he could steal my identity.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. That's
So-
why you're interested in him. So he steals your identity,
Mhm.
not for romantic reasons. Okay,
Mm-mm.
got it. Okay, let's do the next Instagram guy that you guys are going to, pick. Ripperoonie. Here we have Chance. Now Chance, close friend of mine. We're tight. Chance is, scroll down. He's got what kind of bow is that? I don't know. This is Chance, and he has a cat and a dog, I guess. Thank you for all the subs on Twitch.
What a
guys.
beautiful
Appreciate it.
dog. Wow, look at that German Shepherd.
So this is Chance. Scroll all the way down to... Oh my God, Mr. Pay to Win is on fire. This guy is insane. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Dude, thank you so much for all your patronage on Twitch. I would point out, though, what does Twitch take? They take 50%?
Yep, they do.
YouTube memberships take 70. I'm just saying, YouTube memberships, they only take 30. Whatever. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Let's go back. I think we saw the photo, so we'll go around the table, actually. My bad. Yes or no? Would you date him?
Yes, I like Chance.
You want to elaborate a little bit? You seem very enthusiastic about him.
Dude, Chance seems cool. I like I saw that he does archery. He seems like he's out in nature. I like that. I like his pets. I feel like we would have stuff in common. He's cute. Seems chill.
Okay. What about you?
Pass. He's attractive, but just not my type.
What's your type? Male feminist?
I think I find myself going for alternative people who look like me.
Okay, so like tat blasted with tats. Yeah. Some spiky armband things.
Yep.
Do you have a racial preference when it comes to dating?
No.
You don't care? Okay. Mm-mm. All right. Because you've mentioned like white colonialism a couple times. So I'm curious if.
Wait, she has?
Yeah.
Well,
wait, I missed that. Holy shit.
For the monogamy argument.
I might have a hard time dating a white person because of a cultural disconnect. I don't know.
That is racist against my people.
Is it?
Yes.
Was your ex-boyfriend a white person?
This is not
exposed.
on purpose. No, this is
exposed.
This is not on purpose, but I've only dated Hispanic men.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
And you said you're from the Philippines, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Girl, Hispanic men are the biggest red flags.
But I think I find myself.
Whoa! Wow, this has gotten really. It's gotten a little.
Just in my personal experience, I'm sorry, guys.
Are you Hispanic?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
That's friendly fire.
So do you get the pass? Can you say that? Like you get if you're also
to hate on
a member of
that
people? Race? Are you?
Well, I've just been. I've had some bad experience with them, and like seeing them. My hometown has a lot of Hispanic people, and I'm just like, steer away now, because they
was the offensive lineman? Was he a white guy? Or?
No, he was actually light skinned.
Huh?
He was
light skinned black guy.
Yes.
Wait Oh, he doesn't live here, does he?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was thinking maybe you dated some. Okay, never mind.
You knew?
Yeah, there's a guy who's just crushing it in Santa Barbara.
Does he play here?
Yeah, he plays football, and he's 6'3". Okay, anyways.
It's not him, but it might be.
Okay, so.
No, just kidding.
Okay, good times. Good times. Did you want to continue having a back and forth with her on?
Why do you hate white people?
I don't hate white people.
Tell us why you hate white people.
Whoa. I don't hate white people.
You have slight disdain for them?
No. Well, honestly, I think it's because, damn, how do I go about this?
Tell me, break it down. What have my people done?
No, I don't. Well, a lot.
What are you talking about?
But it's also because being Asian growing up in the Philippines, like when I was growing up, I grew up wishing I was white. So I guess it's Asian beauty standards, Colorism is a big thing in Asian countries, and on top of everything white people did to, the world. I don't know. It's very personal. I guess I have some resentment. I don't know, really. But yeah, I mean, it's not technically white people's fault. I mean, Asian people impose those beauty standards on our own people, kind of ish. I don't know. There's a lot that goes into it. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I understand your pure hatred now.
Not pure hatred.
I'm kidding. It's okay.
Let's continue with the Asmund goal thing. What about you?
Oh wait, is this Chance? Or Chance, right?
Yeah.
That's his name? Okay.
Or sorry.
Yeah,
Chance.
I like Chance. Yeah. I would hang out with him. He's cute.
Hang out with him? Would you do a little more than hang out?
I mean, we'll start with hanging out.
Hello?
Brandon Mel's donated $500. Y'all better be buying my guys caffeine gum. Also, can we get a W in the chat for how hard Brian works for us?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dude, Brandon, you are... dude, thank you so fucking much, man. Really appreciate all your patronage and support. It means the fucking world. Yeah. And once we get through this, we will bring up the... What? Why are you looking at me that way?
We are speaking.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening to you.
Okay.
I can't listen to you?
No. You can listen to me.
What? Just
Actually,
make direct eye
for the rest of
contact
the
with me too?
show, you can look nowhere else but me.
Okay, so I just have to make direct eye
You need to
contact.
just like.
Okay.
Burning
Do I have to pick eye though,
Huh?
or just both eyes?
Just look at me like right here,
Right
so
in
I
the
feel
center?
uncomfortable.
Okay.
You know,
I'm
like
looking right in
have
between
you
your
heard of that?
eyebrows.
If you look at someone like right there, it's like
I'm
kind
gonna
of a
see if you
dick
have a-
move.
Well,
Because it's like they're like, whoa, they're
No
not
blink?
looking at me in the eyes, but they're like, okay. The rest of the show,
the whole time?
you cannot look away.
Okay, bet.
Okay, this is intense. Okay,
Well, you looked away though.
well, yeah, I'm not gonna. It's
How
just
am I
for
supposed
you.
to look at the front of your face?
Yeah, just gaze upon me. Okay, female gaze, haram. Okay, just kidding.
Do you want like a scary gaze or like a just like a?
I want. How about like The Rock? You have to hold The
Oh, like
Rock for the entire show. Okay.
Dude, my eyebrows can't do that.
You know, it's okay. There'll be a. It's
just
like
like
you're
this.
working your eyebrow muscles. Okay, that works. All right. I don't know. Where were we? Oh, I should have been.
Sorry, I looked away.
Wait, let's see the eyebrow raise.
The what? This?
That's good. Hold it for the rest of the show. Okay.
Wait, which camera is it?
Wait, we were going around. Did you guys get to answer about chance?
No.
I opted out.
Oh, opted out. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna have to pass. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Brandon Mel's donated $100. No, y'all, I'm not refunding this. All right, I'm done for the night. Do an after show. I need something to listen to while I work.
Hey, Brandon. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for your patronage. Thank you so much for your support, man. Really means the world. That's overwhelming. I don't think anyone's been this much of a fucking legend, Giga Chad. So I almost feel like, bro, hold on. Let me fucking, I've never done this, but it warrants, oh my God, bro, what is going on? You guys are on fire. Adam Barnett, thank you very much for the 20 gifted memberships. Brandon, stick around if you're still here. I'm going to get something very special. Mr. Pay to Win, also, I think I might have missed that. Thank you for the 20 subs on Twitch. Someone's telling me I might have missed that. Thank you very much. I'm going to get something. While I get something very special, let's do the next. Oh, actually, really quick, we got to pull up Chance again. We have to get the profile. Okay, this is Soda Poppin' TV. Very large Twitch streamer. World of Warcraft. He's big into Druid. He plays a Druid in World of Warcraft. He's very, very good at Druid. One of the best, arguably. Been in streaming for a very long time. Probably like just with Zack, millionaire many times over. Does that change anything for any of you?
Can I look at the screen now?
No.
Look away from
you
the
have to
red?
look at. You have to
Okay.
just.
Another
keep this-
question.
Yeah, what's up?
Does he play D&D? Like
D&D?
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Bro, what? Hello? Huh?
Okay. Then it might
Plays
have to
World
be
of
passed.
Warcraft. Actually, he's a variety streamer, kind of.
It might have to be a smash.
Wait, does he play D&D?
I am not sure on that.
I'm
one.
still not. I just got into the world of D&D, guys. I've only
I
done
thought
2
that would be-
campaigns.
you started playing it? I always thought it'd be so fun to play.
Yeah.
That's when you like
so
create
my
a story, right?
my gym friends, which is kind of funny, a bunch of gym bros and me just playing D&D.
That's tight.
But we played online. Love it. I never
Like
thought I would be a
virtual?
D&D person. Well, you just like roll the dice virtually, but like our game master has like all the photos and everything, and like literally uploads it almost like a screen.
That's cool.
Love it. Love it. I've been put on. Yeah.
Oh, what? Sorry. Oh, no, that's kind of hot, not going to lie. Okay.
I've been
Oh,
put
fuck.
on.
Okay. We're going to pull up the next one. I need to get up for a sec. We'll have the girls, you know, if you want to. Matt, you got this. You
Yeah.
You know who's coming.
Pull her up. Pull him up.
Pull up the next one.
Oh, it's Esfand. Okay, this is a guy. His name is Esfand. He's a Persian, and he has a lot of hair. He's a big guy. He's actually quite tall as well. I think he's like 6'1" or 6'2". Okay, so let's go around in a circle. Would you date Esfand?
No.
No?
No.
What's wrong with him?
I just don't see like a romantic vibe. Also, like, I feel like he's interested in like anime because I seen him like dressed up.
He's a big time weeb, big time anime guy.
And I just can't get into anime.
You don't like anime guys?
Their Almond Meatball
It's
donated
not that I
$100.
don't like anime guys. It's
In
just
Persian too, so smash all day.
The Persians are great negotiators. That's what they say. It's true.
Oh really? I'm a good negotiator myself.
There you go.
So maybe we have more in common than I think. Plus, I'm holding out for chance. You know.
Holding out for chance. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Esfand?
Pass.
Why?
He's a great guy.
I mean, I think out of the three guys we've been shown, I think he's the one who I'd most likely go out with. But it would still be a pass for me. Yeah.
That's fair.
I would say pass, but he looks like we could be friends.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So this is separate from the thing I'm going to do with Brandon. If anybody buys, if we get one more person to buy Power Gum, Matt told me that he would change it to one of these.
I'm not. My wife will leave me. I cannot do that. But one of these girls will put it on.
No, I think it's you have to change into it. So Matt, you will have to change into one of those three Japanese. There's a Sailor Moon costume and a schoolgirl.
Listen,
so,
if you're tuning in, please do not purchase Power Gum. I'm asking you to not buy that gum.
does anybody know how to open champagne? Brandon, this is for you. I never drink, but this is an auspicious occasion, so I think we should bust out a little celebratory?
Celebratory.
You're
Celebratory?
starting to sound like me now.
Yeah.
Is this alcohol?
That's
sparkling?
not the worst idea. Thank you, Nick.
Watch it hit the monitor.
Maybe like aim it somewhere that here, I'll pass it to you. Thank you, man. Or I should open it on stream.
Do you want me to give you it at the end?
Sure. Who, with the exception of you two, I believe you're not of age, but who here would like some champagne?
I'll have some.
Okay.
I have to drive home, so.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Champagne?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. I think two. That's enough. Esfand, did everybody give the?
Oh, is it my turn? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pass.
Did you answer?
I think we skipped.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Did
think
we
she's.
skip you?
I opt out.
She opted out as well.
Okay. All right. How many more of these do we have? I think did we have one other thing here? Well, let's do a little temper. Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna aim it. Where am I gonna aim it? Hold on. How do I do it? Is it gonna? Bro, I don't drink, so I don't know.
No.
Just twist it.
You need to shake it up
It's gonna
first.
start spraying.
No,
Just
if you
don't
shake
move
it
it
up.
around.
If you shake it up, it will.
Just don't move it
But
around.
don't
Maybe-
shake it.
After you open it, you
I'm
gotta
kind of
move it.
scared.
Yeah,
Don't do it like.
I'm kind of terrified. Hold on.
Wait, I think if you.
Just back away from your computer.
It's gonna hit.
Hold on.
It's gonna go
It's gonna
flying.
literally hit that, so maybe aim away from that.
Oh my gosh.
What?
That's like expensive
It's gonna go
technology.
flying.
Turn around and aim that way.
Bro,
Oh, well,
how do I do it? I don't really drink, so I don't.
Maybe we don't need to do it.
Do I just?
well, it's not on camera if you want to do it.
First do this,
Huh?
and then
I'm sorry, I don't drink, so I don't know how to do this.
Do it toward the wall.
first loosen
I
it
know.
a
Do it
little.
towards the window.
If I were you, I would twist it.
Twist?
But keep your hand over the the top of it.
Is it is it too strong? It's gonna exit.
It's not like shaken up. Shaken up, is it?
It's not gonna hurt your hand.
You'll be fine. Full send.
Dude, I'm kind of scared. Not gonna lie.
Don't be scared.
I'm kind of
Don't be
fucking
scared.
scared, bro. I don't drink, so I. Oh fuck, bro. I'm gonna hit the fucking monitor. I'm gonna break
Twist it
something.
with your teeth.
Fuck.
Brandon
Okay.
Wells donated $100.
Bro, I'm too
Ooh,
weak. I
let's
can't.
go, it's a
Holy fuck,
party
dude. I'm
tonight,
not strong
y'all.
enough.
Yes, you are.
Dude, I literally can't do it.
Unattainable.
Grab the cord.
Dude, look at my dainty
know.
man hands.
This is unattainable
Nick,
for
can you
men
do it?
to open champagne bottles.
Yeah,
Oh,
let me
you
see.
want to do it?
I'll try. I've never done this.
Just make sure
Oh
it's
no.
pointed.
Yeah, point it
Point it.
that way.
How does it?
Point it up. Shoot it into the loft.
I just want to go like this.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Hold your hand over
okay.
it. Yeah.
Like
yeah.
this?
Yeah.
See, you're all
Oh, that's
Oh my
beautiful.
god. I've never done that. I was not expecting that.
You've never done that?
I've never done. I don't drink.
Okay, I thought it just no matter what.
This
Okay.
twist off one.
Oh, it's pink. Oh shit, am I not pouring this right? I'm getting the fizz. Fuck.
Well.
Okay. You said you wanted some. Okay, we'll do that. All right. This is dedicated to our patron Brandon, who. So this should actually be a trigger from someone. So okay. Do I just not know how to pour?
You're supposed to pour it slowly at
Yeah.
an angle.
Pour it down the
I thought that's for
side.
beer. I think champagne's okay. It's just.
Well, it's also
It's
just
the
bubbly
same.
and carbonated.
Nice and
so
bubbly
it's gonna
champagne.
have, it's gonna have it anyway.
Whoops.
You're fine.
I'm sorry. Okay. If you guys want to pass those down to the alcoholics over there on that side of the
Please.
table. Cheers to our.
Did you get one?
No.
There's
Where's
one.
mine? Okay.
Cheers to our comrade, Mr. Brandon Mells, for his generosity in this hour of need. Thank you very much, man. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad. Some people bought power gum, so you have to do. Did you want to shout them out or?
Yeah, listen, I'll shout him out. I cannot put on that outfit. My wife will divorce me. I'm not even kidding.
You signed a contract before the start of the show. You are legally bound to put on a schoolgirl outfit.
Listen, well, Justin W bought Power Gum. Now I know your address, Justin. Just kidding. We have Craig. Oh, Craig is one of my viewers. I know his first name, last name. We have David S bought Power Gum. We have Edward E bought Power. Hey, thank you guys very much. Thank you guys very much. So Power Gum is my own business. I'm the only guy. I am Mr. Power Gum. It's all me. And this is a product I've been selling now for around 2 years. And I made it because all the other caffeine products suck. I got sick of all the caffeine pills and the caffeine powders and the canned energy stuff. It's got a lot of problems. I'll say the best thing about Power Gum is it's like a very nice, clean burn. It doesn't have that big spike and then the crash on the back end. It's just a very nice burn. That's the best way I can put it.
Word. Okay, let's get these final few and then we're going to wrap up. Can you pull up the final Instagrams and then...
You want to see the followers of this guy, right?
Sure, we could show Esfand really quick. Oops.
We got Esfand. We need a new one now.
Yeah, this is Esfand. He's also...
He knows Amaranth.
Yeah, Esfand, Chad Paladin. He's like a Ret Paladin though, so like in Classic, it's like kind of poverty DPS, but he is like top in terms of Paladin players. He is pretty up there in terms of skill, but it's like he's kind of gimped himself by playing like, you know, a kind of subpar class. Just
But
saying.
he's a very righteous man. He's a
great
man
guy.
of the light.
He's a great man.
Champion of the
great
light.
man. Let's do the next one. This is Mitch Jones.
Oh.
Plays a mage, right, in World of Warcraft. Yeah, so that's Mitch.
That's what's up.
I have a feeling like our girl over here, Rhea, might be interested in this guy. I don't, he is white though, so I don't know. I mean, that's your words, right? You don't like white guys apparently. This is Mitch Jones. I think we get the idea. So, yay or nay on Mitch Jones?
No.
Damn.
No.
No, huh? Okay.
No.
Huh? What about?
I have that.
Oh.
I'm gonna say no as well.
Okay. All right.
I'm
Pull
sorry.
him back up. Mitch Jones. He's another Twitch streamer, mage. Okay. All right. Next one. You can probably just control tab. Okay. This is Frederique. He is from Canada. He's Canadian, so I don't know if that might be a con for some
The
of you.
little man PPC.
Little piece of shit. And pull up that photo with the Thunder Fury. So that's him with a sword. So I was just curious, like, you know, so he's had 2 rogues in Classic who've had Thunder Fury, which is like pretty good for a rogue, right? He's big rogue player. He plays Hunter a little bit too. What do you date him? Yay or nay?
No.
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 Man, it's tough out here.
I'm gonna have to say no as well.
What the fuck?
I would.
Should we film the keyboard photo? Oh, that's
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm keeping my
Nah,
options open for Brandon. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
How come you told her you're gonna hook her up with Brandon, but you didn't tell me you're gonna hook me up with Chase?
T.
Wait, what? Chase? You mean the Christian guy? Chase?
Isn't that his
Oh,
name?
I think you're saying Chance.
Chance.
Oh, Chance.
Give her a chance.
I meant Chance. Yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Let's do the next one. I think we got 2 more. Oh, whoops! Sorry, didn't mean to do that. This is what's his first name? What's his not?
Zaryu's. What's his first name?
Joshua. His
It's
name?
Josh. It's Josh.
He's like
He's got a baby mama.
Pregnant
Oh,
wife.
I think that was just like
That's his sister?
That was like for a photo shoot. Yeah, his sister
His
probably.
sister also married him?
Probably. So he's definitely single. This
Okay.
is Zaryu. Don't
are you sure?
don't worry about that girl.
This man is not single. I'm sorry. This man is not single.
No, he
I
just
actually see a ring.
He is not single.
it's his sister.
Bro,
Actually really close to
whatever.
siblings.
So given the photos, let's assume
Pass.
he's single, right? Let's assume he's single. Do you go for him? Do you date him? He's a really good guy, really great guy, and he made it to like 60 on his mage in hardcore,
That's impressive.
which it's like
It's so funny you're telling us all these like World of Warcraft statistics like it matters to us. Like
That's wrong.
Nothing matters
I have no
more.
idea what that means.
we're all like, yeah, like we don't know what that means.
so. Do you? Yes or no?
No.
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 I'm gonna say no as well.
Okay, all right. Let's. pull
He's
it
like a super attractive guy. He's shredded. He makes a ton of money.
Attractive
Would
to
you
me.
date him?
I would.
I'm not gay.
If he was single,
if I was
but-
gay.
I love how that
I
didn't
don't
come
like
up, but
his-
the fact that you're married didn't come up for her.
Next one. That's Josh. Okay, next.
But let's get real. That is
this
his
is-
wife, right?
This is what's I forgot his Savix.
I don't know Savix's first name.
I don't know
I
his
don't know your
first name.
guys' friends' names.
We're us in the gamer community. We refer to each other with our gamer tags.
Yeah, but you're not like, hey, Brian.
Like
or
I'm
hey,
my
what
gamer
happens
tag.
off the game? Like you're texting each other.
My
you
gamer-
text each other
huh?
gamer tag?
Yeah, like this is stay safe.
Yep.
That's not Matt. This is
But
stay
that's
safe.
so much harder to
TV.
write out when you're like
Just TV,
texting.
stay safe. TV. What? Huh?
We don't text. We only FaceTime every night.
Yeah.
Aw.
We
Just
never
kind of
text.
like you and your okay.
Slay.
Wait, did we? Let's pull it back up. Scroll down. Let's see some more photos. This is Savix. He's what does he play? Is he kind of a? Is he a rogue? What is he?
He's normally
What does he main?
Oh, he's normally a red paladin, but also a rogue player.
Okay. All right. Okay. there
What a
you
nice
go.
guy. I love
Looks like a
Savix.
good guy. He's a good guy. Yes or no?
I'm gonna give him a yes.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
No.
You don't. Okay.
I'm gonna say yes.
Oh. Okay.
I'm gonna
What-
say no.
Oh. Wow. Damn. Tough crowd here. Okay.
Savix is killing it.
Bring it back up.
The last one. I can show it out already.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, is this? Oh, wait. Oh, this is. Oh, sorry. This is that.
I don't know why you have that there.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're not doing that because you're married and stuff. But okay, never mind.
You have a
Okay.
nice family.
Oh,
Is
thank
he
you.
Korean?
Who? Matt?
The
Yeah.
guy
I'm not
He's definitely
Korean.
He's definitely Korean. Oh, the previous guy, Savage.
The guy who looked kind of Korean.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay,
I
we
think,
have.
I think yes.
Yo, common people, thank you for the 50. Is that British pounds? Seems so hard to debate females. You could say 1 + 2 = 3, and someone will say, but maybe 2 was sick that day. Bad timing. Sending this after that 1K super chat ripped me. Yo, common people, thank you very much for your super chat. Appreciate it, man. TJ King, ladies, name each other's red flags. Name each other's red flags. So, well,
I don't know.
you
Everyone's
two are friends. So, like, what's wrong with her? And you tell me what's wrong with her.
Keep in
What's-
mind, we've only been living together for about 2 days.
I met her yesterday.
Yeah. So,
Okay, just rip it.
what's my red flag?
What's her red flag? Just be brutally honest. She's got something
Go
on
nuts,
you.
Kate.
She's got
you
something
could make
on
something
you.
up. Just make something up.
Does she leave the
You
toilet
weigh your
seat?
protein powder?
Oh yeah, I weigh out my protein powder. Instead of measuring, I have a little scale.
Because they come with little cups.
Well, like sometimes the cups aren't like they don't like, measure right, you know. So like it could be like 35 grams or 33 grams in it. I want to see how many like
That's
proteins
definitely
they
a
have.
red flag.
How's that a red flag?
I accept all your red flags.
Oh, thank you,
Wow.
Angel.
Beautiful. Name each other's red flags.
Maybe we should like
I
name our
think he
own.
meant like
Yeah, I think that's a bit
Yeah,
easier.
let's name our own.
Here.
Damn it, I just said
Our red flags are like red flags about us.
About us.
Yeah, let's start with you and we'll move that way. Go ahead.
My red flags?
Yeah, we'll start with you and then move
I don't
that
have
way
red
this time.
flags. I'm just kidding.
Stop the cap.
I know. No, I'll be honest. I think in my past relationships, well, red flag like in the initial like dating stage or when you're in a relationship, like things that people have said.
Just your own self-assessment.
I think I have a tendency to be a fixer, and I've definitely had to work on that. I had to realize that, you know, just because I see potential or I see like a good game plan doesn't mean that I need to like get everybody in line with that. So I've worked on not fixing everybody that I encounter.
Is that a red flag though?
Not for the other person, but for.
Yeah, but it's like that's. I mean, probably wouldn't a partner view that as a good thing, kind of? To be a fixer, I guess.
No,
No,
because they feel like it's.
Like you're nagging and shit, or.
I know I've actually never been said that I've been a nagger, but
So how do you fix?
like if encouraging them to or trying to get them to do something that they don't want to do that betters them, in my opinion.
Isn't that kind of nagging? Isn't that
No,
nagging?
it's not in a naggy way. It's like in a like, you should do this, but they don't want to do it. It's not like naggy. It's just like maybe I'm like, I see sometimes like potential for them that they don't see, so then they view it as maybe being like critical or something like that. I don't know.
All right. Okay. Well, you guys already kind of went. Here, how about you reveal what are your own red flags? What's your red flag?
Oh, probably like the amount of caffeine I drink.
That's a red flag.
How much do you drink? Do you think?
I mean, okay, I had to cut back, but it used to be about 1,000 milligrams a day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, a lot.
Get
You know
this
what?
girl some
How
power
many
gum.
cups of coffee
Each
is
piece
that?
here,
Coffee and-
50 milligrams. It's gonna totally
Girl,
replace all
I'll
that
eat
other
a whole
stuff.
box. Be careful. But like literally, I would, wake up, I'd go to work, drink coffee, little cup of coffee. Then I'd have, do you know those like energy drinks? They're like 200 milligrams
Celsius
each,
or
like Ghost ones. Those are my favorite. I drink like 2 of those throughout work. Go home,
I'm not sure if
go to
this
the
is
gym, double scoop my pre, and then
How's
it's
this a red flag though?
Well, like the heart problems.
Yeah, but like in the context of a relationship, like I'm not.
Well, I'm just very. I don't know.
You're just a spaz, like when.
Well, not like that. I just mean like that's probably bad for me. That's the only.
Yeah, but that's not like a red flag, like a red
flag.
flag in the context of like a romantic relationship, like.
What would be considered a red flag then?
Like
That
they
I'm
slash your
not gonna have a heart
tires.
attack?
Have you slashed anybody's tires? I kind of get that
No.
impression.
For me, is that because I'm Mexican?
Whoa! What the fuck?
Whoa!
Why would the?
You
Where? How did
racist.
you get? To
Yeah.
Get
okay.
to that.
It's because I'm a woman. No, I've never slashed
Unbelievable.
anyone's tires. I'm too
Mexican
scared.
women, unbelievable.
Yeah, be careful.
Unbelievable.
Latinos will get you. Yeah, but I don't know. What's a red flag?
Here's mine.
Like,
When
pose
I'm
one.
when I'm like
Clingy.
when I'm irritated, I get kind of like dismissive and short, and I get kind of like okay. If I'm tired and hungry and irritated, I get cranky and I'm like okay.
That's called hangry.
I get hangry.
Oh,
I get very dismissive.
I guess I get hangry.
There you go.
I love food.
You love food? That's your red flag?
No, I
Wait,
said I
what was
get
that
hangry.
noise? Can you make that noise again?
What?
The noise you just made?
What noise?
It was like a.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
don't
Peter
know.
Griffin.
No. No, I can't do it.
Or
You
like
called
a-
me out on it.
Or like a 1920s mobster. Yeah. You didn't hear that?
No.
Can we get a replay? Can we get a replay?
Do you actually
of
have
that?
replays?
No, unfortunately. not.
Bro, you got my hopes up.
We can see it after the show. What about you?
I'd say for me, my red flag is that I schedule like everything in my life. So
That's not
I'm-
a red flag.
I know, but like in my
Oh
own
my God.
relationship, like it's made me very like strict.
Wait, so hold on.
Yeah.
you schedule everything. So it's like, okay.
Dates.
At,
everything.
at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Going to be a little foreplay. At 10:20, that's when there's penetration. Is that the degree of planning that you do?
No.
Then how is it a red flag?
Because
Actually, I'd love that if a girl was like, okay, Brian, there's going to be 10 minutes of foreplay.
like if we have a date, I'll plan like everything.
You would like
At 10:10, we're going to do 10 minutes of foreplay. Then we're going to do, I don't know if I would, that's a little too assertive, I think. But
Yeah.
and then at 10:20, there's going to be insertion. Okay.
Do you want a dominant woman?
Not.
Do you want a dommy mommy? Is what they say.
No, I don't want that.
Okay. No, like riding crops, black leather. Okay.
No.
You can be honest if you're incredibly submissive. You can just own up to
No,
that.
I'm not.
If you're just a submissive man, you can
I'm not-
accept that.
no.
We can talk about that.
I do like when like there can be like a little. I like when women do initiate,
Okay.
but I don't like dominant.
Okay.
I like submissive. This is such an oxymoron. I like submissive initiation.
Okay.
If that makes any fucking sense whatsoever.
No, I get that. Okay.
Like for example, you could be like a girl could be submissive, and be like, ask you permission to do something in a submissive way.
Mm. But
Is it
the
okay
question
if
is initiating.
Huh?
Her asking that question is initiating, and that's what you want.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
So wait, what? We were talking about your red
Oh,
flags,
yeah,
which
I was
apparently
just
is
gonna
not.
say I was going to elaborate more.
It's not a red flag though.
No, but it means that when he's late or he's running late or he cancels on me, I get really butthurt.
I don't think that's wrong though. I think that's like perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable.
That
That's
is
like
valid to be
boundaries.
hurt.
I totally agree
Because I think
with
it's
that.
rude to be late, to cancel plans, to be flaky.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are way too comfortable, especially with cell phones now, to just like at a whim either cancel plans or people like are very blasé about being late. But I think it's incredibly rude. Let's talk about dating, for example. If someone's like 30 minutes late to a first date, I think that's a really bad first impression.
Super rude.
Even worse if they, it's okay, like if someone's like 10 minutes late and they apologize, then it's no big deal. But if like they're super late or they're somewhat late, but they don't like give you at least a token apology,
Yeah.
and they're like, I think that's a bad look.
Well,
So-
I think at 30 minutes, it's like deliberate at that point. It's like you
should
you
walk.
had to
You should
try.
leave.
Yeah.
You don't wait
yeah.
longer than
You think
30
they're trying to
minutes.
make a power play is what they're trying
But
to
like,
do.
play.
that's at the beginning of the relationship because like now I'm like 2 years in, so it's like
And
a
you
little
accept it?
different. I know. I just try to be more understanding if things
Yeah.
come
Well, I
up.
think they're like some people temperamentally are like less like, and I think it's also a cultural thing too.
Yeah.
Like in certain countries, it's kind of like a little bit, if someone says show up at a certain time, I don't know if, I think they've said this about like Italy and Spain. It's kind of a little more like casual. It's just like being late isn't a big deal, but like in Germany or like, it's like really
Yeah.
fucking rude to be late.
Yeah.
And at least me personally, I think it's really rude like to be late.
Yeah,
And-
because usually I'm
differences
like
like that.
ready like 15 minutes before.
well, your wife's from German, right?
Yeah, this pops in my head. So if we're in the U.S., I say, "Hey, see you tomorrow," or I'll say, "Hey, see you later." In the U.S., it's like, well, we might not ever see each other again. In Germany, if you say, "Hey, see you later," they'll say, "When? When will we see each other? Tomorrow at 9?"
Yeah, it's definitely different.
It's much more literal.
Red flags for you?
I am an extremely picky eater, so it's really hard to eat out with me.
It's hard to eat out with
Yeah,
you.
because I want what I want, and so.
And are you also indecisive where
Yes.
you want to eat?
Yes.
So you're super picky. So a
Yes.
guy might be like, and you're indecisive too. So a guy might say, okay, well, let's go get this. And then you're like, no, I don't want that. And then
Yeah,
he's like,
exactly.
okay,
yeah,
okay.
that's how it goes. Yeah.
Okay, good times.
Yeah.
Good times. What about you? Red flag?
I would say I'm an overthinker, which also makes me indecisive as well.
Overthinker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like the guy doesn't text you back after 5 minutes and you're like, he's definitely cheating on me type shit?
No, not necessarily. I feel like I definitely used to be like that, but I think I've chilled out a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I think I can be like really stubborn to the point where I'm bratty,
Mm-hmm.
and I also have kind of a crazy family.
Okay, I get that.
How is your family crazy?
Well, my My mom is like really into other cultures to the point where sometimes she like dresses like she like verges on transracial. Also, she's just kind of like
just because she's wearing different clothes, or
no, like sometimes she'll speak in an accent. She kind of has to like bring in other cultures to every conversation, like the food she eats. Also, she's just like in general a character. My dad is also a character as well. He wears like crazy tie-dye shirts and he lives in this like casino in Vegas.
He lives in a casino?
Yes, he's always got like a different business. Well, I met him when I was 21, but ever since then, he's always got like a different business card for some weird project he's working on.
Huh.
One time was like a poker chip. One time he was in like the UFO discovery business. He had a holographic one. It's kind of a lot, but
whoa.
I got a pretty interesting family. I don't know if it's a red flag, but it's certainly worth noting.
So if we're dating, one day I meet your mom, she might be Jamaican. The next day I meet her and she's Chinese.
Like it's like she likes like Middle East stuff, and she's also gotten really into like, we're Jewish, so she's also gotten really, really into that culture over time. But
okay,
I mean, I try and understand her, but my family is in Ohio too, which might be another red flag. I'm from Ohio.
Huh.
Yeah, that's a red flag. Ohio, definitely huge. Huge red flag.
No one from Ohio.
Okay, last super chat. Joe Hall, thank you for the $50 super chat. No message. Merci beaucoup, my friend. Okay, before we wrap up here, does anyone have any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Are you doing the after show tonight?
I think not.
It's pretty late, huh?
It's pretty late. Unless we could do like a 10-minute. We'll do 10-minute after show and then wrap. Final thoughts, anybody? Speak now or forever hold.
Sure. I just want to encourage everyone watching now and everyone who listens to this podcast and everyone on the podcast that you were just created for a purpose. And when it comes to relationships and dating, I really want to encourage people to seek out love and fidelity and to not be afraid to sacrifice and to love wholeheartedly. And I think you'll find that you're more fulfilled and happier when you do that. So those are my final thoughts. Also, if you're interested in anything I spoke about at the beginning, my nonprofit organization is For the Martyrs. And again, we are raising awareness about the crisis of Christian persecution. Over 360 million Christians around the world are facing death, imprisonment, loss of their businesses, torture, and even death of their family members solely because of their faith. So
Bender the Offender donated $99. As a person from Ohio, we don't claim blue hair.
So if you're interested in learning more about Christian persecution or just understanding these statistics, you can follow us on Instagram at March for the Martyrs or go to our website forthemartyrs.com.
Anybody over here? Final thought?
I ain't got nothing else.
I'll just say thank you to everyone for sharing their perspectives and equally hearing out mine.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Oh yeah, thank you for letting us on here.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
Well, so I just have a question for you. You requested to be on the show. I feel like you came here. Well, I'm not trying to like paint you in a certain way, but is there anything that I've said that you disagree with, like in previous shows, that you wanted to like debate me on? Because you said you're a feminist, liberal, whatever, and so I was curious if like you had any, you were like, okay, I'm gonna show this guy.
No, but I think I haven't seen too many of the podcast episodes. Actually, I just found out about it 2 days ago from my ex.
Oh, your ex watches?
Yeah, he does watch.
Is that why you guys broke up? You're like, how dare you watch this fucking terrible podcast? We're so done.
I think there was a conversation. I have no idea.
There was a conversation
about the wage gap, not being real.
Is that what you wanted to talk about?
It's not something I wanted to talk about, but it's something that I definitely remembered.
Okay. Anything else, or?
So you don't believe the wage gap is real?
No, not really. I think it's a myth. It's been debunked.
Has it?
Yeah, it's been debunked.
It got thoroughly debunked
debunked.
by multiple anonymous sources.
Multiple people.
From inside the Pentagon.
Inside the Pentagon, the CIA.
Yeah.
The CIA.
It actually got rebunked and then it got debunked again.
Oh, so when they put out that,
wait, hold on just a sec.
$100. Good stuff, y'all. Wage gap is not real.
Oh wow! I don't know how quickly he typed that up. That shit was.
If the wage gap is not real, then why did he make $100 and these women just made $0?
Wow. Whoa.
Think about that.
That's crazy.
Actually, we're not getting paid.
Statistics were put out intentionally.
Sorry, say that again.
Like when they made those wage statistics that you said are debunked, since they're debunked, do you think they were put out intentionally wrong, or it was like a mistake that made them not real? Like what? Like
from what I mean, Brian, do you want to answer first?
What the question is it mislead? What?
Like, so people believe that there's a wage gap based on these statistics, but you said it's debunked, right? So do you think those statistics were intentionally put out wrong, or it was just somehow a mistake?
Well, I mean, the wage gap essentially is it's a very misleading number because you hear different numbers, but you hear, for example, women make 79 cents on the dollar as compared to men. Women make 83 cents on the dollar as compared to men. However, that's not how you do any sort of statistical analysis. So what the wage gap does is, there's multivariate analysis of the economy is a very complex thing. You cannot just simply, and this is what the wage gap is, it looks at all the money that women make in this country, and you compare it to all the money that the men make in this country. I think we can all agree that's a fairly oversimplified way to look at differences between the genders. I'll come back to it.
$100. Aggregate wages don't compare same pay for same work, and when you compare differences in wages for same work, it's usually less hours worked.
Yeah, so the wage gap that's often cited, again, let's say it's 79 cents to the dollar compared to men, that's taking all the money that women make, comparing it to all the money that men make. You're not accounting for type of job, type of educational achievement that they've had when it comes to degree attainment. You're not looking at hazard pay, which men typically are more likely to receive hazard pay. It's not looking at, did I already say hours worked? It's not looking at specific career fields. It's not looking at seniority. It's really not looking at anything besides really, really basic numbers.
So you think it was wrong because it was just done incorrectly? There wasn't like some sort of reason for it being like that?
I think there was probably some agenda. I think it's
I'm
pushing some
like
sort of
some sort of like
I think it's pushing some sort of equity agenda versus some sort of equality, like opportunity of equality versus equity of outcome. I think it's pushing some sort of agenda there.
I was just curious as to like why it's such a commonly believed thing, and like who put it out when you're saying it's like
Well, I think it fits the narrative that men bad.
Like I was just wondering if there was like more reason for it, or it was just like done.
No, it's what Brian said. Also, men are more willing to work overnight shifts, which generally pay higher. They're working to do overtime. Also, women generally, not all women, but a lot of women will take 2 or 3 years off of their career, and they'll have a child, and then maybe they'll get into the career back.
So there just was like a lot of factors that weren't included in.
It was lacking a lot of nuance.
Yeah. The question you need to ask yourself is not whether it exists. And by the way, so there's no pay gap or wage gap. There is an earnings gap, but the question you need to ask yourself is not whether it exists, but why it exists. And the answer is it's not sexism. There's many reasons for earnings gap. One of the big ones I forgot to mention, aside from hours worked and career field, you look at college, which actually the majority, we don't look at the gap in college where it's like 60% women who are going to college getting degrees ever since 1979. There's been more women who are going to college than men. We don't really look at that anymore. As soon as it's inequality when men are advantaged, but once women are advantaged in some paradigm, all of a sudden it's, now you've had equality even though it's not. You're not taking into account when it comes to the earnings gap, women's own choices. So women make certain choices that lend to the supposed wage gap, or what is in actuality an earnings gap. For example, if you look at the top 10 paying fields of study in university, men predominate in the top 10. I don't know if it's either the top 5 or top 10 majors, whereas women predominate in the lowest paying majors or disciplines in universities. So, but it doesn't take into account, different hours worked by men, different types of jobs, many other factors. And I mean, we can talk about gaps though. There's all kinds of gaps. We can talk about the, more likely to die on the job gap. 93% of workplace fatalities are men. So let's talk about gaps. You can make the argument that should a job where you're likely to die at, should that pay more? Well, it happens to be the case that there are more men in jobs where you're likely to be, to die. You're more likely to be injured. For example, we can talk about the more likely to be electrocuted to death gap, the more likely to be crushed to death gap, the more likely to fall to their death gap, more likely to be injured on the job gap. Well, this is all predominated by men, but we don't really talk about that. So, good times. I kind of rambled there, but I don't know if you ever wanted to have a back and forth on the wage gap.
I feel like I need to do more research before I speak on the topic.
Okay. Good times.
I think that's a good opinion to have. That's a good take.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's totally fair thing to say.
What's that?
I said good night.
Yeah.
I'm young. It's my bedtime.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up here soon. Okay, last question I had. Let me just double check, make sure we're not missing any chats. I don't want to screw anybody over here. Oh, did we have? Okay, we had a couple coming in. Really quick on this whole kind of some of the feminist stuff. Just show of hands. Who here considers themselves to be a feminist? Show of hands. Raise them high if you are.
I've not taken a feminist studies class, so I don't really know that.
I mean, I would say yeah.
Haram!
What do you mean by feminist?
I feel
like women advocating for women, or just
like a feminist.
Meaning
yes,
what?
But not extreme.
Can you I'm
feminist.
curious to know what the definition of a feminist is. I've been thinking about
sure,
that.
Well,
Because
I feel like a lot of it has extreme connotations, but I don't know if that's actually.
Sure. Well, okay. Feminism is an ideology. You probably shouldn't ask me what my definition of it is.
No,
but
I just want to know
has,
the definition.
Well, I mean, you can ask
if you
10
Google
feminists and they would all give you different definitions.
Well, I just want to know the official one.
Well, okay, the most
from Webster or whatever.
Sure. If I'm being charitable, well, okay,
you can look it up on your computer, right?
Feminists purport that they fight for equality, but I mean that's really not true.
See, that's why I was reluctant, because I feel like the definition of feminism to some isn't the same.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair assessment, right? So feminism 70 years ago meant something different than feminism means today.
Yeah, I feel like now it has extreme connotations and woke connotations, but to some people it might not mean that. So
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so just in the last 2 or 3 years, the word feminism has changed in some ways that we probably shouldn't get into in the podcast.
What is the clear definition? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, feminism 70, 80 years ago was talking about giving women the right to vote and own property and get bank loans and things like this. And now feminism these days has shifted from equality of opportunity to equality of outcome, which is not exactly super desirable. It's not even possible, right? For reasons we just talked about with Brian and the wage gap. And feminism is starting to become...
Yeah, I feel like even the meaning of the word feminism can be taken in many different ways.
Well, you're also seeing right now sort of a civil war within feminism itself, where you have feminists that are accepting of trans women, and then feminists that are not. These are called TERFs, right? The radical trans, And so there's sort of the feminist civil war. So I don't know.
I feel like there's a war between the two genders, and then there's a war within the genders themselves.
Yeah, well, men and women should have equal rights and equal protection under the law. Men and women absolutely have equal dignity, but men and women are not the same. And I think today's feminist movement, and maybe even the beginning of, or at some point, the feminist movement transformed from advocating for equal rights and equal protection to now saying that not only are men and women's supposedly the same, which they're not, that somehow men are bad. And that's what I think a lot of the narrative is coming out of today's feminist movement.
Yeah, because like I don't believe that. Like I don't think men are bad. Like I don't feel like against men. If anything, I want to try and like understand them more and like coexist with men more. But I do believe like women should be treated equally with respect. So if that makes me
equal but not the
feminist.
same. Men and women are different, but they should have equal rights, equal protection, and have equal dignity.
Word. Okay, so you consider yourself to be a feminist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So since you have a sense of what that means, just really quick, what's your like sense of what being a feminist is, or what is feminism?
Gia, I feel like worded it perfectly. We actually had a conversation about this before we went in, and I feel like she said it perfectly.
So
that men and women are different, but they're both necessary and should be respected with equal rights. Okay.
Absolutely.
Really? Are you sure that's what you?
Yeah. Why? What did you think it was gonna be?
Well, I mean, you know what though? I think a lot of people will claim that's what it is, but I don't really think feminists really fight for equality.
Mm-hmm.
Today,
Well,
world,
even
because we have equal rights under the law.
Yeah, and I mean even historically, but to some degree, but I don't think feminism is a true equality movement. We have something called egalitarianism, which I think is a much more appropriate term for people who are seeking true equality. I mean, feminism, in my estimation, is, in the most charitable sense, is women's advocacy. There's nothing wrong with women's advocacy. However, that's not the same as equality, or someone who fights for equality, because you wouldn't, for example, find feminists if there was something where men were either discriminated against or where men had some sort of detriment in society, feminists are not fighting for men in any capacity. And in fact, if equality were to come in some conceivable way at the detriment of women, feminists would fight against said equality to secure the preferential treatment of women. So let's take, for example, the draft. Right now, men are the exclusive, only men in the United States are subject to military conscription, forced military conscription. Women are exempt. You're never, feminists will fight tooth and nail to prevent women from also being subject to the draft, even though that would be equality. Now, I don't think military conscription is a desirable thing, but let's be honest, we're not going to be able to get rid of the draft there's geopolitical reasons why you cannot get rid of a draft, but yeah. Word.
Yeah, and so you don't see women advocating for, hey, we want to be a part of selective service. That's not a talking point of modern feminists.
Right.
You don't see modern feminists pushing back against 64% of male infants getting circumcised. No feminist is talking about that, right?
I heard one talk about it.
Well, I think a really good example is in Florida, there was a bill that was proposed to, I think, default. It would be split custody in the case of if there was a divorce or, the parents were having a custody dispute. The bill was proposed to create equality, whereas both men and women could have guaranteed split custody, and it would not just default to women. And a bunch of women's organizations, feminist organizations, actually fought against that bill. I don't know the specific details of the bill, but one of the biggest, I think now, NOW, which is a major feminist women's organization, they fought against the bill, and I think the governor at the time, I forgot who it was, ended up vetoing the bill, so it didn't get passed. So, I mean, feminists will fight against equality if said equality comes conceivably at the detriment of women in some way. So I guess a lot of feminist organizations are against assumed shared custody of children. And it's not, I don't know what the breakdown is by the various states in this country, but I definitely know that Typically, women are going to be, if there's a custody dispute, more likely the family court system, there's a bias there. The women are more likely to be awarded majority custody or full custody. I don't know the exact details.
Not in California.
Well, perhaps that's one way California has it good. I'm not sure. I'd have to look up the state-specific details when it comes to custody of children. I have one question for you, though. So, feminist, do you believe that women are oppressed? Do you believe that?
Well, I believe that men have more privilege than women.
You believe men have more privilege than women? Okay.
Yeah.
But so do you
In
believe
what
women?
way?
Sorry. I feel like. Sorry, let me gather my thoughts. I'm feeling very sleepy.
It's late. Maybe we can have you back on.
Yeah, that would be great, actually, so I could come back with more research.
Sure.
Yeah,
Like the
back
press
with,
secretary.
literally everything, yeah.
Next time we'll all bring our laptops.
Ooh, I want
Like
one of
Brandon.
those pointers. And
Get a little
point
piece
to
of
a
paper.
whiteboard. PowerPoint.
Tell you what, we'll save it for next time. How's that sound?
Okay.
We'll have
What
you
was the
back.
question again?
What? I was just asking. Well, we can save it for next time. How's that sound?
Okay,
want
but
me
I
to
want to
repeat?
prepare and research, and I
Oh,
forgot
I was just
the
asking.
question.
So it's like, well, you're a feminist. Like, do you think that women are oppressed?
And why?
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
What is male privilege, I guess, is part of the question.
Male privilege.
In what ways are men privileged?
Many ways. I'm so sorry. I'm really blanking out right now.
It's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah. It's
Really?
Yeah.
so late. It's very late. Okay, I think that's. Let me just double check. Okay, we're good. Okay. Before we wrap, any last thoughts before I wrap up?
Are you left-handed?
I am.
You both?
Oh,
Are you
I think
left-handed?
I think she was asking me. I am.
Okay.
Why?
Left-handed
Is
right
that-
there.
is that-
That's some big red flags right there.
What the fuck?
Left-handed
Isn't there like
people-
a scholarship for that?
12%.
Something-
We're the top 12%.
Dude, more white people get divorced than our left-handed people.
Really?
Or wait,
No, I'm
what?
just kidding. Making up fake statistics,
No,
guys.
Oh,
that's what I
okay.
mean,
Just
China,
kidding,
that
just
adds
kidding.
up.
Yeah, I think honestly, we can talk about like racial privilege, gender privilege, but like handed privilege.
Yeah.
Honestly, I want reparations.
No,
Scissors
actually,
and
no.
notebooks.
I'm
I was talking to
left-handed.
people
I
at
should
work.
get reparations
They said that
from
the
all you
scissors don't
right-handed
fit your
people.
guys' hands.
Who
What does
here-
that
hold
mean?
on. Who here is right-handed?
Me?
Show of hands. Who's right-handed? Is there any left-handed people here?
No.
Oh, what's up, bro?
It's us.
Okay.
No, red flag.
Solidarity.
on average, left-handed people-
solidarity.
Wait, are
Eight-
men more likely to be left-handed than women?
I don't think so.
Not sure.
I don't know.
In
I
any
don't
case-
know if I've ever
Eight
met a
points
left-handed
IQ
woman.
higher.
Why would
8
I
IQ
do
higher
that?
on
Let's
average.
fucking go.
I don't think I've ever
coming
met
to
a
a
girl
deep
that
place
was
in my
left-handed.
brain where I'm like, that might be true.
Yo, here's what. Listen, is anyone here in favor of reparations?
No.
Okay. We
Maybe
are
for, like, the
left-handed.
Native
You guys are
Americans.
right-handed. I want you guys to get your purses right now and give us money for what you guys have inflicted upon us historically.
You want us
we
to
are
start our list?
we are historically oppressed
Please.
as left-handed people. Have you seen fucking scissors? Fuck that shit. Fuck scissors, son.
Everybody has
Have you
problems,
seen desks
know.
when you're a kid? The desk, the little thing, the little nub.
That's
The
okay.
desk nub. It's on the right-handed side, son.
True.
Do you know
but
how
what
much
does
I
that have to do
suffered?
with
Do
your
you know how
left
much I
hand?
suffered at
What does that have to do with your left arm? Your arm is like on the arm resty thing back here.
Bro, that's for like writing, son.
But you
They
have
put the little-
accommodations in
this.
schools now.
Huh?
Oh, I guess people have longer arms.
You know, back in the
Must be
day, the
hard.
teachers used to
Golf
beat it out of the
clubs.
kids. If you were a
Oh,
kid
golf
and you were
clubs, you
inclined to
buy
write with your left hand, they'd walk around with a
Yeah, but
rod
it's not
and
as
they'd
common.
smack your hand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to feel their
Listen.
pain.
Abuse.
I want all of you to go get your purses, and you need to pay us, me and Matt here, for the discrimination that we have faced
How much?
throughout
Millions?
history,
Millions?
throughout our lives. Okay,
Millions of dollars?
I want $20 from each of you.
20.
Dude,
after
you're
the
lucky
show.
if I have 20 bucks in my purse.
Oh, that's why you're about Brandon. Okay.
No.
Okay, cool.
moment.
We're gonna wrap there. I want to give a big thank you. Should we do body count really quick?
We should do one more power gum. Listen.
Oh my god.
You should go buy Power Gum. I'm telling you, if you are sick of all these other trash energy supplements, Power Gum. Look, let me open this up here. It's a little sleeve.
Shameless. Shame.
we
You are
need Power Gum
shameless, my
right now.
friend. You are
If you
shameless.
guys want a Power Gum,
Can
Right
we have
here.
one? I was
Yeah, please.
Go ahead.
Slide it open.
Go ahead. Try some.
Here, it's
Try
yours.
I need one for this drive home.
There you go.
Can I please?
Thanks.
They're really good. You're going to like them, okay?
Circle.
Yeah.
Best energy ever.
Wait, this is so cool.
Got them hooked.
Wait, what flavor is it? Let's see, live review.
6 more addicts. Chew through it. Give it 30 seconds. Get it chewing.
I'm like hyped up.
We got texture.
I'm telling you.
Wait. Okay.
Maybe
while
I
you
can
guys
talk
while
about
you guys are chewing,
male privilege
body
after
count.
this.
Body count. Should body? I'm too fucking tired for this. Anybody want to share their body count?
No one wants to share.
Next episode.
Do you
Okay.
want to share your
Is it
body?
vanilla?
I'm a virgin.
Are you?
No.
Mitch Jones.
Yes.
Is,
no.
am I getting
Yes.
hints of vanilla in this?
Will you be my first? Just kidding.
Vanilla mint a little bit. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I really like the flavor.
It's got nice flavor.
And it's
I'll
got
give you
caffeine
that.
and vitamins in it. Okay, cool.
I'm
waking
off
me
the
up
power
with it,
gun.
Boom.
Really good.
So, guys, last call. Please hit that like button on your way out. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Should we do an after show? Anyone want to stick around for the after show, or are you guys all
chill
pooped?
for a little while.
10-minute after show. That's fine. I think. Matt, do you want to run the after show while? I
Yeah,
say-
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to go back
Cool,
first
cool.
though.
Okay, cool. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Big thank you to the panel. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming. We went really fucking late. I need to figure out how to end these shows sooner. So thank you guys for your patience while we went super late here. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be live again Sunday. Wait, is today Tuesday?
Yes.
Actually, we might do a show with Adam22 from No Jumper. He's been kind of, in the news recently because of some things with his wife, letting his wife do a scene with another dude. We might have him on Friday. Maybe the details are getting worked out, so we might do an off day show on Friday. If not, we will be back Sunday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Thank you so much for tuning in. There is one super chat that just came in really quick. I'll read it very fast. Men build, women occupy from Francisco Sanchez Jr. Okay, thank you for triggering the ladies on your way out. Appreciate it. Jeff the Truth Bringer, thank you for that. Okay, cool. Thanks again for tuning in, everyone. Very much appreciated. Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific is our next show. We'll see you next time, guys. Hope you guys have a good night. Cool.
Good night.
Amazing. Are we still live? Or is it? Oh, okay.
Well, what do we do?
Huh?
Do we leave?
Oh, yeah. He's just doing like a 5-minute after show. And then,
An after show. Just more discussions.
It's nice meeting you guys.
I know. Nice meeting you guys. Meeting you.
Have safe travels back home.
I know, like, how are we all gonna drive after this?
Oh, girl. I'm so sleepy. I thought that was a fucking real person.
twice a week, something Tuesday, something Tuesday. You like it?
Their Alm Meatball donated $100. Yo, gum guy. Do you manufacture or do you use a contract manufacturer?
The real Mr. Meatball. Does anybody want to stick around for 5 minutes for the after show? I know you two are dying to stick around for the after show. That's when all the we basically just like kick it for like 10 minutes after just like more show. We're not like arguing, we're just fucking chatting.
We're down.
You guys are down? Okay.
I got
If any of you have to, well, you guys are local, so like these girls like have to like drive. Hey, thank you so much for coming.
Okay. Oh, I peed. I'm feeling so good. Hi, chat. It's your favorite TradCon simp, is what someone called me. It's your favorite TradCon simp. Yo.
Wait, I'm gonna trigger a TTS.
Yo, what's up?
Sit over there with Matty boy.
You're lucky you gave me the caffeine gun.
Yeah, don't forget your seat booster.
I know. Right here?
Anywhere you want.
Cool.
What's your name again?
Case.
Case, hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
And you're just going to school in the area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow.
I'm from San Diego.
San Diego. What are you studying?
Psych and brain.
Psych and what?
Brain science.
Brain science, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you? What are you up to?
I've been streaming full time now for 5 years is what I've been doing.
Oh, okay.
Streaming on Twitch every day.
Nice. What do you usually stream?
Really, what I like to do, it's a beautiful fusion of playing World of Warcraft and complaining about politics and really talking a lot about some of these issues and stuff. But
Yeah. I think like those raw conversations are so necessary.
yeah, no doubt. No, I guess namely I'm kind of speaking to young men in the audience, and this audience or my audience, because I think a lot of people would acknowledge there's sort of a young men's mental health epidemic. No one really is giving a shit about young men. I think every single young man. This is the problem. This is the reason why I hate young men, okay? Or men in general. I hate them. Men are super eager to acknowledge, men's mental health, it's fucked up. No one gives a fuck about us. No one's talking about it. But the second you start proposing some sort of solution, it's like, okay, well, you need to be disciplined. You need to stop smoking this or drinking this or jerking off to this or doing, then it's like, no. It's like, well, listen, if you're going to acknowledge there is some sort of issue, we have to actually get nitty gritty and talk about ways to actually sort of rectify these issues. So then you have guys like this angry Casper who gets mad about it. Loser, angry Casper, loser. Angry Casper. Sorry, I'm berating your chat right now.
Okay. Oh, by the way, we're gonna lower. Should I just fucking meme and lower the TTS to like $10 or something?
Dude, set it to 1.
Oh, this one came through while we were gone.
There Al Meatball donated $100. Yo, gum guy. Do you manufacture or do you use a contract manufacturer?
Let me see. Do you manufacture? Oh, no, I have a manufacturer I work with. Yeah, a US-based manufacturer. 2 years ago, well, 2.5, I was shopping around. I'm looking at Chinese manufacturers. I'm looking at Canadian, Mexican. I settled on US because really, I just wanted to make it in the US. If you make it in China, who knows if there's arsenic or rat poison in your gum. For the guy that said I'm a misandrist, apologize. Here's the thing, like, with some of the takes I'm giving, I'm actually concerned that they're misogynistic, that they're actually anti-woman, because I tend to put more, how can I put this, agency or emphasis on the decision of men, which I think maybe if you're like brain dead, that's like, yeah, you're hand waving all of the female behavior, but it's like, really, I'm just kind of putting extra emphasis on the behavior of men, which is like maybe kind of misogynistic, maybe. Am I a misogynist? I come off as misogynistic to you. Do you think?
You have yet to really show like major red flags.
Yeah.
Cool, that's
You're
great.
actually advocating sometimes for women.
Yeah.
So I was like, slay, but.
Well, I'm like, this is one of the problems with the whole red pill sphere. It's like, it's super, every man is super eager to blame women for all their problems, but then they have 0% introspection and realizing that, okay, you know what, I'm actually responsible for some of the ways that I am conducting myself, but also the way in which society is evolving. Men kind of need to, who's that for?
Does anybody want like a kind of browning banana? Anybody?
I'm all right, thank you.
Okay, just thought I'd offer.
Thank you.
And be a gentleman. What did I miss? Oh, yeah, I'm going to... Okay, yeah, I got to...
We're talking about why men suck, pretty much.
Okay. So you guys... One of you goes to CC, one of you goes to UCSB. And then it was love... Was it love at first sight? When you met each other?
I mean, she has no real red flag. She's like really the nicest person I've ever met. So I'm like kind of happy I met her.
Wait, but I like said your protein powder thing. I'm sorry.
So someone actually read in the chat. Someone said that's really actually a green flag. So
it is a green flag. I just had to say something.
Yeah. Had to make sure it's precise. My fault.
Haram. Okay, we're gonna make TTS. We're gonna do TTS 10 and up. If any of you psychos want to fucking just, that might be a mistake, but we'll.
You said it to 10. You said
$10
Oh.
for TTS.
Let it rip.
What is TTS?
That's the text to speech when the robot.
So it's just
voice.
gonna talk over us.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. By the way, I was disappointed in you because you did not hold like insane psycho status fucking icon or.
Oh, I can still do
staring
that
at
if you
me.
want.
Oh, here we go.
Brandon Mel's donated $10. Oh, hey, my girl in blue came back for the after show. Y'all gotta convince Brian to have me on the show.
Oh shoot! Should I come back and you join?
Brandon,
Bye.
motherfucking.
I'm also in
Mills.
purple, so we love a little colorblind.
Brandon, only 10. When I first met you, it was 1,000. Only 10, really?
Did you just meet him today?
Yeah, I met him today. And he was dropping $1,000 donos, and now he's dropped down to 10. So I'm like, I don't know. Only 10.
What do you guys think of the popcorn thing? Is it kind of funny or is it kind of?
Wait, can you reiterate though the popcorn reference?
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Well, like there's a bunch of memes where it's like someone's eating popcorn. It's kind of like, oh, this is an entertaining moment.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Popcorn's good though.
Oh shit. You
Is
guys
it at
want-
least
you guys
like
want some
buttered?
popcorn?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I was
okay.
actually waiting for you.
Yeah. 6 hours here. We're kind of
Put out your hands like needy children.
children, like a little homeless.
Wait, hold on. One
Their
second.
Al Meatball donated $10. I'm here to support Brandon on it.
Yo, Meatball, thank you, man. What's that stupid like thing from?
Wait, we didn't get
Thank you,
popcorn.
sir. Can I
You
have
just catfish
another?
me.
What
Am
is
I-
It's
do I
Pippi
look-
Pippi
do I look
Longstockings or
British?
something? Is that
Thank
what it
you,
is?
sir. Can I have another?
I just want popcorn.
Okay, here. Hold out your hands.
Yeah.
Both hands.
Girl.
Double hands. Yes.
Wait, what
okay.
Just pour me some popcorn.
People like the popcorn, it seems like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my god, here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
The
Take that
table's
popcorn.
Clean. The table's clean. You can-
Okay.
You can eat off the table. I'm okay.
We need to make corn illegal.
Why?
So, because that's why. Corn syrup is making everyone fat and dumb.
Oh,
Like
I
tortillas.
don't.
We got to get rid of it.
I
No,
love
not
tortillas.
corn syrup.
Corn
Please.
equals
Oh.
fat people. We got to get rid of it.
I just think there's a lot of chemicals in our food.
True.
Brandon Mel's donated $10. I gotta save some money for all the gum I'm trying to buy. Also, yes, we should meet for the first time I live on the Whatever podcast.
Wait, can you scoot your microphone a little that way?
Me?
Yeah, you. Just so.
Oh,
it's,
am I giving like ASMR?
No, just so it's not blocking.
Oh,
The
okay.
mic is kind of blocking your friend's face.
Oh
there.
no.
Oh,
Brandon's a nice guy.
so if you guys approve, just a no.
So, how was the stream? Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Donia donated $10. Brian, food for thought. As a vet, people should never talk about their disability. Above 30% the ex-spouse can take it in divorce.
Wait. Brian, food for thought as a vet. People should never talk about their disability above 30%. The ex. Oh, word.
People should never talk. I mean, like, what if you're in a wheelchair and you need someone to build you a wheelchair ramp or something?
Is
Then
he
you
talking
kinda-
about me? Because
then
I
you gotta
complain
talk
about my neck and back all the time. I don't know.
Oh,
What's wrong with your neck
Yeah.
and back?
I got chronic neck and. I have chronic neck and back pain.
Oh no.
Have you ever tried anything
Have I ever tried anything?
like chiropractors? Any
Physical
I
massage
think
gun, physical
chiropractors
therapies?
are quacks, to be honest. But
You think they're quacks until they work?
I don't know. I've heard some pretty.
or they
horror stories.
paralyze you.
Try.
Or they paralyze you.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it
at
seems-
least you won't feel the neck pain anymore.
I suppose that's true. That's one upside of paralysis. Although, don't you just feel like? Wait, question: when you're paralyzed, is it like a absence of feeling, or do you feel like tingles where your body?
I think it depends
Was.
on the extent.
I'm
and
pretty sure
how
you're like.
hard it is.
I'm pretty sure if you're paralyzed, you still like
Your brain.
feel your body, but like you don't have control over it, and it's like painful, and you feel tingles.
I know your body makes like phantom pains sometimes. So it's like you almost forget that that limb's gone, and like in your brain make up that there is pain there.
Can you show us, yeah, like Phantom limb syndrome, ghost.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick, can you pull up the pop out chat for YouTube?
Yeah.
I think you need to wear a diaper if you're paralyzed like that. Probably. I have no idea.
Colostomy bag.
Yeah, one of those. Poor people. That's rough.
Here, I want you guys to say, please, sir, can I have another?
I'm not British.
And I'll give you more popcorn.
I'm gonna offend a lot of British people.
I should have brought popcorn.
Bottle of water.
How come nobody believes that I'm wearing purple in the chat?
It's the lighting.
What does your shirt say, by the way?
Oh, okay.
It's blue.
It says, well, I was gonna, okay, keep in mind, I was gonna wear black, but.
Oh.
Donia donated $10. No, it was mentioned earlier in a TTS. But as disability we get some $150 per 10% and 3,600 mo tax free. How it works is all convoluted, so many stupid nuances.
That's got to be rough. That's got to be really rough.
Sorry to hear. Is he saying he's disabled?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, man. What war? Or maybe it might not have even been a war, but can you tell us the backstory, like what happened, man? Sorry to hear that, man. Wait, what? Oh, what was your shirt say?
Oh, sorry, I'm chewing.
Haram.
It says, give me a squeeze, and it has a lemon. With a face on it.
Give me a squeeze.
She walked out of the room and was like, is this okay?
Well, because, okay, keep in mind, I'm just moving in.
$20.
Oh, thank you, man.
La niña en blanco es una rosa.
I don't speak Spanish, so what does that
What is
mean?
it?
He said, you. I don't know the rest.
Oh, I didn't
I don't
see
speak.
it.
Okay, I lost any Spanish I know.
Donia donated $10. Marine Infantry, Iraq.
That's
What
some,
year?
That's some tough
What
shit.
year? Was it like the beginning?
Thanks for the service.
Because we were in Iraq for a while, weren't we?
We were there for a while.
Or was that Afghanistan?
I think we started with Iraq.
Well,
and
we
then
we got out of Iraq, but then we were in Afghanistan.
Yeah, for a long time. 2003 to like 2000 and in the teens, I think we were in Iraq. Like a decade.
But what was the Spanish one about? Did you guys? What's that?
Okay, I understood most of it until it said una rosa, which
La Niña
it was like
en
just
blanc.
a rose.
Here,
Is
I'll
that what it
trigger
was
it.
just trying to
Peanut
say?
Butter Jelly Time donated $20. La niña en blanco es una rosa.
The girl in the white is a rose.
Like a flower.
Wow.
Like a flower.
All right, spit some game,
Okay.
guys. Wait, okay, your shirt says, what does it say? Squeeze?
So see how there's a lemon with a little face on it, and
Yeah.
it's super happy. Well, she's saying, "Give me a squeeze," because she's a lemon.
Oh.
She's a lemon, and she wants to be. That's so it says, "Give me a squeeze."
But is there
'cause
like an
she's a lemon.
innuendo there?
Well, she's a lemon. You're supposed to squeeze them.
But it's like on your like, is that an innuendo type of thing? Like it's on your
it's
chest.
technically above my chest, but like, it could
What?
be an
It's
innuendo.
it's the chest area. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about Miss Lemon over here. It was
Okay,
her.
so it's not like a
Lemon.
what you're saying is you're perverted, or it's not
No,
perverted.
No, the
excuse me.
lemon is.
Let's
Not
talk
me.
about World of. Do you guys play World of Warcraft?
I've actually haven't
finally.
played it until today.
A lot of my cousins actually played it, but like I grew up watching them play it and like years, but I never played it because I wasn't allowed to play video
Hot
games
dog,
till,
she'll be back.
till I got older.
Okay. Well, you said you played D&D, right? Dungeons
Yeah,
and
I'm a
Dragons.
novice at D&D. Keep in mind, I've only done
Sure.
2 campaigns.
2 campaigns.
So like I'm new to the D&D world, so don't judge me.
Okay.
But like
No judgment. Good
I'm
times.
vibing with D&D though.
She's vibing.
I start a new campaign on
D&D.
the first Sunday of August.
Okay.
Slay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Sophia will be back. We'll have her back. Interesting.
When I was 12 years old, I had a stepdad. He was like tall. He used to play football back in college. He was kind of like a jock type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
Nice guy, but actually I still like him. Nice guy. But we were at the bookstore, and I saw a D&D starter kit. I was there with him, just the two of us. And I said, "Hey, can I buy this D&D starter kit?" And he looked at me and he went, just like stone cold face, "D&D?" He said, "No, D&D is for fucking losers." is what he
Yeah.
said.
So you
Just
call me a
stone
loser?
cold, and he moved on.
Good times.
And it's because, like, you know, when he was like a football kind of jock guy back in the 80s when D&D
Ryan
was for
is
nerds.
hard for Chad left donated $10.
Chad?
The popcorn is enjoyable. Keep it up.
Thank you, man.
Also, I hope your neck is feeling better. Has there been any progress?
It's in some ways yes, in other ways no. Still got some neck pain, some brain fog, some headache issues. It kind of sometimes it fluctuates. It's been actually my back's been bugging me more recently. Probably sitting too much. Okay. Thank you though, man. Jason Watala. Matt, can you read this one?
Brian, my wife and I are actively trying to recruit a mini-me.
Oh my God. Okay.
Seen a few, but none with the dark beard yet. We'll keep looking.
Dude, I almost got canceled last show, guys.
For what?
Why?
So, I don't know if you guys are.
The incest talk wasn't enough.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that another time. But have you guys seen Austin Powers?
Yes, I love Austin Powers.
Do you know Mini Me?
Yes.
Do you know Mini Me?
His little like.
Yeah. So
No.
I
We'll
was
watch it
doing
later.
a Dr. Evil impression last show.
Was it
okay?
bad?
No, my audience says it was pretty good. Okay. Here's the thing though. My chat was like, Brian, you need a mini me. And I said, oh, I actually do know a dwarf. I do know a little person. And then I said, but here's the problem. Oh my God, I can't repeat it. But okay, here's the thing,
Canceled
right?
times 2.
He's a dwarf, but he's not white. And I said, here's the problem though, he's X. Not because I'm open to all different types of people, you know what I'm saying? But I kind of got clipped because I said, here's the problem though, he's blank group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Not because that's
Just
a
a little out of
problem,
context.
but you can't have a mini me that's not like
The
mini me
Why
is
not
identical
though? That
to
would have been
you.
funny.
Yeah.
That would have been 10 times funnier. You should have.
You know what? That's a good point.
Yeah, you could be like, look, it's mini me,
That's good.
and if anyone points
Yo,
it out,
dude.
that's on them.
You know what? I want to get Vern Troyer's ex-girlfriend on the show because she did like some ex. Okay, never mind.
What'd she do?
Let's not talk about it. Okay. Angry Casper, thank you for the New Zealand 20. Do you want to get this one, Matt?
Prove me wrong, wow guy. Who is Karen Strohan and who is Nora Vincent? I'm not sure. I don't know.
Karen Strawn's like a
know
male
who they are?
advocate. She's a woman, male advocate. Nora Vincent is a woman who she wasn't transgender. I don't think she transitioned, but she like dressed up like a man. Like, so she wasn't transgender, but like wanted to live as a man as like some sort of experiment.
Okay.
And then she did that, and then she found out it kind of sucked to be a man, and she actually ended up deleting herself
Oh, really?
because I guess people, I don't know what the true story is, but maybe because
I
of like her
squeeze lemons
experiences as a man.
donated
Yeah.
$10.
Thank you, man.
What's Brain SCI's ethnic background? Your Austin Powers sound like Donald Trump.
Wait, SCIs?
What's brain SCIs?
Brain sci?
What's
Like
brain
me?
SCIs?
No.
Brain sci. Who does brain sci for your major?
Oh, you.
That's
Me,
you.
yeah.
Are you? What's your background?
I'm half Filipino, half white.
Really?
Yes. I speak Spanish.
Do you
so-
speak? Oh, I was gonna ask if you speak Tagalog,
Oh no, I'm
Tagalog
learning.
or whatever.
Yeah.
You speak Spanish and we couldn't decode that earlier?
No, I didn't see it.
Brian is hard for Chadcliffe donated $10. Your impression of Dr. Evil is much better this week. You sound a lot less like Trump than you did last time or two.
Oh.
Have you been working on it?
You know, I've been practicing a little bit. I really hope Brandon Mills comes in and drops 1 mil. Oh fuck, I'm so cringe. Okay, $1 million. Oh, that was so bad. That was so
You
fucking
gotta do a
cringe.
little.
but-
You gotta make sure you have the little
Yeah.
pinky. Yeah.
$1
Show
million.
me this later.
We'll watch Austin
Okay.
Powers. Trust. There's
Zip it.
multiple of them.
Zip it. Zip it. Okay.
Is it like, I don't know, is it like a thing to...
Have you ever watched like
My
live
boyfriend
action
always
Cat in the
Zip it.
Hat?
impersonates Trump.
Have you ever watched live action Cat in
Zip
the
it
Hat?
good. Okay,
No.
Kate
No?
Robinson.
Oh my
Y'all
gosh,
should
I have
come
to show you a
eat at
bunch
the
of it.
restaurant I work at. Are you in Santa Barbara, Kate? Is it Denny's? Because there's not a lot of stuff that's open in
If
Santa
your
Barbara.
restaurant is hiring, can someone help me? Like, give me
What?
a recommendation.
Are you looking for a job?
Yeah, I just moved here 2 days ago.
You'll get a job.
I know. I'm
There's
on
so
a
many
job
places.
search.
Chat, is there any jobs at whatever enterprises
Preferably
that we
restaurant.
can give her?
I heard Maddie
Is there
was
any
talking
jobs
about
for
where
her?
she works.
Can you be
I
a
don't think
barista
so.
so you can learn how to make coffee?
Dude, I already know how to make coffee.
Oh, never mind.
The
My
dude
whole
guy
family
person
is
should do a section of the show where the girls are trying to show guys on how to have Riz. Yo, yeah, so I've been meaning to do this, and I've been trying to let it come up organically. Like if a girl's like, oh, it's pretty easy for like to get laid, we'll have Maddie pretend to be the chick, and then we'll have the girls try to pick up Maddie pretending to be a guy. I've been meaning to do it the past 2 shows, but it hasn't come up organically. But I will make an effort, like as an actual dedicated segment, to do it. So, yeah.
Who are you voting for in this election? Let's get deep into politics.
Oh my God, I don't know.
Let's have a 6-hour political talk.
Wait, where did that come from?
My boyfriend's a
Nowhere. I'm
poli-sci
just in the
major.
mood.
You're what?
My boyfriend's a poli-sci major,
Oh,
Political
so
science.
he likes having these talks.
oh, okay.
But
Good times. Good times.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not who I'm voting for. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not like a big politician. Oh,
Jman973 donated $10. Love the pod, Brixan. What Botox girl forgot to mention that when men take peds they still have to work hard for their desired physique versus women getting instant results with cosmetic surgery.
that's actually a really good point. I don't think the plastic surgery comparison to taking steroids is an apt one, because she was saying, well, yeah, men do take steroids, but women like undergo plastic surgery. I mean, even if you take steroids, you still have to work like incredibly hard to like build a physique and like be disciplined with your working out and diet. You are like to some degree cheating. I don't know if it's considered cheating, but like it's not natural. But whereas plastic surgery, like you can go in a day, boom, here's like a fake butt, here's fake tits, here's lipo. So it's not, I don't think it's not like a really compelling argument or comparison. So thank you, man. We have Kate Robinson. It's NorCal. Ooh, rip San Francisco. Ooh. Aren't you guys from NorCal?
I'm from NorCal.
Rip.
That's why I was like,
Sorry.
where is Brandon
I'm so sorry to
from?
hear that.
Because I'm from the Sacramento area.
Where
are you from?
Yeah, where are you from originally?
Well, I was born in
Yeah.
France, and then I
No
moved.
way? You're
yeah.
French?
Wait, really?
Oui, oui.
Do you speak French?
Uh,
From the wee wee, it was kind of.
do you speak French? Because we could have a conversation.
No, I've never been to France.
I don't speak it. I don't speak it fluently, but I understand it fairly well, and I'd say I'm conversational.
What age did you move here?
When I was 5.
Oh, okay, that's.
Yeah,
that's
so
all.
English is my second language. Yep. But yeah. Tu parles français? Tu parles français?
Dude, I barely speak English.
Do you speak Spanish?
Nope.
Oh, you just English. Okay.
Just English. I know.
Okay.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
I've lost all
Blitzkrieg,
Spanish I know.
Lufthansa, Luftwaffe. What? Is that?
No, it's German.
I have a
That's
question.
German.
I mean, it's
German.
poorly pronounced German. I have to learn German now because my wife is German and half our family is living in Germany.
Were you guys trying to match? Or was it like
No,
coincidental?
we met playing World of Warcraft.
Well, so
Oh, wait, that's kind of goals.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant like your clothing.
Oh my.
Oh.
No, we met playing World of Warcraft.
Oh, never mind.
well, he wore this last time. I wore this last time. I think. Actually, I don't know if I had the different red one. In any case, you know, I was looking at my various collection of flannels that I have, and I wanted to. I picked the red because I was like, we're the only 2 men at this table. We need to be a unified front,
out.
and which better way
Unified
to do
front.
that than to dress similarly
Where's your
ish.
hat?
Huh?
Yeah, you forgot the hat.
I got one hat.
In the bald spot.
I got you, girl. Boom.
Oh.
Fedora.
Shoot.
Check that
Okay.
shit out. Boom.
Now
Would
you need to
yo,
use the English accent.
Here's a serious question.
Yeah,
Would
you're
you date a dude who wore a fedora? Or
Brandon
this is a
Mills
trilby, I
donated
think.
$10. Pretty sure we went to school together.
Who, me?
There's no
Who?
way.
No, because you live in Rancho. I live like.
Where'd you go to school? Wait,
I'm from like a small town, so it's like. I doubt he went to
Mein
school.
Freund, wie
And
halt
if
die
you
Fresse?
did, I'm so sorry if you went to school. I don't want to disclose like the town I'm from because it's kind of small.
okay, I got here.
But like,
Can you wear this fedora, please?
just know it's close to like Roseville.
Put the fedora on. Actually, that's a good look.
I like it.
Haram Meatball donated
You look like a D&D
$10.
player.
Ryan, what
You look like
earth
Lemony
do you
Snicket or
play?
something.
Oh my god.
So I don't actually play World of Warcraft. Back when Classic came out. Zip it.
Sorry.
Zip it good. Okay. When Classic came out, I played for about 9 months. I quit in April of 2020, so it was right before AQ came out. It was after the Emerald Dragons. Or was it the Nightmare Dragons? I don't know if I want to disclose my server out of.
Okay, you got to tell me afterwards. Good.
I'll tell you after. And I quit right before AQ, like 2 weeks after ZG and the Nightmare Dragons or whatever came out. So I played Rogue, main, warrior alt, and then I had like a mage and a warlock. So thank you, man. We have Cappadocia here. Wait, actually, can you take the hat off?
No.
It actually it's a nerdy hat, but it actually kind of fits you. You know, like chat, do you agree?
I have a big head though. So hats. I wear a lot of beanies. I don't really wear hats.
God isn't real. You have to be a fucking moron to believe in God. I've got my Reddit source here for you.
It's the gum.
Go back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
The caffeine.
Wait.
Keep the caffeine. Pumped up.
Just because your hair's been pulled back this entire show, could you do have you ever seen those movie scenes or like TV scenes where like it's in slow-mo and it's like focused on the girl and she like takes out her hair and just like.
So here's the issue with that. So because we're at the beach, like I put my hair back, it's gelled. So if I take it out, it's just going to be like gel and then the bottom part. So it's going to look kind of funny. If I take it out, it's not going to be like a satisfying flow. It's going to be like crinkle, crinkle.
That could
flow.
be actually very funny. Can you do it anyways?
How much money are you going to give me?
I just gave it, bro. Did you see all that popcorn I gave you, girl? What's up?
Dude,
and
that's
look at the
like
mess you
50
guys
cents,
made. You guys
bro.
are very messy eaters.
Give me $100 and I'll do it.
Bro, 100?
You're a negotiator.
I know, dude.
Good for you.
Because I don't want to have to put it back up.
What do you mean? But you're about to go home and shower and sleep.
Yeah, but then I still have to like look like a lion on the internet, and that's out there forever.
So
I want to look like a lion. You know how many memes I could be made with looking like a lion?
Fail. D&D is a game for creative thinkers, and it upsets those who are not. As it requires finding creative solutions to extremely unusual problems. Have Lemon Squeezy run the whatever Twitch D&D game. Oh, okay. We are gonna have Madison start streaming on Twitch, so maybe we can get you roped in.
For D&D, dude, I'll play D&D with Madison.
Like
stream
D&D. I don't know.
Oh, shoot.
Thank you, Cappadocia,
person,
for the recommendation.
For D&D.
What was the last thing? Okay, let's talk about World of Warcraft for like 3 minutes, and then let's wrap up. Okay, dude. Okay, so the hardcore announcement came up, and I want you guys to be very, very interested in what we're about to say.
I'm so interested.
I'm very paying attention.
Nope.
The official Maya donated $15.13.
Thank you, man.
Hey Brian, Matt and the girls. Great show tonight and fantastic debates. I also DM'd you to franchise at whatever in Canada, Vancouver. Come here and let's get everything set up and start printing cash, bro. Good night and thanks for all your guys' participation.
Mayor, thank you, man. I've been sitting on like a bunch of, I'm backlogged on DMs. I get like 100+ DMs a week. Super backlogged. I saved some of the more like actual ones that I want to respond to. I haven't gotten to yet, but the whole franchise thing. It is something that's kind of on the back burner. Obviously, like I don't know if I was super direct with it, but if I was gonna like franchise whatever and set up Fight Club status in different locations, it's
Brandon
like
Mel's
mid
donated
six figure. It'd be a mid six figure investment
note,
from the person.
Great pod tonight. Brian, you deserve all of the support you've gotten tonight. You put in a lot and it doesn't go unnoticed.
Thank you, man.
Much love. It's been fun shooting the shit with y'all.
Yo, Brandon, first off, man, thank you so much for your insane fucking support tonight. It was overwhelming. Thank you so much, dude. Means the world. The podcast, it's been, I don't know if we kind of got shadow banned, but like the viewership's been a little bit lower. Oh, hold on.
Brian is hard for Chatcliffe donated $10. Some of the panel reminded me of Leela and her ally, Catherine, debating destiny. They interrupted and distracted way more than making any real points. I'm conservative and pro-life, but I felt like they failed to be good representatives. THX for what you do.
Yeah, tonight's panel was a little frustrating. I mean, I think she was a little bit bad faith with a couple of her arguments. No hard feelings. I definitely got a little heated there in a couple moments, but it was just like, maybe I could have done a better job like articulating my points and made stronger arguments, but it was just like, and maybe I take maybe a little responsibility. I should have had better arguments prepared, because to me, some of this shit is just like seems self-evident, but like to other people, you actually have to like lay out like really compelling arguments, and maybe I failed in doing that. So yeah, but just bringing it back to Brandon, I forgot what I was saying, but I think I was just saying thank you so much for your support and patronage, and yeah, it's been I don't know. I think I don't think we got shadow banned. I just think like the fucking, I did the thing with Destiny, and then I did an emergency meeting, and then we had a scuffed show where the chicks like showed up and sabotaged, and so we didn't put on a show, and it's like you really, and I took a break, so I think like you really need to have. If it wasn't for my fucking back and neck stuff, guys, I'm telling you, I would be doing 3 fucking shows a week, no breaks, nonstop. But like I needed some time to recuperate because of my my chronic pain issues. So
have you considered becoming an opiate addict to help manage your pain?
You know what? I actually did contemplate like do I, on the show days, do I consider taking like something to like help me get through it so I can be more consistent and I can like stay in the game longer? I've thought about it, but I'm kind of one of these guys that like really tough shit out. Like I won't like, I probably should take painkillers. Not like that's how bad my pain is, but like I'm just like, I don't even like to take Tylenol or ibuprofen. So in any case,
Can I ask why?
What do you mean?
Like,
well, I mean, there's like, okay, so you, with painkillers, like they're very addictive. And if you get addicted, then you can getting off of them is super hard, and withdrawals are insane. So I'm like, I've always been a guy that's kind of like not huge on taking medicine. I'll try to avoid even taking Tylenol and ibuprofen. Like I don't like taking pills, taking medicine. I don't even like drinking alcohol really. Cheers, Brandon. But by the way, I actually was fucking kind of tipsy after drinking like a little bit of fucking champagne. So good times, good times. Okay, World of Warcraft, then let's get out of here. Okay, so Hardcore came out. Here, do you want a hat while we talk about this?
Me or you?
Either one of you.
I don't know, I think you look good in
You
the
do
hat.
the honors.
Okay, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. Petri flasks. What the fuck?
You're anti-Petri?
Yeah, like, it's just like, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, they're lame.
Where do you stand on the Petri thing?
I hate them.
I
hate them. They're lame.
Petri flasks.
Yeah, no. If you're in molten core and you suck, then you should die.
I would be more in favor of bubble hearth than Petri.
Just get rid of both of them. Get them both out, right?
Yeah.
We don't like bubble hearthing.
Right,
bubble hearthing is lame. Petri flask is lame. We don't like it.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I don't think the trilby is. I don't think it's a good look. Just being honest, just put it over there. No,
That's messed up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't think it's a good look on anybody, to be honest.
Yeah, that's real.
Actually,
Burn it.
you can wear it.
Yeah, you look good in
You
it.
can burn it if you want.
Oh.
I don't look good in hats.
Nemesis donated $13.38. Excuse the interruption, boss. 07 to stay safe.
Can I ask what 07 means?
Archer, I do. Oh, 07, like it's a O and a 7, so think of it as a face and then a hand. So it's doing a salute. 07's in the chat, guys. 07's in. You'll see it.
Okay.
07 in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Now
Archer,
I
I
understand.
have one. I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
see it. Okay.
Girl in white's fine. Oh shit, Lonnie's hitting you up. She has a boyfriend though. Sorry.
Their Alan Meatball donated $10. Wow, was my shit when it first came out when I was 12. What is a Petri flask? And are there PvP servers so rogues can just gank and destroy you?
Not for hardcore. Petri flask. That's like it's basically makes you immune to like any damage for 60 seconds.
Yep.
And you can just, the thing with the Petri flask is you can just like there's no cooldown on them, right? So you can there's a there's a term for this, but you can like leave your dungeon group, and then there's something called, what's it called, the port?
We call it Ghetto Hearth.
Ghetto Hearth. Yeah. So after a few seconds, once you leave your group, there's a countdown, and you can hearth, or it'll send you back. So it's basically like a what is it funny that we're
I'm sorry. This guy was in chat spamming that I'm a liberal. I don't know why it's so funny.
Oh, okay.
Like 7 times in a row. Okay, anyway. I'm sorry, Petri Hearth.
Yeah. Lokhtar Ogar. Yo, Rotendo, thank you for the super chat there. We had this one. Noob Master Australian. Can you read this one, Matt?
Yeah, it says here, I'm a quadriplegic, incomplete. I feel my entire body, touch only, but I can't feel hot or cold and pain. It's kind of a superpower in a way. So incomplete is like, I'm not up to speed with all the paralyzed terminology. I don't know.
Okay. I feel my entire body. Okay, interesting.
It's got to be so
do you want to read this one?
So rough.
Can you read it?
I can read.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, you are balding because of the hats. They rub hair off. How do you feel? Actually, I'm wearing a hat too. Whoops. Feel targeted.
Pretendo, Lokhtar Ogar, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, man. Okay. Petri, non-favor. The ears thing, when are they going to boost it to 19?
It's 19. It's 19, yeah.
Okay. I think that's better, but I think they should like
it should be even higher.
I think it should be 60.
Yeah, like why not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I mean, you could say like if someone engaged like 259s dueled, I think that should earn an ear.
You know what I've seen that's cool is some streamers. I saw Guzu is doing this in Savix. It's every time they level, they do a Makara. Level 1, level 2, level 3, they dueled with death.
I saw that.
That's actually a really cool idea.
That's pretty cool.
I want to steal that idea. That's a really cool idea.
You should do it.
Yoink.
Yo, do you think Peo kind of got like scuffed in that? Did you see the duels?
Bro, we can't talk about that.
No.
I know.
We're not allowed to. We can't even talk about that.
I can't talk about it. Okay, listen, you ladies. Did Peo get robbed in the duel tournament? Just yes or no?
Yes. I'm going to say no.
Yes, no.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it. There is the
guys.
conclusive answer, okay?
What tournament?
There you go. No, that's all. That's all we needed to hear.
Oh, okay.
That's all we needed to hear.
I'm not a fan of the hat on you either.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think this hat in general is just good on anyone.
But he had that like level 58 pet or whatever. Like that was it threw him out.
You're trying so hard. Listen, this is big drama. This is hot drama right now.
Is
this hot? Yeah, I got to be a good boy.
Was the drama related to the duel tournament?
Yeah, it was.
Did you compete in it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I didn't know it was related to the duel tournament. I thought
it's all kind of loosely related.
Okay, I thought it was fair game. In any case, so we'll move off from that. But okay,
I'm a big guy.
The other thing with what was the other thing with hardcore? Trading.
Oh yeah.
So like a level, you know what? I don't know if it's that bad, but like
I love it.
A level 60, right, could then trade to like a level 1. Like you've seen that Azimus video where it's like, okay, here's a bunch of potions, here's some enchanted gear, here's like a fucking dagger with fiery or whatever, giving like basically fucking decking out like a level 1.
I love that.
You're in favor of that?
Yeah, I mean, like if I farm all that stuff on my main hardcore character, I give it to my level 1. Who cares?
So I think it would be okay if it's like your alt.
Yeah.
You leveled to 60 legit.
Yeah.
And then you just want to level an alt, and I get that, but I think like, what about someone who's got friends on a server, and they come in, they've never leveled hardcore, and then their friend just gives them all this stuff. They're not really getting. You
know what? I love that even more. And the reason why is because
you're a streamer.
No, the reason why is if you're a fresh level 1, you've never done hardcore before, your friend, or maybe you buy gold, okay? Whatever it is. You suck, you're gonna die. Like 99% of people die on hardcore, and most people never even make it to 60.
Very
so
true.
It's we call it a gold sink. Like they are removing that gold from the game, from circulation. That's an economic plus in my opinion. So if noobs are buying gold or getting handouts and they die, then cool.
Oh yeah, because you like once if you do die with that gear,
It's
like,
all gone.
That is a good point.
The gold value is totally gone.
That is a good point. Although, couldn't you say, for example, like, don't you think a lot of people, when it comes to the gold, what they'll do is, like, instead of like keeping the gold on their rating character or like their leveling character,
Their Al Meatball donated $10.
They'll mail it.
We'll talk about that.
What's the most attractive and unattractive class?
Let's get to that here in a second.
Yeah.
I think most of the time people buy gold because they want to spend it on something that's on their character. They want to buy a Lionheart helmet. They want to buy a mount. They want to buy whatever, right? Some enchants. You could have a case where like, I'm going to buy 1,000 gold. I'm going to then spend the 1,000 gold on a bunch of flasks and put them on my bank alt.
Wait, just let me interrupt you really quick. Girls, I want you looking at us and just like nodding your head like we totally understand what you guys are saying. Okay?
No, I'm phasing out because it's so interesting.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Pot of gold.
Did not mean
learning
to cut
so
you
much.
off.
That's all I got in Bubble Hearth and Pot of Gold.
I'm still keeping the direct eye contact on your face.
Beautiful.
That's good.
Whole time.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. So go ahead.
No, I think most people. Most of the ways that you spend gold in World of Warcraft are ways that like are directly tied to your character. You could conceivably have someone that buys gold and then buys a bunch of consumes and then puts those on a level 1 bank alt.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm willing to take that L for all the benefits and pros that come with the economy.
Sure. But like, okay, for example, let's say you're first time leveling up on a hardcore realm and you're level 30, the mount is coming up at level 40. I think a smart player, what they would do is
777 donated $10. Wow, related question here. How big is your banana compared to the brown banana on the table? 07 in the chat.
How much does someone have to super chat right now for one of you guys to just fucking toss that banana?
Toss it?
Toss that banana.
Like toss it where?
I don't know.
Like
I don't know what I'm saying. Okay. Level 30, they're gathering gold for their mount. Instead of just as you would normally level, you would just hold that gold on your account.
Yeah.
I could conceivably see someone anytime every time they get 2-3 gold. Okay, let me just send that gold to an alt in case I die.
Yeah.
And so
that probably will happen to some degree. Also, if you're max level, okay, I'm level 60 before I go do hardcore molten core or upper Blackrock Spire. All of my liquidity, I'm going to send over to my level 1 bank alt.
Right.
That's going to be the meta.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, if there's no limitations on like creating a bank alt, because I mean, typically what you would do, I mean, people have bank alts in non-hardcore, but like it would just be much more, you have. I mean, I remember when I was on my rogue, like I would keep a bunch of like rating potions in my bag. So if I had any flasks, if I had any mongoose elixir, I think it was called for the. If I had the Winterfall firewater. I'd keep it on my rogue in the bank or even in my bag sometimes. Now I think people are going to be like really. Probably lean more towards very risk averse.
Yep.
They'll have a bunch of bank alts. They're going to have no gold on their main unless they'll transfer if they need to do any sort of transaction. But they'll have almost bare bones, no resources on any character that could die.
Yeah.
Everything's going to get siphoned to their bank alts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's a really hard problem to combat. In fact, I think it's so impossibly hard to combat. I just go the other direction. I just wish they would add sort of like an account-wide bank, so you don't even have to juggle alts. You just whatever character you're on, you put it in the account-wide bank, and it's all good.
Okay,
that's what I would like, because that's like Path of Exile. That's what Tarkov does. That's what Dark and Darker does. That's any bank with like shared stash.
What do you think, ladies, about that?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Definitely.
good to protect your assets.
Wow, these girls are Chad World of Warcraft gamers. Top tier World of Warcraft gamers.
Literally.
What do
I'm
you
level
think?
60.
What's that?
I might be leveled to 60.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're undercover.
Find out. We're actually undercover.
I love you, Smilvin. I love you, bro.
What do you think about? Are you in favor of just like everything being available upon release? Although like there's no phases.
I think for 99% of people that's going to be really good. For 1%,
I think it's good.
For 1% of people, it's going to be an absolute like degenerate race to world first.
Yes.
For your super sweaty players, that's fucking sickening. I need to stop swearing. Sorry. But for most people, I think it's good. I think it keeps the server kind of fresh. It keeps it evergreen.
Yeah.
It makes it, a lot of people are like, oh, is it too late to join? And it's too late to start playing the game? Well, this answers the question. No, it's never too late to join.
Yeah. You know what I think is really good is the removal of the buff cap and debuff limit.
Yeah, it's really good.
I think that's good. I think they should do that on Era too.
Yeah. The thing is, it doesn't really like change the meta a whole lot, but it does make certain classes a tiny. The classes that it does impact kind of suck anyway.
Yeah,
so it doesn't kind of doesn't matter
Warlock.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Resto Druid maybe. Shadow Priest.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, it's that's certainly for the debuff limit, but I think what was really annoying was like if you were like min-maxing, like getting all the world buffs, like you did have to be careful because some of your buffs could be bumped off.
Yeah.
Like if you were like, and wasn't there something like certain enchants counted towards the
That was a
buff
bug
cap?
that was there for a while. Yeah,
Did
that
they
was
get
a
rid
bug.
of that?
They fixed that like halfway through Classic.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that's how it was in the original design, but that's to me, that's absolutely should not count.
That was a totally unintentional bug that people figured it out halfway through Classic and they were like, yo, what's going on here, Blizzard?
Yeah.
But there was a website, I think in Vanilla, in Classic Vanilla, you could have 32 buffs total. You had a buff cap. I think it was 32. And there was a website where you could like plug them all in and count them up, and it would say, okay, you've got 31, you have room for one more. And it was kind of fun to plan that out and plug in every single buff, because you're doing your speed run. I've got all my world buffs. I've got my okay, what if I pop a potion? What if this happens? What as a warlock, what if I pop Hellfire? When I'm Hellfiring, that's a buff that I get. What if okay, so you have to plan all this out. And that was kind of fun in like a very special way, but it's probably for the best that they're changing that.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing with that is there's also an add-on that was like a buff cap tracker or something, if I recall.
There was like a weak aura that did it.
I don't exactly remember if it was an add-on or weak aura, but and I know Warriors would like, because Warriors have like a lot of like there's like Blood Rage, or I forgot what the other ones that are.
Really?
But Warriors were very much at risk of having their buffs pushed off.
Yeah.
So
definitely feel the same way.
And like they'd be screaming at Resto Druids like, don't use Rejuve or stuff like that. It could like bump off your Darkmoon Fair buff or something, right?
Yeah.
It could be catastrophic. Exactly. If you lose your Darkmoon Fair 10% damage buff, your parse is over. The speed run is over.
Done.
It's done.
Done.
It's done. It's done. The week. See you next circus. See you next circus. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Just
I would be
ridiculous.
mad.
Absurd.
Kiss your 99 parse goodbye.
Fucking gone. It's
99.
gone.
99.
And
wow.
Yeah, and then like you get a warlock in your group. They got their imp out, and then you're like the fucking whole thing.
What does it take to become a warlock?
Yeah.
Well, this is the guy that.
Oh, are you a warlock?
It sounds like a cool title.
Wait,
D&D I play as a druid.
Nick,
so,
can you pull up? Can you pull up
Shout out to my druid
his
games out
Instagram really quick? We're gonna find the warlock photo.
Okay, I want to try rogues.
While he's finding that, what's the most attractive?
Their Almed Meatball donated $10. What's the most attractive and unattractive class?
Class?
You take it.
Class?
Like
Does he? I mean,
economic class?
I think. Well, he's talking about World of Warcraft.
Attractive, rich, unattractive, poor.
Well, I think he's talking about World of Warcraft, but like class, I mean, there's the races, the different races. I would say probably like female dwarf is like pretty fucking stacked, you know?
Yeah, thick.
Super thick.
Yeah.
Super stacked. Night elf is pretty good. Human. Horde is.
Aww. Who's doggy?
Yeah, you can pull up the
Is this
little.
your account?
Click that one.
That's my character right there.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
there you go.
Oh,
That's
so
stay safe. Scarab Lord.
The Scarab Lord.
Pink. Female gnome warlock with pink hair.
Pretty much that means you're the best player in the world is what that means.
Pretty much.
Because you're a woman?
Yeah, because I'm a gnome woman.
Based. Cool.
That's what I identify as.
All right, let's wrap up. All right, we're going to wrap up. Yo, thank you guys for joining us for the after show. Is there anything else on World of Warcraft? I'm probably
No,
don't start playing World of Warcraft. Never play
list,
this game.
everything that needed to be talked about.
Yep. Cool. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chatted, donates, supports the show, means the world. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Wait, you're out of frame. Get in frame.
777
Oh,
donated
shit. Here we go.
$10.
Here we go.
Diaresis, diaresis, I diaresis, sedilla 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 diaresis, diaresis, I diaresis, sedilla. Wow, I'm so
I couldn't have said it better.
No talk.
Wait, what was that last one? That shit, like the. Can you do that? Like, can you do that again? What was that one? Can you just like make it 100 or something?
I don't even know what.
Oh, that's dude, cool. That's so funny. Okay, cool. Okay, 07's in the chat. Thank you guys so much. And we'll be maybe live again with Adam22 and his wife Lena. Maybe on Friday. Not guaranteed. Otherwise, Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We will see you next time. I hope you guys have a very, very good night. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.